I can't. Bite me. Do it. I want it.
I can't. Bite me. The bright, sharp sting of his canines sinking into my skin made me hiss out loud. My eyes shot open, shock causing my heartbeat to stumble momentarily. But then, a bliss like no other overloaded my senses, lightning coursing through my veins. Fisher went still, frozen like a statue, his breath coming hard and fast down his nose. He'd bitten into the dip of my neck, right above my collarbone, but he hadn't drawn on my blood yet. He was waiting, though I didn't know for what. No longer cutting off my air supply, he moved his free hand back to my breast and started to slowly stroke his fingers around my nipples, lightly, tentatively circling my areola. My nerve endings jumped, euphoria soaking my system until I started to feel fucking high. It was only when my mind started to feel gluey and upside down that he oh so slowly pulled his hips back and then thrust his cock up inside me to the hilt. At the same time, I felt the first tingle at my neck, his first small draw from my blood. "Fuck!" I screamed out loud, my eyes rolling back into my head. The crescendo of pleasure came down on me like a landslide. I was crushed by it. It broke me and made my soul fucking sing. It was better than any drug I'd ever experienced before. Easy. Quiet. Don't fucking move. The words were ragged, desperate. They were inside my head, and I hadn't got a hope in hell of obeying them. The moment Fisher slid into me again, drinking a little deeper, I lost any sense of pride I possessed and reached back, grabbing his head and pushing him down onto my neck as hard I damn well could. Ruin me. The command was all he needed. Fisher's arms tightened around my body like a vice, and he fucked me with the force of all those sledgehammers smashing down on the frozen surface of the Darn. I broke far easier than the river had. I became pieces of myself, and Fisher was the only thing that held me together. With each heady draw of his mouth, I felt myself filling up with light until I glowed brilliant as a sun. Don't stop. Don't stop. I felt his need bubbling up inside him. He was drowning in this too. He fucked me even harder, drinking deeper, his arms tight as bands of steel around me. And then, the world ended. Existence blinked out into a blank void. The stars tumbled from the heavens, and hell rose up to meet them. Everything and nothing, here and gone. It was every ecstatic moment I'd ever experienced, condensed and multiplied 1,000,000-fold. My body became a fiery torch, and there was Fisher, burning right alongside me. He mindlessly slammed himself into me, grunting, and then he ripped his mouth away from my skin and roared like he was dying. No, not like he was dying, like he was being reborn. The world came back into existence little by little, like snowflakes fluttering from the ceiling. It took a long time for my body to stop trembling. Just as he had done when I woke up, Fisher lay behind me, still as the dead, not breathing. Only this time, he was holding on to me for dear life. He didn't let go. Fresh, hot bread. Buttery. Delicious. My stomach rumbled, my eyelids fluttering open. I found myself snuggled up to a snoring fox. Onyx lazily blinked his eyes open, and I swear to the gods, it looked as if he was smiling at me. "You stink," I told him, petting his head. "You need a bath. No more sleeping in the bed." He bared his teeth, laid his ears back, and vaulted off the bed, disappearing out of the open bedroom doorway. I guess he didn't like the sound of a bath. Sighing and deliciously sore, I slumped back against the rumpled sheets and stared up at the ceiling, watching the dust motes spiral through the gilded morning air. Where the hell was Fisher? I asked the question with a dose of resignation. If I knew him, he'd be back at Anir by now, freaked out and angry. I'd be discarded here for 3 days as a result of his inability to manage his fucking feelings. I turned my head, and my heart slowed at the sight of the tiny droplet of dried blood staining the sheets next to me. My blood. Fisher had bitten me. My mind went blank. I let that information float at the forefront of my mind. I didn't try to process it. I'd officially hit my exhaustion point when it came to trying to analyze everything that had happened since the Hall of Mirrors. This was just one more thing balancing precariously at the top of a very long and bewildering list that I would have to work through at some point. For now, all I knew was that I'd wanted it. I'd asked for it. And, side note, Fisher and I were now randomly capable of speaking into each other's minds. There it was again. The smell of fresh, flaky pastry and rich butter. But this time it was blended with the subtlest hint of sugar. And coffee. It was the idea of coffee that had me climbing out of bed in the end. Stiff and a little dizzy, I wrapped myself in a sheet and went to find the source of the smell. Light flooded into the apartment's living room. The dust sheets had been removed from the furniture and the paintings, revealing a comfortable space full of small treasures, books, and knickknacks that gave the place an easy sense of home. On the mantelpiece above the fireplace, scores of glass jars sat full of stubs of charcoal and paintbrushes. Fisher sat at a round table by the windows, long legs stretched out in front of him, the light catching at his hair and warming the black to dark brown. It gilded one side of his face, softening the hard edge of his jaw and the proud line of his nose. He stared out of the window, watching the boughs of the tree on the other side of the glass gently sway on the breeze. He seemed lost in thought, at ease, even. A part of me didn't want to make my presence known. After how troubled he'd been of late, I wanted him to savor the moment of peace. And I was a fucking coward, it turned out. There were still things that needed to be said, and I was scared of that conversation. It could only end badly, and... Fisher closed his eyes and let the dappled sunlight play over his face. "I didn't know how you took your coffee," he said softly. Shit. "How long have you known I was here?" He smiled sadly. "I always know where you are, little Osha." Opening his eyes, he turned and looked at me. The smile developed a dangerous edge to it when he took me in. "I would have gotten dressed," I explained. "But there weren't actually any clothes in that bag you packed for me. I appreciate the sentiment, but 4 different throwing knives, a field dressing kit, and a bottle of whiskey might have been overkill. A clean pair of underwear and a toothbrush would have been nice." This coaxed a laugh out of him. "Fair point, and noted. Only 2 knives and a hip flask next time, plus underwear and a toothbrush." I laughed softly. I was willing to put on the clothes from yesterday, but then I found them in the bed, in shreds, and that idea went out of the window too. "Don't worry, I'll happily correct my lapse in my manners." With a flick of his wrist, Fisher conjured a wave of glimmering smoke. Spreading over the rug toward me, it circled around my ankles like a friendly cat seeking to be pet. It rose up my legs, making my skin prickle with warmth, leaving luxurious black silk in its wake. The pants were wide-legged and loose. The camisole top was pretty, long enough in the body to cover my stomach, though only just, and embellished with fine lace along the low-cut neckline. Fisher's magic hadn't graced me with any underwear, it seemed. My peaked nipples were very visible through the sheer material. I arched an eyebrow at him, then looked down at my chest. "Is this the kind of thing you imagine me wearing often?" "When I imagine you, little Osha, You're very rarely wearing clothes. Oh. Wow. Okay. Color rose to my cheeks, a pleasant heat warming my face. I ducked my head, looking down at my bare feet, giving myself a moment to acclimate to the idea that Fisher wasn't going to be an unbearable shit this morning. It had been surprise enough that he was still here, but this was a shock to the system that I wasn't prepared for. "Come and sit down. Eat," he said. I could definitely do that. I was ravenous. I joined him at the table, sitting beside him on his right, so I could look out of the window and watch Ballard wake up as I ate. Fisher wore a small smirk as I leaned across the table and fell upon the little pastries, custard-filled miniature pies, and diced fruit. "What?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Fisher said, his voice full of laughter. "Should I go and sit—" "Oh, gods, Fisher! What the—" I felt the blood drain from my face. What the hell was all over my hands? I dropped the little pastry I was holding, and Onyx dove, catching it out of the air before it could even touch the ground. I held out my hands, aghast. The tattoos I hadn't cared so much about last night were still all over my fingers and the backs of my hands. Except there were more of them now. Many more. Stacks of small runes ran up each one of my fingers. Delicate script wound around my wrists and up my forearms. I had no idea what the fuck any of it said. And the backs of my hands? I started to feel very lightheaded. The design on the back of my left hand was simple-ish. The lines were fine and twisted together beautifully, forming a shape that almost resembled a flower if you squinted at it long enough. The one on my right, however, it was bigger and covered the whole span of my hand. The lines were bolder. They twisted around one another, forming a variety of knots that I had trouble even picking apart with my eyes. It wasn't just one rune. It was many, interlocking, woven one on top of the other, on top of the other. One of the runes wasn't even black, but a dark, iridescent blue-green color that flashed metallically when it caught the light. Even Fisher swallowed hard as he took in all of this new ink I had gained in the night. I thrust my hands out toward him accusingly. My mother would not have approved of this. To his credit, he didn't laugh at me. He picked up his coffee, maintaining a straight face, and took a sip. Once he'd set his cup down, he reached out and took my left hand in his. His expression was blank as he studied the runes along my fingers. His brows twitched as he turned my arm this way and that, read the script that chained my wrist. When he ran a finger over the flower-like larger rune on the back of my hand, his features became utterly unreadable, though. He spent far longer assessing the ink on my right hand. I sat impatiently, thoughts bouncing around all over the place, unable to calm myself. Say something. Don't just sit there frowning like that. Speak. Fisher huffed softly. I'm thinking, he said. Give me a moment. Oh, fuck. So that was real then? You can read my thoughts? A note of hysteria edged into my voice. No, I can't read your thoughts, he said, eyes darting up to mine for a split second. I can hear you when you speak to me directly, though. That's all. That's all? That's all? Breathe, little Osha. Fisher chided. Your heart's racing. I'm fine, I lied. Fisher adopted a very intense expression. He seemed confused by something. Turning my hand toward him, he even angled his head to get a different perspective of the layered, locked rune. What does it all mean? I asked nervously. Fisher drew in a sharp breath, looking up from my hand. Not much, really. He picked up one of the custard-filled pies, turned my hand over, placed it in my palm, and let me go. Here, eat. Your blood sugar is low. My blood sugar's low? What? Fisher, what do the tattoos mean? He sighed, rocking back into his chair. Now that he was reclined again, the warm wash of light coming in through the window bathed him in gold again. He was breathtaking. The one on the left means Blessed One, he said, his tone light. The fingers. He shrugged, looking up at the ceiling far too casually. They mean all kinds of things. Could you be any vaguer? I mean, probably. Fisher! Okay, all right. A lot of them are connected. Light, dark, silver, steel, earth, air, fire, water, that kind of thing. Alchemist stuff. Alchemist stuff? The way he said that made it sound like that should be explanation enough, and I ought to be satisfied. But I had more questions. A lot more questions. One more pressing than the rest. I held up my right hand and pointed at the mother of all runes shimmering there on my skin. What the hell does this one mean? Fisher met my gaze. That one's difficult. I can't give you a definitive answer. Not yet. There's magic in it, isn't there? There's magic in all of them, he said nonchalantly, taking a manful bite out of his own breakfast. If you don't want to keep them, how am I supposed to know if I want to keep them if I don't know what they mean? I'm sorry, you're right. Here. He gestured for me to give his hands, which I did. A moment later, a creeping cold ran over my skin. One by one, the runes faded from my skin, until even the complex, multi-layered rune was gone. I stared at him, stunned. But they aren't gone for good, he said tightly. You can change your mind about them later if you want to. You have a month or so. If you decide over the next few weeks that you want them back, I'll return them to you. But what if I decide I want cool hand tattoos after the month has passed? Do I get to choose from different designs every time we sleep together or something? Fisher laughed dryly, shaking his head. No, the marks are chosen for you. They won't be there after a month. If you decide not to accept them, they'll be gone for good. I let that sit between us for a while, knowing that there was something he wasn't telling me. Plenty of things. I didn't have it in me to prod any further, though. I took a bite of my food, taking in all of the ink that still marked his skin. After a while, I said, "What do yours mean?" "Mine?" "Your tattoos. Yours haven't gone anywhere." "Oh." He looked down at himself. "Well, our runes are complicated. But yes, they do have meanings. This one," he said, holding up his left hand, "means vengeance." He held up his other hand. "This one means justice." "What about that one?" I asked, pointing at the large swirling section of ink on his forearm. "Sacrifice," he said, his voice hitching. "Why is it so much bigger than the rest?" Fisher took in the rune, then slowly drew down the sleeve of his shirt, covering it. "I think you can probably guess why," he said softly. I could. I'd regretted the question even as I'd asked it. The largest tattoo on Fisher's arm meant sacrifice, because he had, or would have to, sacrifice so much. They were prophecies of a kind. They told his story, and it wasn't necessarily one that he was comfortable talking about. In time, maybe, but for now. I pointed at the small bird tattoo below my collarbone, changing the subject. "You told me you couldn't take this one back." All humor left Fisher's face. The sunlight dimmed out of nowhere, the room darkening with shadows that spilled across the walls from all four corners of the room. I knew right away that something had shifted. Our time together at breakfast was over. Fisher got up from the table, carefully setting his chair back underneath it. "No, I can't take that back." he said stiffly, "and I'm sorry for that."
You don't need to be sorry. I'm pretty attached to it now. I just thought, since you removed these—
Gods, I was rambling. Not removed, only hidden. For now, anyway. He gave me a tight-lipped smile. "We need to leave soon. You'll find some fresh clothes laid out for you on your bed. There's a bath already drawn for you in there, too. I'm going to go and say goodbye to Wendy. When I come back, we'll go."
I let Fisher go, knowing that I couldn't say anything to shift the mood back to the way it had been. In the bedroom, the one I was supposed to have slept in, I soaked my sore body and let myself stew over everything I'd said. It was when I stood naked, dripping on the rug in front of the ornate full-length mirror on the wall, that I realized what had caused the mood in the kitchen to shift. Right there, only a couple of inches above the bird tattoo, were two small red welts. They were almost closed up already. They didn't even hurt. No, I can't take that back, and I'm sorry for that. He hadn't been talking about the bird tattoo. He'd been talking about the bite mark at my throat.
Chapter 28. Just ask. Bismuth, cadmia, cinnabar, plumbago, lime, calcite, tin salt, resin of copper, marcasite. Result? No reaction. When Carrion burst into the forge later that afternoon, I was out the back by the water baths, hurling glass beakers against the mountainside. I pulled a very uncharitable face, trying to convey my displeasure at his presence with a grimace instead of words. If I knew Carrion, he understood my meaning perfectly well and didn't give a fuck that I wasn't thrilled to see him. He produced a tin from the pocket of a very warm-looking coat and lit a cigarillo for himself. He offered me one, but I shook my head and launched another beaker at the rock. An herbal, rich smell soaked the frigid air. "What are we doing?" he asked. "What does it look like?" The beaker I lobbed this time didn't go as high up the rock face, but it still exploded into an impressive shower of broken glass. "Can I join in?" I rolled my eyes. "Great." Gripping his cigarillo between his teeth, Carrion chose a fat, round-bottomed flask from the crate I'd dragged out here. He hurled the thing with all his might, and it arced pretty well before sailing down and exploding against the rocks. The resulting crash was one of the best ones yet. "Well, that felt pretty good," he said, blowing out a thick cloud of smoke. "Want to tell me why we're doing this?" "Destruction," I replied. Carrion nodded, bobbing his head from side to side. "As good a reason as any. I like it." I grabbed the two smaller glass bulbs from an old alembic still and shoved one into Carrion's chest. "Shut up and throw." He laughed but obliged me, sending the glass hurtling through the air. I threw mine at the same time, and the two bulbs detonated against the rock with a thunderous smash. "I take it you haven't had any luck with your trials today," Carrion said. Gods, couldn't he take a hint? I wasn't in the mood to discuss my failures. I'd also burned my arm earlier, which wasn't helping matters. "Evidently not. And that fucking quicksilver. Having trouble making it do its liquidy rolling around thing?" "No. I can alter its state just fine now. I barely even have to think about that. I just tell it to be a liquid, and it becomes a liquid. The problem is that it's fucking mocking me." Carrion snorted. "Mocking you?" "Yes. It laughs every time I attempt to combine something new with it. It'll take the pure silver, but the moment I tip anything else in there, it burns up before it even touches the metals, and it fucking laughs." "It can't be sentient," he said dubiously. "Oh, ho, ho. It is. You wouldn't be saying that if you could hear what I can hear." Carrion nodded, pulling on the cigarillo, the bright cherry flaring at its end. "Have you considered the possibility that you might be mad?" "Yes, I have, actually," I answered tartly.
But Fisher's books back at Kalish said it was common for alchemists to report that they could hear the quicksilver. Then maybe all alchemists are mad. Maybe having a screw loose is just a prerequisite for working with this stuff. I snatched another flask from the box and threw it, growling under my breath. Look, if you're not going to be helpful, then I'm kind of busy here. Oh, sure. Absolutely. I can see that. I spun quickly, a fresh flask held over my head, ready to throw it at him, but he held up his hands in surrender. All right. Sorry. I admit, I didn't come here with the purpose of trying to be helpful. But you say you don't have any problems getting to shift the quicksilver from one state to the other anymore? Because you ask it to change, right? Right. Then, have you thought about just asking it to meld with the pure silver? Psh! Don't be ridiculous. Of course I haven't. Why not? That'd be too simple, Carrion. I can't just ask it to become a relic.
Seems to me that if you can ask to be a liquid or a solid, you could ask it to be all kinds of things, he said, popping the collar of his coat. I glared at him, my annoyance levels rising fast. Not Carrion Swift. He would not be the reason why I figured out how to accomplish this task. He'd never let me live it down. It was infuriating that I hadn't considered this for myself, though. Are you gonna try it? He asked, standing up a little straighter. Can I watch? Gods, this was going to be awful. I can't try again to make a relic. I haven't refined the silver yet. I was taking a moment to do this. To sulk. But there's a way to half-test the theory, I said. And yes, you can come and watch. But only if you promise to keep your mouth shut and not get in the way. It was physically impossible for Carrion to keep his mouth shut and not get in the way. I already knew this when I agreed to let him follow me to the map tent, so I wasn't too surprised when he talked the entire way down the mountainside and all the way across the camp, too. He was blathering on about some two-bit smuggler back in Zilvarin called Davy, who owed him 17 chits when we reached the map room. Thankfully, the place was deserted. It had struck me that I might run into Danya here, since this was the only place I'd encountered her in camp thus far. But apparently the fates were smiling down on me today, because even Wren was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want an audience for this. Carrion didn't really count, and he already knew what I was going to do anyway, having been responsible for the suggestion in the first place. I would look pretty stupid if I attempted this and failed, and I preferred none of the Fae to witness that firsthand. Dark as fuck in here, Carrion grumbled. There was a fire burning in the ventless grate, but none of the torches on the walls were lit. He grabbed the first one he came to and stuck the end of it in the fire, then went around the empty room, lighting the others. I paid no attention to his chatter as he carried out the task. I was fixed on the bristling shards of metal sticking out of the stone wall. This isn't going to work. Why would it? Surely somebody's already tried. Doubt after doubt hit me, but I brushed them all aside. I had nothing to lose. And it didn't cost me anything to ask. If nothing happened, or the quicksilver just laughed at me, then no big deal. I'd go back to the forge and refine the silver, and tomorrow morning I'd start up my trials again. But if it worked... She comes. She approaches. The quicksilver hadn't spoken the last time I was in here, not like this. I'd stood next to the embedded shards for a long time, focusing very hard on them before I'd detected even the faint whisper coming from the metal. Now, the voices were a rushing conversation. Quiet, yes, but loud enough for me to pick up as I neared the wall. She comes. She sees. She hears. Reaching up, I extended my hand, pressing the tip of my index finger against one of the sword splinters. Yes,
I've come. I see you. I hear, I thought. Voices exploded in my head, scores of them, talking, screaming, pleading, begging, laughing, shouting. I gasped, ripping my hand away. That looked painful, Carrion said conversationally. He stood right next to me, holding on to the torch, his auburn hair turned copper gold by the flames. Can you back up a little? I asked. This might be a little easier without you breathing directly down my neck. I seem to recall you liked me breathing down your neck. If you dare finish that sentence, you can go and wait outside, I snapped. That's fair. Carrion moved back a step, bowing graciously. Though if it seems like your mind's being sucked out of your body, or you're in excruciating pain and can't let go of the Quicksilver sword murder spikes, do I have your permission to tackle you to the ground? That actually seemed like a prudent plan. You do. Excellent. I braced for the roar of voices, gingerly touching one of the shards again. But this time there was only silence. Had I imagined the screaming and the begging? Didn't seem plausible. I went back to the original shard I'd touched, prepared for the onslaught of noise again, just in case. But there was only the echoing silence. Hello? I thought. Are you here? The answer was instantaneous. Where is here? Here. 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 The voices came from the left and right, from behind and in front of me. We can be everywhere. They purred in unison. They'd answered my question. It had. I couldn't fathom whether the voices inside the Quicksilver belonged to one thing or many, but I hadn't come to puzzle that out. Can you come out of the stone? I asked. Out? 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 Why? The voices buzzed like the droning flies. Because the warrior who owned you is angry with me, and I want to put you back together. This was bizarre. I'd never had a two-way conversation with the Quicksilver before. I hadn't even thought to try, which was foolish, perhaps, since it frequently didn't shut up. Owned? Owned? We are not owned. Plain as day, I heard the anger in the layered voices. I should have realized that possessive language might not have gone down well, but I'd said it now. The only way forward was damage control. You're making a weird face, Carrion whispered loudly. Are you talking to it? Yes, I'm talking to it. What do you think I'm doing? I don't know. You look constipated. Shh. I closed my eyes so I could block him out. The female warrior who carried you, not owned you, I thought. She wishes to carry you again. Unless you can be put back together, she can't do that. Fae and human desires do not concern us. Us. Damn. To be honest, the idea of being carried around by Danya wouldn't appeal that much to me either. But I hadn't thought I'd have to resort to bargaining tactics. If the Quicksilver was sentient, it was bound to want something, though. Anything capable of feeling and thinking always wanted something. What does concern you? I asked. The Quicksilver didn't reply right away. It seemed to be thinking about the question. After a long pause, it said, Music. Give us music, and we will obey. Music? Gods and fucking sinners, what the hell did it want music for? How about this? Allow me to reforge you, and I'll have someone sing a song just for you. There was no way this was going to work. No way. A song? From start to finish? For us to keep. Keep? Keep? If there was a way to keep a song, I didn't know what it was, but I was willing to agree to almost anything at this point. Yes, I promise. A whole song for you to keep. And you will forge us into a mighty blade unlike any other? Yes, if you'll allow it. We will accept. I didn't want to push my luck here, but there was one more thing I wanted to know. And will you bestow the blade I forge with magics that the bearer might wield? A gift revoked, the Quicksilver cried. You ask for what cannot be given. Saris, quiet, Carrion, I hissed. I'll tell you what's going on when I'm done. I should have left him back at the forge. Shutting him out, I tried a different angle with the Quicksilver. Is it not within your power to give it? All is within. It sounded affronted by the implication that it wasn't capable of something. But it is undeserved. We decided long ago. How do you know? How can you tell if a warrior doesn't deserve the gift? Have you assessed the worthiness of every warrior who wishes to wield a sword? I was walking a very fine line. If I wasn't careful, the Quicksilver was going to shut down completely and refuse to even dislodge itself from the stone. Even now, I could feel that it was irritated by my pestering, but I could also sense that it was intrigued. All warriors are the same, it concluded after a long beat. They only wish to kill. That isn't true. Most warriors fight because they have to protect and defend. Improbable. How can we show you otherwise? The longest silence yet followed. 30 seconds ticked by, and then a minute. Another 3 had passed by when the Quicksilver finally spoke again. We will bear witness to the blood. What does that mean? We will be forged anew. When you have upheld your end of our bargain, we will taste the blood of the one who would carry us. If they are honorable, we will consider allowing the old magics to flow through us again. Thank you. Thank you. Do not thank us too soon. The die is not cast, Sararsfane. First, you must restore us and bring us a song worthy of glory. Oh, I'll do both. Don't you worry about that. I startled when the shard of metal I was touching trembled beneath my fingertip. My eyes flew open, and I watched, amazed, as the thin, sharp sliver of metal slowly emerged from the stone. It hovered in the air, trembling, and then dropped into the center of my palm. Holy shit, I breathed. One at a time, the other pieces of Danya's sword started to vibrate, working free of the wall. I finally looked at Carrion, who was leaning against the map table, tossing a small black rock up into the air and catching it. Are you seeing this, Swift? I demanded. Oh, you figured it out. Cool. Did you give it a stern talking to? He pushed away from the table and came to watch as over 500 pieces of deconstructed swords started to drop to the floor. No, I promised it something that it wanted. Ah, bribery. I should have thought of that. He ducked down and helped pick up the pieces of metal. We'd gathered a small amount of them when another voice spoke behind us, and I nearly fell on my ass from the shock. If you let me, I think I can speed up that process. Gods alive! I spun around, my pulse beating everywhere, and found the warrior sitting in an armchair by the fire. Could have warned me we weren't alone anymore, I hissed at Carrion. Don't get shitty with me. I tried to tell you, and you told me to shush. You were very rude. I didn't mean to scare you, Lorith said, getting to his feet. Sorry. Watch out. Carrion and I both leaned back as hundreds of glinting pieces of metal rose into the air again, this time courtesy of Lorith, who used his magic to gather all of the pieces into one floating bundle before he gestured for them to drop into a ceramic pot on the mantelpiece above the fire. He collected the pot and brought it over, handing it to me with a self-satisfied grin. There we go. Easy. A lot of things were easier when you had magic. I clutched the pot to my chest, the beginnings of excitement churning in my veins. If I could convince the Quicksilver to enter into this kind of a bargain, then the rings should be easy. And I got to make a sword, Not some tiny dagger barely capable of inflicting a paper cut. A proper fucking sword. Wolfishly, I grinned up at the dark-haired warrior, Loreth. What a coincidence. I was just about to go looking for you.
Chapter 29. Ballad of the Ajun Gate. The forge was hotter than the fifth burning pit of hell. Sweat ran down my back, soaking through my shirt. My pants clung to my legs, but damp clothes were a small price to pay for progress. And gods was I making progress. Danya's sword smelted perfectly. The quicksilver didn't laugh at me at all as I worked. It didn't split from the steel and refuse to recombine. For once, it was silent and cooperative. But its attention was a hand resting on my shoulder. It was curious. It wanted to see what kind of weapon I would create with it, and if I was capable of upholding my end of our bargain. I'd dreamed of getting to create something like this for years. I'd had so many sketchbooks back in Zilvarin full of designs that I had never been able to forge, thanks to lack of materials. If the quicksilver wanted to be turned into a weapon that would demand people's attention, then I wasn't going to disappoint it. There were areas of the casting that I was going to need help with, though. Areas I didn't have much experience with. The sun was going down when I stepped out of the forge into the snow, looking for Loreth. He sat on a rock by the fire, hurling a throwing dagger at a dead tree trunk that was already chipped into oblivion, full of blade marks. Carrion was cooking something in a pot over the fire, his mouth drawn into a flat line. He saw me and pointed at Loreth, scowling. "These fuckers are all cheats." Loreth laughed heartily, extending his hand. The dagger he'd just embedded into the tree trunk dislodged itself and whipped backward, landing in his palm, hilt first. "And you are a sore loser," he said. "He just took me for 11 chits. That's half of my money." "You can't even spend them here, Carrion," I reminded him. "It's not about that. It's about being fucking tricksy. We had a gentleman's bet. We were supposed to try and hit the target as many times as we could in a row. The person who held the longest streak won." "And? How has he tricked you?" I tried not to smile. "And I did the honorable thing and let him go first." "And he hasn't missed once." I asked him if he'd played this game before, and he said no. Carrion growled in an accusatory tone. "I haven't played before." Loreth flicked his wrist, and the dagger shot from his palm, propelled through the air at a ferocious velocity. The dagger's handle juddered when the blade bit into the tree trunk. "When I throw this thing, it isn't a game. I'm usually throwing it at a vampire's head. It pays not to miss under those conditions." Carrion's cheeks were mottled red with annoyance. "How the fuck was I supposed to beat him when he's some kind of killing machine?" I snorted. "How many times has he hit the tree?" It was cruel to ask, but it was a rare thing, seeing Carrion this peaked, and damn it, I was going to make the most of it. "I don't know," he snapped. "More than 50. 217, Loreth said. The knife jerked free of the trunk, darted back to Loreth's hand, and he threw it again, all in one fluid motion. 218. Again, he repeated the process, not even looking at the tree this time. 219. All right, you can stop now. I'm already making the god's-cursed food anyway." "That's what you bet him?" I asked Loreth. "That he'd have to cook?" The warrior shrugged. The tips of his canines were just visible in the waning half-light when he grinned. "I was hungry." "Tricksy," Carrion muttered again, stirring the contents of the pot bubbling over the fire. "He didn't trick you," I told him. "He gave you a taste of your own medicine. How many of these unfairly weighted, unwinnable bets have you allowed Hayden to enter into, huh?" "It isn't my fault if your brother's overconfident when it comes to card games, Saris." And how would you have rated your confidence levels when you sized up a 7-foot-tall, full-blooded Fey warrior with hundreds of years' worth of experience in killing things under his belt, and you thought you'd best him at knife play? Gah! Screw the both of you, Carrion groused, pulling a face. If I'd gone first, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'd be the one still hitting the fucking tree. This time, when the dagger's handle landed in Loreth's hand, he flipped the weapon over and held it by the blade, offering it out to Carrion with a wicked glint in his eyes. By all means, human, have at it. Carrion went even redder. Well, it's too late now. I've already lost, haven't I? There's no point. Loreth shook his head. Sore loser. The sorest, I agreed. Ugh. How about we just eat the food I've made and you both shut your mouths? I don't have time to eat. I only came out here to ask you something, Loreth. The warrior twisted on his rock, giving me his full attention. Ask away. Have you got any experience of whittling? You know, carving things out of wood? As it happens, I have. Be more specific with your questioning, sunshine. He probably whittles every spare moment of his life. He probably wins whittling competitions. I rolled my eyes. I'm not trying to beat him in a bet, Carrion. I want him to be good at it. Loreth's booming laughter rang out into the encroaching night. In that case, then yes, I'm more than good. I'm fucking excellent. Hours slipped by. Once I'd flashed the newly poured length of metal I'd made from the pieces of Danya's sword. I heated it, shaped it, and flattened it. Then, just when the new sword was taking shape, I took up a hammer and started to pound. I applied more heat. As soon as the steel glowed white-hot, I folded it, hammered it, shaped it, again and again. Not just once, 1,000 times. More. Evening turned to night. The clouds cleared and the stars came out, and I didn't rest. My arms were heavy as lead, the muscles in my back screaming every time I lifted the hammer. But somehow, I knew it wasn't ready yet. Just when I thought I was finished and the steel had been tempered sufficiently, something deep down inside of me said, "Once more, Sarasphane." Loreth brought in the wolf's head he'd carved out of a piece of yew at around 1 in the morning. It was an impressive piece, highly detailed, its proportions perfect. Just as I had hoped it would, the snarling beast bore a striking resemblance to Fisher's tattoo, as well as the animal embossed into the armor worn by the members of the Lupo Proelia. I walked the warrior through the steps of making a casting mold, and he followed those steps without complaint, even though they required him to dig a hole into the frozen ground until he found clay, and then required him to combine that clay with a pile of horse shit with his bare hands. He enjoyed pressing the wolf head he'd carved into the clay and sat impatiently by the firing ovens while the small fire he built inside slowly dried out the mold so it wouldn't crack. At around 4, when I was growing delirious from the heat and exhaustion, Carrion announced that he was going to sleep. Rather than head down to the camp in search of his tent, he stretched out on the floor on the other side of the forge, by the door where it was a little cooler, balled up his coat, stuffed it underneath his head, and promptly passed out. It's time for you to rest too, Osha. That voice, God's alive. It made me jump when I heard it in my mind, though I had been waiting for it. Not until I'm done, I answered. I'm nearly there. Fisher was close. I could inexplicably feel him, his presence near. Casting a quick glance toward the forge's doorway, I thought I could make out the shape of him, merging with the shadows that danced and leaped around the fire. How long have you been out there? I asked. Only a few hours, came his reply. Why didn't you come in? There was a long pause, and then he said, I didn't know if you'd want me to. Come in from the cold, Kingfisher. I will. Soon. I'll sit here a little longer, I think.
I didn't react when he stole in later. He sat in a chair by the window, moonlight threading through his hair, shadows playing over his hands and his face as he watched me work. He and Lorith talked quietly, and I hammered. They were both there, helping when I poured the steel for the wolf's head hilt. Fisher whistled when we cracked the mold, and he saw what Lorith had carved. Very few words were traded between us. As I bound the broad, beveled blade to its hilt and crossguard, and wrapped the hilt with a glittering black and gold cord, a breathless tension clung to the air. Then, at last, it was done. I nearly collapsed on the spot. The sword was a thing of beauty, undeniably so. Aside from the impressive wolf's head pommel, the hilt was also decorated in trailing vines that wound around the hilt and guard, which I'd managed to fire myself without any help from Lorith. The blade itself bore a rippled wave that ran from end to end, thanks to the countless times it had been folded. I had spent the past hour painstakingly engraving words down the very center of the blade. Words that would hopefully bode well for both the weapon and the warrior who bore it, and badly for those who found themselves at its sharp end. By righteous hands, deliverance of the unrighteous dead. Incredible, Fisher said breathlessly. His eyes found mine and they shone with amazement. Can I hold it? Lorith asked hopefully. Go ahead. He lifted it, eyes lit with reverence. Inexplicably, my throat closed up at the sight of him holding the weapon. He ran his finger along its edge, barely touching his fingertips to the steel before hissing, pulling his hand back again.
Gods, you only need to look at the damned thing and it cuts. He popped his index finger into his mouth, sucking on it. For the first time since we left the map room, the Quicksilver spoke, and its voice was no longer fractured. It was one voice, strong and clear. It is time. Give us our song. Outside, the sky was lit up with an explosion of green and pink light. My breath caught at the sight of it. What is that? The aurora, Fisher answered softly. A blessing. Holy fuck. Lorith dropped to his knees in the snow, staring up at the sky, his mouth wide open. It's beautiful. The aurora hasn't been seen in well over 1,000 years, Fisher said. It's been there all night. I was going to tell you both to come and look, but I had a feeling it'd still be here when you were done. Lorith's eyes shone brightly as he watched the green dancing lights shift to reds and pinks, undulating in waves in a broad band across the horizon. The warrior was on the verge of tears, and I had to admit, I was pretty close myself. I was drained, wrung out even, but I still had the energy to stand as I watched the sky, knowing that I was witnessing something rare and remarkable. The sword lay across Lorith's lap. He rested a hand on the hilt as, still in complete awe of the beauty lighting up the heavens, he began to sing. To all those who'll listen or haven't been told, of the day the last drake woke and rose from the cold, of the young warrior who came veiled in shadows and blood to defeat the foul creature and save those he could, of the Fisher King and the wolves at his back who came howling in the night, together, a pack. The frost blessed the morning, the warriors faced their fate, and thus begins our tale, the Ballad of Aegon Gate. Next to me, Fisher tensed. The muscles in his jaw popped. He let his head fall, his eyes abandoning the aurora and finding the snowy, compacted ground under his feet instead, as Loreth's powerful voice flowed from verse to verse. Back in the tavern, Loreth claimed he'd once been a singer of middling talent. This performance was not middling.
His voice was full of smoke and pain. The air itself seemed to weep as he flowed through his lament. The song dipped and soared, telling a tragic tale of impossible odds and heroic sacrifice, nearly every line paying tribute to Kingfisher. The male next to me didn't move a muscle, but he was hating this. His nostrils flared, hands shaking at his sides, and the song plowed on regardless. The drake, he did stir, old Omnum Shakri observing the world through ink-black, mad eyes. The drinkers of night pledged him death and decay, that he'd feast on his foes, and the flesh he did flay, so long as he rose and he joined them in war against the Fae who protected the sacred, blessed ore. With glittering sharp scales of gold and of red, the drake he consented, and bidden he fed. The Fae in their towers stood mighty, stood proud, but soon they were scattered, their fear shouted loud. Dark wings shaded mountain and blotted the sun, and mad old Shakri, he watched them all run. The wolves scaled the summit with blades in their hands. The drake saw them coming and knew where they'd stand. So there he did meet them, and there they did clash, and old mad Shakri dressed the mountain in ash. His fire ran in rivers, it melted the snow, would e'er remember the lost, so they scaled the great drake. So they scaled the great drake, the last of his name. They did it for Aegon, not glory nor fame. And the drake knew his power, he started to gloat, but the king saw his chance and drove steel down his throat. The drake he did tremble and started to choke, his evil rank maw filling up with black smoke. He thrashed and he bellowed, did old Omnam Shakri, but the reaper had claimed him, and bidden he died. The Ugin were safe, the horde abandoned the gate, and thus ends the ballad of the king and his 8. When the song finally came to an aching, bittersweet end, Loreth panted, his eyes full of stars as he watched the aurora dance in the sky. It's fucking outrageous that he can sing, too. Carrion had woken up and was stood to my right, arms folded across his chest, balefully regarding Loreth. That was nice, though. Messed up, but nice. Fisher shifted his weight, standing up a touch straighter, lifting his head. Do you think it'll be enough? I don't know. I suppose we'd better go and get Danya. I'd known she'd have to be called to the forge at some point. After all that we'd accomplished and all that we'd done, I wasn't thrilled at the prospect of her coming here and ruining this special moment, but we have made a decision. Fisher's spine straightened, Loreth's too. Had they both just heard the Quicksilver speak? Fisher must have heard it thanks to the Quicksilver inside his own body, but Loreth shouldn't have been able to. Why do you all look like you've collectively shit yourselves? Carrion demanded. We accept the song as tribute. The bargain is fulfilled. An accord is struck. But you said you'd consider the blood of the one who would wield you. My heart sank in my chest. Danya. We have considered, the Quicksilver intoned, the first to bleed upon our blade. But Loreth leaped up. He held the sword out like it was a snake, reeling back to strike him. Shit, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, he cried. Here, take it. He held out the sword to Fisher, but there was a delighted spark in the other male's eyes. Hell no, I'm not touching that thing. It has your name written all over it. Would someone mind telling me what the fuck's going on? Carrion's ultra-polite tone promised violence if someone didn't explain, and quickly. You only need to look at the damned thing, and it cuts, I whispered. The words Loreth had said, right after he'd run his fingers along the sword and cut himself on it. He had been the first to bleed on the newly forged weapon. The sword had judged his blood.
Loreth's face went ash-white. "I didn't mean to," he said. "I'm happy with my daggers, I swear. I did not mean to claim Danya's sword."
"Not Danya's sword," the Quicksilver hissed. "We are reforged, new unto this place. You do not claim us, Loreth of the Broken Spires. We claim you."
"This is gonna be hilarious," Fisher said.
But he wasn't laughing. Neither was Loreth.
"Danya's gonna lose her mind."
"She'll have to get over it. She doesn't have a choice. You've been a member of the Lupo Proelia without a god sword for 400 years. It'll be her turn for a while." Doubt was sketched in every line of Loreth's features, but his hand closed possessively around the hilt of the sword all the same. It looked right in his hand. As far as I was concerned, it was his sword. "You deserve it, Loreth. You carved the wolf for the pommel. You helped to cast it. And it was your song that sealed the bargain with the Quicksilver." A flicker of confusion chased across Loreth's face. Kingfisher and Carrion looked equally as nonplussed by what I'd said.
"My song?"
Loreth said.
"What do you mean, my song?"
"The song you just sang. About the Ajin Gate? About the Drake, Omnum Shakri. How Fisher stabbed the dragon down its throat. Not ringing any bells?" Fisher, Loreth, and Carrion all looked at me like I was mad.
"I always meant to write a song about Ajin Gate, but I've never gotten around to it,"
Loreth said.
"Don't you dare," Fisher growled. "It's in the past. Leave it there, where it belongs."
"Ours now," the Quicksilver whispered. "Our song. A song for us to keep." The others hadn't heard the Quicksilver this time, I could tell. "That's what you meant? That you'd take it and it would disappear? That no one would remember it?" "Ours now," the Quicksilver repeated. "Ours, ours, ours." It seemed a shame that Loreth's song had been ripped out of the world, all memory of it erased. It had moved me, in a way. It had explained so much.
"Why can I still remember it?" I asked. "We remember, so the alchemist remembers."
Huh. I didn't know how to feel about that. Being the only person alive to remember the ballad Loreth had written about Fisher felt like sacrilege. How many other things would I need to remember that everyone else had to forget in order to make all of those relics? There were more bargains on the horizon, I knew. Thousands of them. Small deals to be struck. How the hell would I navigate them all without landing myself in hot water? Just thinking about it made me break out into a cold sweat. I put those concerns away, to fret about later. "So, will you allow this sword to channel magic?" I asked. I waited for the Quicksilver's reply. Technically, it didn't matter if the sword wasn't able to channel magic. I'd made the damned thing, which was impressive enough, even to me, and the chances were high that I'd be able to talk the Quicksilver into bonding with the rings to become relics. If I succeeded in that, I would have done all I'd agreed to accomplish for Fisher. But there was also the matter of my pride. I wanted to know what I was capable of achieving here, working with such a fascinating, stubborn material. I couldn't live with not knowing.
"Hold me with both hands and name me, Loreth of the Broken Spires,"
the Quicksilver said. Loreth looked a little bewildered.
"Me?"
he said aloud.
"It is your privilege."
The warrior looked to me, conflicted. Apparently, it was the right of the smith who'd forged a blade to name it in Yavalia, just as it was in Zilvarin. Loreth looked guilt-ridden over it. I, however, had no qualms. The blade would not be whole or complete without Loreth. "Go on," I told him. "You heard it. Give it its name." Resolve settled over the warrior's features. His hesitancy still shone through, but he placed both hands on the hilt and raised the blade aloft, speaking in a clear, loud voice. "I name you Avicieth, the unsung song."
Redemption's dawn. The moment he finished speaking, a blue flame rippled down the sword's blade, searing runes into the metal in its wake alongside the script I had etched there. And then a brilliant white light erupted from Avicieth. Blinding and powerful, it shot straight up into the air, a pillar of energy that transformed night into day. The very ground beneath our feet quaked. Fisher let out a surprising whoop, joy shining from his face as he followed the column of energy upward into the heavens. "Angel's breath, brother!" he hollered. "Fucking angel's breath!" Chapter 30. Swear It. The camp was in chaos when Fisher escorted me back to his tent. Nearly everyone had seen the column of angel's breath illuminating the pre-dawn sky. Those who hadn't fired questions at those who had, and all were gripped with an air of excitement. Fisher had advised Loreth to go and sleep until he came to get him later in the evening. He'd still looked dumbstruck as he headed off in the direction of his tent, cradling Avicieth like a baby in his arms. Carrion had decided that he couldn't be bothered hiking back down the hill and announced that he was going to sleep at the forge. Meanwhile, I had no idea what angel's breath was or how it would be useful on a battlefield. I was so sore I couldn't think straight, and frankly, I couldn't even remember my own name. I collapsed into a chair as soon as Fisher got me into the tent, but he shook his head, hauling me out of it again by my wrists. "I don't think so, little Osha. Come on, here. You're sleeping in the bed." "With you?" It was a challenge. I was done tiptoeing around this now. Fisher's brow dipped for a second. He seemed frustrated, but he nodded. "I need to go and talk to Wren first. But yes, I'll be sleeping here. With you." "All right, then." "But first," he pulled a face, "you need a bath." I couldn't be offended. I'd spent 15 hours slaving away in a sweltering forge and had the sweat and half of the dirt of veneer beneath my fingernails to prove it. My hair was crisp from my perspiration. My fingers got stuck in it when I tried to run my hand through it. I wanted nothing more than to be clean, but when I tried to talk myself into crossing the tent toward the beautiful copper clawfoot tub that Fisher conjured with his smoke, I found my legs uncooperative. I didn't even have the energy to talk. Fisher took one look at me and lifted me into his arms. He might have had a cutting comment for me once. "See, little Osha? Just like the butterfly I named you after. So weak, so vulnerable." But he said nothing as he carried me to the tub and carefully set me down. His eyes trailed fire over my skin as he helped me out of my clothes. I hissed, failing to raise my arms over my head, and he dispensed with the process entirely, tiny particles of midnight sand rushing over my body and helpfully dispatching my clothes. Even after a long day's work at Elroy's forge, I'd never felt this gross. Kingfisher looked at me like I was the most astonishing thing he'd ever seen, as if he didn't see the grime and the exhaustion clinging to me like a second skin. Midnight hair, jade green eyes, that strong jaw, the full mouth that softened the powerfully masculine lines of his other features. The runes at his throat pulsed like a heartbeat as he lifted me again and lowered me gently into the bathtub. I sighed in instant relief. The water was the perfect temperature. The heat worked its way into my body, easing the tension in my joints and kneading out the knots in my muscles. It was nothing short of divine. Fisher knelt on the floor, resting his forearms against the side of the copper tub. He watched me, his eyes so fierce that they stripped me even barer than I already was. It took ridiculous effort, but I lifted my hand out of the water just enough so that I could touch his hand. He didn't pull away.
Lifting his fingers an inch, he repositioned, adjusting. It was a micro movement, really, subtle, but with meaningful results. His fingertips were left resting on top of mine. We'd kissed and licked and fucked each other raw. He'd emptied himself inside me, roaring as he came. But this small, intentional contact between us was the most intimate we'd ever been. I marveled at the sight of our fingers touching, an array of emotions vying for my attention. Fisher rested his chin on top of his forearms and sighed. "What?" I whispered. He thought for a moment, appearing to decide whether he'd answer the question. Then he said, "I was wrong, you know. You are a good thief." "What have I stolen?" But he smiled a small, sad smile, slowly shaking his head. "Sleep a little. The water will stay warm. I'll be back as soon as I've spoken to Wren." I woke to hands built for violence gently soaping my scalp. No one had ever washed my hair before. It was an experience I wanted again and again, but only from him, only from Fisher. The second time I woke, he was lifting me out of the tub. His magic hummed over my naked body, leaving me dry in his arms. I didn't want clothes. I wanted to be naked, and I wanted him naked too. But the slate blue shorts and camisole he magicked out of nowhere for me were butter-soft and very pretty and left my skin almost bare. The sounds of the war camp outside faded away, leaving the tent in blissful silence as Fisher placed me into his bed and climbed in right behind me. The third time I woke, it was dark, and my stomach was growling loud enough to wake the dead. Fisher's arm was thrown over my side, one of his legs tangled with mine, the weight and heat of his body curving around me deeply reassuring. I lay as still as I could for as long as I could, relishing the quiet dark and the soft sound of Kingfisher's breathing. Half an hour passed. I'd need to get up and use the bathroom soon enough. But for the time being, I wanted to stay here and soak this in. War was at the doorstep. Tomorrow was uncertain. Hell, today was uncertain. But this tiny moment was real. It was, God's damn it, and I didn't want to let it go. I tried to relax and savor it, but a thought crept in as I lay there, a thought that would not be ignored. I had made an Alchemaran sword. Me, a pickpocket from Zilvarin. I'd learned how to reason with the Quicksilver and had struck a bargain with it, and now Lorith had a weapon that channeled vast amounts of energy. A few months ago, I'd never have thought that possible. But now, a lot of things felt like they might be possible. It had to be worth a shot, didn't it? Carefully, I reached out with my mind, searching for the buzzing hum of the Quicksilver. I found it easily, and gods, it was loud. So loud. Too loud to think around. Was this what Fisher dealt with? Every waking hour? Anarath more! Anarath more! I took a deep breath and said a silent prayer to the gods. Hello? The chanting stopped. Kingfisher stirred in his sleep, letting out a troubled sigh, but he didn't wake. I bit my bottom lip, steeling myself. If I was quick, this could all be over in a matter of moments. Tentatively, I reached out again, extending the boundaries of my mind until I sensed the restless weight of the Quicksilver. I should have prepared for this, thought of what I wanted to say. I hadn't planned for this, though, and how many opportunities would I get at this in the future? I'm Ceres. I'm an alchemist. We know who she is, the Quicksilver hissed. She is the dawn. She is the moon. She is the sky. She is oxygen in our lungs. I didn't know how to respond. Why would it say that? I was the dawn? The sky? Oxygen? I shook my head. There was no time to waste on puzzles. I want you to leave Fisher, I rushed out. Leave him? The Quicksilver asked in a quizzical voice. Yes, leave him. His body. I want you to come out of him. I'll strike a deal with you. We cannot leave him. We are him. A multitude of voices layered over each other, an echoing chorus of voices delivering news that I didn't want to hear. He is Fae. You are. You're. I didn't have a clue what it was. Not really. What the hell was I supposed to tell it? I had to keep things simple. You're Quicksilver. You're not supposed to bind with living creatures. We bind with all kinds of weapons. Fisher isn't a weapon. He's a living, breathing weapon, the Quicksilver said. The best.
We are him. He is us. We cannot leave. We will die. You'll die, or Kingfisher? All of us, the Quicksilver emphasized. We are one thing. One weapon. It was being ridiculous or stubborn, one of the two, and I wasn't in the mood. I could guide you out. I can feel you inside him. I can put you back with the other Quicksilver at Kalish, or forge you into the most impressive blade that's ever been. We were forged hundreds of years ago. We cannot be unmade. You're hurting him. Even in my head, my voice seemed to crack with emotion. He's suffering because of you. The Quicksilver was quiet. I could sense it, thinking about this. But not for long. We are him. He is us. We all suffer, alchemist. There is nothing to be done. So you're just going to keep pushing him until he cracks? Until he dies? If you kill him, what then? Then we do as all dying things do. We return to the dirt and the sea and the sky. We sleep, we evolve, we change, we transcend. You're stealing his life from him, I spat. You have no right. We gave him his life. A boy. Just a boy. He was young when he entered our pool. He should not have survived it. But he was strong, and the grand halls of the universe rang aloud with his purpose. We permitted him to live so that he might fulfill that purpose. We bound ourselves to him that he might survive. And there's no other way for him to live without... This die was cast centuries ago. We accepted our fate, alchemist. All of us did. I heard the implication in the Quicksilver's words. It wanted me to understand that Fisher had agreed to this somehow, that he'd allowed the Quicksilver to bind with him and had known what it would mean. But I couldn't make my peace with that. Why would he have struck a bargain that would eventually cost him his mind? My eyes stung behind my eyelids. I couldn't accept it. Wouldn't. There had to be a way to convince the Quicksilver to willingly leave Fisher's body. If I could talk the Quicksilver and Danya's sword into being reforged and to channel magic again, then surely I could find some deal or bargain that would entice the Quicksilver out of the male sleeping next to me. I started when something brushed my cheek. My eyes snapped open and... Oh, Fisher wasn't asleep after all. Great, just what I needed. If I was going to try and negotiate with his Quicksilver, I hadn't wanted him knowing about it. A deep sadness radiated from him as he swept away the tear that had rolled over the bridge of my nose. I assume that didn't go how you thought it would, he whispered. I sniffed. Did you hear it all? He gave a small shake of his head. Only pieces of what it said to you. But it was pretty easy to work out what you were talking about based on its responses. Damn, I should have kept my thoughts to myself. Now he knew I'd gone prying. That wasn't the best feeling. I should have just minded my own business. As if he knew what I was thinking, he said, I've been waiting to see if you'd try and yank it out of me.
You're not angry? His mouth tugged up into the smallest, saddest smile. Closing his eyes, he sighed.
Of course not. How can I be angry? You wanted to help. But now you know. It's not just inside of me. It's a part of me. Without it, I'll die anyway. So it's...
Renfis burst into the tent, dressed in full armor. His expression was wild, his face smeared with dirt. I sat up, grabbing the sheets and clutching them to my chest, alert and ready. Conversation forgotten. Quicksilver forgotten. The fact that I wasn't wearing much beneath the sheets was also forgotten. Ren cursed through his teeth in Oid Fey, casting his eyes away when he saw me.
Gods, apologies. I thought you were up at Kalish, Ceres. I'm sorry, truly I am, but I need him.
Fisher was up and out of bed a second later, a shadowy blur streaking across the tent. When he stilled by the bookcase, he was already dressed in his black leather armor, plate at his throat, and murder in his eyes.
What is it?
Demanded. The Horde. They're at the banks again. Ren clipped out.
All hell's breaking loose out there.
Fuck. Out of nowhere, the wall of silence that had fallen over the tent as Fisher had put me to bed shattered, and the sound of chaos crashed down upon us. Screams and shouts, the thunder of hundreds of boots running through the sucking mud, commands being bellowed from one side of the camp to the other, and underpinning it all, the steady pounding rhythm of hammers striking thick ice.
Boom, boom, boom.
Fuck, Fisher repeated. A length of curling black shadow extended in his hand, becoming Nimmerell.
I'm sorry. Don't. There's no need for apologies. No one's been hurt. It's a token showing. Barely 1,000 of them. Still, you should come.
Ren rushed out.
I'll see you at the river. Ceres, it'd be best if you stayed here. No, I'm coming.
That was it. Final. I was sick of being told to wait, told to stay, told to hide where it was safe. I wasn't hanging back here, pacing in a tent while Fisher, my friends, and the rest of the entire fucking war camp faced down Malcolm's monsters. It just wasn't happening. I got out of bed, not caring that I was still only wearing the shorts and the camisole. Fisher saw to that anyway. By the time my bare feet hit the rug, I was dressed in black fighting leathers and a long-sleeved black shirt to match them. Ren looked for a response from his friend.
Fisher?
Fisher stared into me. The hard arrogance he would have worn a week or two ago was gone, replaced by caution.
The only way I'm staying in this tent is if you force me to,
I said in a shaky voice. And here it was. The moment he officially won me or lost me. If he ordered me to stay and took away my will, it didn't matter how much things had changed between us.
Nor would it matter how much I needed him. I would never speak to him again, never look at him again. This would all be over before it had even had a chance to begin. That would hurt, but nowhere near as much as his betrayal would. I waited, praying to gods I'd only recently learned the names of, that he was about to make the right decision. Fisher swallowed hard. You won't go to Kalish? He asked quietly. I will not. Being banished to Kalish would be even worse. So far removed that a whole mountain range stood between me and the fight? I'd never forgive him. I wouldn't be able to, even if I tried. Don't do it, Fisher. Please do not fucking send me away. He'd set his jaw. He'd come to a decision. I braced, waiting for a shadow gate to coalesce, but... If you come, will you stay right by me? He asked. My knees wanted to buckle. I answered quickly before he could rethink this. Yes, absolutely yes. And if I tell you to stay somewhere until danger passes? I'll stay. And if I tell you to run? I'll run. He narrowed his beautiful eyes at me. Swear it.
A promise doesn't bind me the way it binds you.
I know. But humans still make promises to each other, even though they can be broken, don't they? Because they trust the other to honor their word.
Yes.
Then swear, little Osha, and I'll trust you.
A wave of hot emotion knifed me in the center of my chest. This was the kind of male I wanted to be with. I swear it. Kingfisher nodded, accepting my promise.
All right then, so be it.
Quickly, he went to the trunk at the foot of his bed and opened the lid, taking out a long bolt of fabric. I recognized it immediately. It was the bundle Fisher had fastened to Ada's saddle when we'd fled the Winter Palace. Wren's eyes went wide as Fisher placed it on the bed and unraveled the swaths of material, revealing the sword within. Not just any sword. The sword that had started all of this.
The one I'd pulled from the pool of frozen quicksilver in Madra's palace.
Solace's hilt flashed in the firelight, bright silver now, the tarnish of age that had dulled its edge nowhere to be seen. It was a breathtaking weapon. The kind songs are written about. Its pommel was embellished with a crescent moon, the horns of the crescent so close that they almost touched to form a whole circle. Script writing flowed around the hilt, down over the crossguard and spilled along the edge of the blade, written in Old Fey. Fisher turned and held out the sword to me. My father's bones rest somewhere in Zilvarin. His sword spent the past millennia there, which... He paused, considering the sword. Which makes it more Zilvarin than Evelian now, I think. The air was on fire, too hot to breathe. Fisher unhooked a leather scabbard from the wall of the tent and took it down, sliding Solace into it. Speechless, I lifted my arms as he wound the scabbard's belt around my waist. His hands worked deftly, adjusting the belt to fit my much narrower waist, and it was all I could do not to burst into tears. His father's sword? Wren stood, arms folded over his chest, watching. Our eyes met, and worry swelled behind my ribs. Would I find judgment on his face? Anger over a valuable Fey heirloom being passed into the hands of a human? Of course not. Wren's expression was one of deep satisfaction. It seemed to say, "Good, at last. This is as it was always meant to be, Saris Fane." Fisher straightened and took me in. "Okay, are you ready?" Yes. My heart kicked like a mule against my ribs, and yet I felt steady with the weight of the sword at my hip. "Be unrelenting and unmerciful in the face of the wicked dead," Fisher said. Wren laid a steadying hand on my shoulder. "And if you should find soul sundered from flesh, order a drink for us at the first tavern you come across in the afterlife. We'll settle the tab when we get there."
Chapter 31. The Darn. Lightning raked its claws across the night sky. Rain pelted us, torrential and freezing, as we ran along the western line of the war camp. Wren and Fisher were dark ghosts, blurring through the mayhem, darting straight through campfires that had already been kicked over, and around knots of warriors attempting to roll massive boulders toward the river's frozen edge. Fisher hung back, waiting for me, but I was right on their heels anyway, following at a dead sprint. Along the other side of the Darn, a line of ravening vampires snapped and snarled at the ice's edge. I could make out their shattered teeth and ruined tongues even through the lashing curtain of rain. Tonight was a little warmer than it had been since I'd arrived at Irin, and the smell that floated across the river, rotting flesh and the tang of foul metallic blood, made me gag. I switched to breathing through my mouth, only barely managing to keep my stomach. Fisher and Wren stopped abruptly at a switchback in the river, where the snowy banks were closest and formed a narrow bottleneck. Only 50 feet separated Irin and Sanisroth here. It wouldn't take much for the feeders to make the crossing. Panic lived and breathed in my veins, multiplying by the second, but I gathered it in an iron grip,
refusing to succumb to it. "Why aren't there as many of them here?" I panted. There were vampires on the opposite banks here, yes, but nowhere near as many as there were further down, where the river was wider. "The water still flows beneath the ice. The current's stronger here as it moves through this channel. That means the ice is thinner," Fisher said, "more dangerous to cross." "And they know that?" I asked incredulously. "Not in any intelligent way," Wren supplied. "Vampires can't pass over running water. They sense the current here and are afraid, but inevitably one of them dares to step out onto the ice. Then the others follow. When they do, we're here to make sure they don't make it across." Fisher glowered at the pack of vampires, pushing and shoving each other on the opposite bank. His eyes were distant, his expression troubled. "He didn't come this time," he muttered. No need to ask who he was referring to. Wren and I both already knew he meant Malcolm. The silver-haired king of the vampires was nowhere to be seen. Tonight, he'd sent his servants out to do his dirty work and hadn't deigned to come out himself. I wasn't sorry for it. The sight of Malcolm standing on the other side of the river had struck a chord of fear in me that was still rattling my bones even now. He'd been no taller than your average Fey male. In truth, he'd been leaner than most of the warriors here in camp. But the sense of power he'd given off had been staggering. I'd felt it pushing and pulling at me, looking for my weak spots, as if it had wanted to force me to my knees in supplication. If I lived another 1,000 years and never saw that dead-faced male again, it'd still be too soon. Boom, 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 boom! Like a two-part heartbeat, the sound of the hammers smashing down on the thick ice rang in my ears. "Be ready," Fisher said. His smoke rushed from his hands, forming a dark pool at his feet. It crept to the edge of the river, but hovered there, going no further. Shouts went up to the east, a furious roar of war cries. I scanned the writhing mass of bodies on both sides of the Darn, terror and relief holding hands in my chest, when I saw the first wave of vampires racing out onto the ice there, but that the huge icebreakers had succeeded in shattering the surface of the frozen river as well. "They're through," Wren observed. "It's over now. A few more solid hits." As if the crowd of vampires closest to us knew that this was their last chance, a ragged old man with half his jaw hanging loose stepped boldly out onto the ice. His shirt was in tatters, clinging to his emaciated frame. His pants were frayed and filthy, hanging from his protruding hips. Side to side, his jaw worked, his lips cracked wide open and leaking black ichor. Across the river he shuffled on rotting feet. 100 feet away, back toward camp, the Darn splintered apart, ice groaning as it gave way to hammer and axe. Vampires plunged through the widening fissures, sinking into the rushing waters below. The dead didn't swim, nor did they float. A few of the blood-mad feeders grasped hold of chunks of ice, using them to buoy themselves above the surface of the water. But it was no good. The most determined among them held on for maybe 10 seconds before their lifeless hands lost traction, and they sank below the choppy surface of the water. The ancient old man crossing toward us must have been hollow-boned like a bird. The ice held under his feet as he grew closer, which gave his companions courage. A woman came next. Her face was a ruin, her eyes missing, cheeks clawed to shreds. The wounds looked fresh, still pink in places. A day or two ago, she'd been alive. She was wearing an apron, which was a strained brown with old blood down the front. It looked like the aprons the cooks wore back at the Winter Palace. Had she worked at some fine estate somewhere? Had she stepped out for a moment to escape the heat of the kitchen, to catch a glimpse of a star or two in the night sky? Had some awful nightmare leaped out of the shadows and torn her face to shreds as it had fed? A boy, next, naked and scrawny. A woman with blackened hands and corkscrew dark curls, dragging a lifeless doll along behind her as she came. My stomach pitched when I realized it wasn't a doll, that it was a baby, punctured with hundreds of teeth marks like it was a pincushion. "Gods and sinners," I whispered. "What is this?" "Walking hell," Renfus answered grimly. "It just keeps coming." Soon, there were at least 20 vampires on the ice. The others held their positions on the bank, refusing to come forward, either too overwhelmed by the sense of the water rushing close by, or held back by some other voiceless command. But the 20 on the ice were plenty to be worrying about. "They're almost halfway," Wren muttered. "The moment they cross, I'll have their fucking heads," Fisher growled. The rain came down harder, lashing the tents and putting out the unattended fires back in the camp. It struck our skin, soaking our clothes to our bodies and plastering our hair to our scalps. I watched the vampire's slow but determined approach and had to ask, why wait? Why not do it now? "We're bound by the rules of war," Fisher said. "We can't use magic to attack or affect an enemy until that enemy has breached our border. And anyway, our magic doesn't work on Sanis Rothian soil. Fey magic needs light and light to survive. And there's nothing on their side of the river but death, darkness, and decay. Our lands are divided directly down the center line of the Darn. But the second these fuckers cross over..." It happened right as he said it. The old man with the shattered jaw stumbled beyond the midway point. Wren and Fisher acted in unison, drawing their power to them. The air crackled with energy. My teeth buzzed with it. Both warriors moved with lethal precision. Wren drew his hand back and launched a ball of blue-white light into the steel-gray sky. At the same time, a forceful ink-black wind surged from Fisher's outstretched hands. The wind struck the male vampire in the chest, howling around him and burning through the remnants of his clothes, through his sloughing skin, through the bare yellowed bones of his rib cage. The vampire snapped, infuriated by the assault, but he kept coming. One more step. 2. The wind tore away what was left of his jaw, and then Wren's brilliant orb came crashing down onto the river. It exploded into a sphere of light and heat that smashed the fragile ice from one bank to the other. The other vampires, who had still been standing on the Sanisroth side of the river, screeched and howled as they plummeted into the fast-moving depths below and disappeared from sight. All up and down the river, the ice was fractured, the way impassable. In other words, all was safe. A cheer went up amongst the Avalian Fae, bawdy and full of contempt. How many times had they stood on this bank and sent Malcolm's beasts back to Amon-Triath with their rotting tails tucked between their legs? Near was an Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. Its purpose would never be fulfilled. There would always be another night, and the ice would always freeze, and there would always need to be a battalion of warriors here to keep the horde at bay, and be ready should they one day succeed in making the crossing. The thought of it was exhausting. Some of these warriors had been here for decades, performing the same task every god's cursed night. So long that they'd named the place. They'd built homes here, had families for fuck's sake. Because, without loved ones close by and some sense of imagined normalcy, what kind of life was this? With no assistance from Belicon. "The shore! Look to the shore!" The cry was full of terror. It stopped my thoughts dead in their tracks. Kingfisher whirled around, facing the camp, his face pale as the snow, the quicksilver in his eye forming shifting patterns as he picked apart the edge of the river, searching for the cause of the alarm. He found it before me. Renfus did too. They both stiffened, a gasp of dismay slipping past Wren's lips.
What? It can't be. That's not possible.
But I could see it now. Amongst the icy rocks and the churned-up mud, there was something crawling out of the river, and it had teeth as sharp as razor blades.
Breach! Breach! Breach!
The warning spread like wildfire.
Go! I'll stay with her, Wren told Fisher. This is where you keep your promise and stay right here, Osha,
Fisher said. In the blink of an eye, he had become something wild. His skin cast off an eerie, pale glow, his dark waves blowing on an invisible wind. He had never seemed very human to me, but now, balancing on the precipice of danger, he was unspeakably fey. I'll stay. I promise. A crashing roll of thunder drowned out my words, but Fisher nodded, his eyes lingering on mine for half a second, and then he was gone. There are more crossing, a female warrior yelled. Sure enough, the vampires who had remained on the bank were now slipping down the dirty snow and falling into the river. I watched as they were swept away on the current in twos and threes, blindly clawing at each other, trying to reach the other side. But there were those that vanished below the surface of the water and did not re-emerge. I watched, horrified, as more and more of the vampires started to crawl out of the water.
Ready yourself, Wren said tightly. Let's greet the fuckers with steel.
And us, an excited voice whispered. Us too, and us. Solace. The blade with the crescent moon pommel was a god sword, after all. Of course it held quicksilver. And it was awake, alive, listening, talking to me. No time to marvel at that. There were 3 vampires scrambling out of the water, and they hadn't been slowed down by their ice-cold swim. The first shook itself like a dog, bared its teeth, sighted us, and moved. With unnatural, jerky movements, the naked young boy galloped up the bank on all fours, his jagged claws tearing holes into the snow. Wren met his attack with a flash of his sword, barely even moving as he whipped his blade around and parted the creature's head from its shoulders. The old man came next, though not as quickly. He was in rough shape after Fisher's magic, and barely managed to break into a run as he came for us. Wren spun, slicing upward, and severed the clawed hand the old man tried to strike him with. While he was unbalanced, Wren brought his blade singing through the air and took his head too. More bodies rose from the darn, far more than the 20 that had gone in when the ice broke. It made no sense. Wren cut them down as quickly as they emerged from the water, but soon there were too many for him to tackle alone. He sent orbs up into the air, which came down with frightening force, detonating the second they made contact with flesh. The feeders erupted into pale blue flames, stumbling into one another, screaming, but still they came.
Ceres, find Loreth! Head back up to the forge!
Renfis bellowed.
No!
I drew Solace, and a ripple of heat charged up my arm. The sensation took me by surprise. 2 seconds later, I was standing shoulder to shoulder with Wren before 60 snarling vampires. Wren looked at me like I was madness personified.
You promised him!
He shouted. Nodding, I raised the sword. I promised I'd stay here. If I run off into the dark by myself, I'll definitely die. He knew I'd have better odds if I was with you. There was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, Wren twisted, jamming his sword up through the skull of a vampire so disfigured that I couldn't even tell if it had been male or female.
Stubborn girl,
he growled.
Don't you dare die on my watch, Ceres Fane. Fisher will never forgive me if his sole reason for living is torn to pieces on her first fucking battlefield.
Wait a minute.
What did... Ugh, fuck!
I brought Solace up just in time. The vampire who had been about to lunge from my throat caught the weapon's edge right in the mouth. I pushed, following through on the swing, and took the top of the cursed thing's head off. It dropped to the floor, But it wasn't done with me. A bunch of mangled meat and a fragment of its lower jaw was all that was left of its head, but that was apparently enough. It grabbed at my legs, claws scraping at my leathers, its bare feet kicking at the snow. Thick as tar, black ichor spurted all over my boots. "All of it! You need to get all of the head!" Ren yelled. All of it. Okay, I could do that. I took a deep breath and stilled my mind. My training took over. All of the endless hours locked away in the attic with my mother's rebel friends, learning how to put something sharp to good use, how to move my body, how to use my opponent's own momentum against them, how to strike and retreat, strike and retreat, strike and retreat, how to shut myself down and focus on the task at hand. The vampire's lower jaw and what was left of its brainstem flew into the mud, sliced clean away. The monster fell limply to the ground for good this time, and I got to fucking work. There was a split second when the vampires were sluggish as they emerged from the water. Ren took them down in droves as they came up the bank, but I went to the water's edge and began carving them apart before they could get their bearings. Solace hummed in my hands, sending waves of energy up into my shoulders with every hit I landed. I sank down, settling my weight into the balls of my feet and my hips, and immersed myself deep into the flow of killing. "Back, Ceres! Come back!" Ren was right. There were too many of them coming to shore at once now. I danced back, light on my feet, and took up position beside him. "I'll wound them. You end them," he snarled. A blanket of black smoke swept across the river, shoving back so many of the vampires who were trying to climb onto the banks. If there was black smoke, then that meant that Fisher was alive somewhere close by. Relief rode my blood like lightning. I slammed the point of my sword through a vampire's cheek, spearing it to the ground, then ripped the sword free and severed the vile creature's head, just in time to repeat the process when Ren sent another slathering feeder my way. Time slowed down, and the strangest thing happened. My heart rate dipped. A sense of peace washed over me, acceptance and understanding. The vampire on the left bypassed Ren and came straight for me. He was moving fast. I knew he was. And yet it seemed as if he was running on loose sand. He would drop down and try to tackle me to the ground. I could see the mindless animal plan of attack already causing his knees to bend and his shoulders to hunch. The claws at the ends of his fingers, sharp as broken glass, curved, reaching for me, begging to find flesh. The answer to this was simple. I dropped to my knees and swung the blade around my face, over my head, angled the blade up, and it was done. The vampire's head rolled back down the bank and bounced when it hit the pile of bodies that had begun to form there, landing in the river with a splash. Ren paused, double-taking, his eyes round as he took me in. "What was that?" he breathed. "I don't know, The rest of the sentence was cut short when a plume of black smoke swept me up off the floor, and suddenly I was in Fisher's arms. His face was streaked with ichor, eyes full of panic. "Are you okay? What happened? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. I'm okay, I swear." The doubt on his face said he didn't believe me, but it faded away when Ren called out to him. "She's been kicking ass, brother. She wields Solace almost as well as your father did." Well, that might have been a bit of an exaggeration. It was better than the general telling him I was a liability, though, and I'd sure as hell take that. Fisher regarded me with something that looked a lot like pride. "Is that so?" "Catch up later," Ren shouted. "We're kind of busy right now." Fisher was all business again. He set me down and went to Ren's side, his magic boiling out of him in a curtain of darkness.
The second he drew Nimmerel, I knew this fight was over. Ren moved fluidly, holding back the remaining vampires with ease, but watching Fisher was something else. He didn't swing the sword, didn't wield it. The tarnished black blade and the warrior were one. He flowed. Where Nimmerel cut through the air, trailing tendrils of smoke, vampires fell like stalks of sived wheat in the sword's wake. It was both beautiful and terrifying to watch. Kingfisher turned killing into an art form. I was still admiring the way he moved when a brilliant white light lashed through the air like a whip on the lower side of the bank. For a split second, night became day. Raw, unfiltered threads of power probed across the edge of the darn, seeking multiple marks at once, and surprised shouts went up all along the bank as warriors locked in battle watched their opponents burst into flames like torches. It was Loreth. Loreth, and the angel's breath, Avazieth, had granted him, and the sight of it set my soul on fucking fire. Fisher swung Nimmerel one last time, slicing through his quarry's neck so fast that it took a moment for the creature's head to topple backward off its shoulders. Our stretch of the river was clear of vampires at last. He grinned like a madman, eyes lit up, reflecting filaments of white light as he turned to watch the spiderweb of power jumping from point to point amidst the melee, destroying everything it touched, and turning Malcolm's army into pillars of ash. Fisher threw back his head and howled. Ren joined him, and slowly, all across the rain-soaked camp, more voices joined them. Wolves all, singing out their victory. The baying shouts were still going when Fisher speared Nimmerel tipped down into the dirty snow, cupped his hands around his mouth, and bellowed so loudly that his cry seemed to shake the very heavens. Loreth of the broken spires! Loreth of the Darn! Loreth! Loreth! Loreth of the Darn! The name went up again and again. The sound of every Fey warrior in camp chanting Loreth's name was so powerful that it made my chest ache. For the first time in 1,000 years, a god sword had found an Avelian worthy and granted him magic to defend his people. I wasn't Avelian, and even I was knocked on my ass by the raw emotion filling the air. There weren't fucking words. Kingfisher! The shrill cry rose above the shouting and whooping. Even the angry crash of thunder didn't swallow it. It was female. All three of us whipped away from the celebration taking place, searching for the voice. It didn't take long to find it. There, on the other side of the river, was a woman in a ruby-red dress, her bright blonde hair streaming out behind her like a banner of gold on the howling wind. It was Everlane, and she was flanked by at least 100 vampires. Chapter 32. Taladeus. Ren and Fisher both swore at the sight of her. Everlane's mouth was open, silent panic carved into her beautiful face. From this vantage point, where Evalia and Sanasroth were closest, the river the narrowest, it was easy to make out her delicate features. Easy to see that she was terrified. A black hole yawned open behind Fisher. He was a split second away from launching through it, but Ren caught hold of him by the strap of his armor. Don't be stupid. The gate won't open on that side of the river. Gods only knows where it'll spit you out. All right, fine. Fisher batted his hand away. I'll swim across. Ren grabbed him with both hands this time, shaking him. That's what they want. The second you're on the other side of this river, you're fucked. You'll have no magic, and then what? Then I'll rip out their fucking throats and make a pile of their rotting corpses. Fisher snarled. She'll be dead before you've mown through 10 of them. Can you live with that? Of course not. Then think. Why the hell do they have Lane over there? Why isn't she already fucking dead? A good question.
My stomach rolled as one of the vampires standing next to Everlane ran a mangled tongue along her bare shoulder, keening as it drooled over her skin. It wanted to bite. Badly. But it held back. That many of them could have torn her apart in a flat second, but something was keeping them at bay. Another vampire flattened its nose against Everlane's arm, shuddering as it fought against its nature to feed. Ren cried out, the sound strangled, and it looked like he would ignore his own words and charge blindly into the river. It was Lane's outstretched palm that stopped him. "Don't! Just stay where you are!" she called. "Are you hurt?" Fisher shouted. His half-sister smiled sadly. "Only a little. I'll be fine, Fisher. Don't worry." She looked so strange. Her pale skin was lit from within, giving off an ethereal glow. Her hair swirled around her as if she were underwater, and yet she wasn't wet. Her hair, her skin, her clothes, all dry. The rain came down harder than ever, but not a drop of it touched Everlane. "Run for the river!" Ren shouted. "Swim! As soon as you're halfway, we can get you!" She responded with a regretful shake of her head. "I'd never make it, Renfus. And anyway, I can't." "What do you mean, you can't?" The question was full of panic. Sweet Everlane. She'd been so nice to me back at the Winter Palace. I'd been too overwhelmed by my new surroundings to truly appreciate it, but she'd been a friend to me, had looked out for me. And now she was in mortal peril, and there was nothing I could do to help her. Nothing any of us could do. Fisher's jaw worked, a look of devastation on his face. He knew why she couldn't come. "Her neck," he whispered. "Look at her neck." At the base of Lane's slender throat shone a thin band of gold. It was a fine thing, pretty. It looked like it was engraved with some kind of pattern, though I couldn't make out the details of the design from here. Attached to the band of metal was a thin gold chain. As I noticed it hanging down in front of her, it snapped taut, and Everlane jerked to her left, almost losing her balance. Fisher hissed as the crowd of vampires parted, and a tall, handsome male with luminous skin and cropped blonde hair came forward to stand beside her. Dressed in black pants and a tailored white shirt, he wasn't kitted out for war. His attire suggested that this little jaunt out into the rain had interrupted some kind of dinner party. Younger than Malcolm, he was a fraction taller, a fraction broader, and every bit as dangerous. I could feel his power, a sinking, penetrating cold spilling across the river, leaching into my bones. "Well met, Fisher," the vampire called over the river. "I see you've managed to restore one of your precious swords. Congratulations." "I'm sure that feels like quite a feather in the cap." As if Lorith took the sarcasm in his voice personally, a flicker of angel's breath crackled through the air. Brighter than the lightning scoring the clouds, it burned my eyes as it crashed into an invisible barrier in the middle of the river and was instantly diverted, shooting harmlessly up into the air. The vampire didn't even blink. From the way he smiled, he found the display highly entertaining. "Why don't you come over here and say hello to an old friend, Fisher? Your sister and I have a bottle of that red you like breathing back in the dining room. Why not join us for a glass?" "Fuck you, Taladeus," Fisher spat. "If you've hurt her—" "Oh, please. You know me. I don't have the stomach for hurting the things you care about. My father, on the other hand—" He trailed off, looking thoughtfully at the chain in his hand. "He does enjoy adding to his collection, and since he recently lost his most vaunted prize, it only makes sense that he'd want to replace it. Come on, you must have expected something like this from him." Hatred boiled in Fisher's eyes, but there was pain there, too. He spoke quietly this time, addressing Everlane.
I could hear him, but only just. "Malcolm bit you?" he asked, keeping his voice level. I saw Everlane's mouth move, but I wasn't blessed with Fisher's gifts. I couldn't cast my voice, and my human hearing was nowhere near as sharp as his, either. She spoke 4 or 5 words, and the tiny flicker of hope went out in Fisher's eyes. Wren saw his reaction and dropped down onto the snowbank, landing heavily on his knees, his legs refusing to support him anymore. So he's bitten her. She's not dead. I stepped closer to Fisher, placing a hand on his shoulder. Surely she'll be okay. If there's venom in her veins, Telena can heal her like she healed me. Wren shook his head. He stared at Lane, and she stared right back at him. Her shoulders shook, her chest hitching up and down unevenly. I considered it a small blessing that I couldn't hear her crying over the roar of the rain hitting the river. "She can't come home now," Wren whispered in a broken voice. "She's his." I glanced between the males, my heart skipping beats left, right, and center. "What do you mean, she's his?" "It means she's enthralled to him," Fisher said. My eyes pricked fiercely. "Enthrall? What does that even mean?" "Later, little Osha. I'll explain it all later." Fisher could barely get the words out around his grief. Wren forced himself back to his feet. Shouting across the river, his hands shook at his sides. "What do you want, Taladeus? Why did you bring her here?" The blonde vampire sneered at Wren. "Careful, Renfis. I am Lord of Midnight to you. I won't be addressed so familiarly by one so low." "He's 1,000,000 times the male you'll ever fucking be," Fisher hissed. "Now answer the fucking question and tell us why she's here." "Why do you think?" Taladeus answered tersely. "He bid me bring her. She's a trap. He wants to bend you to his will, so he's taken something precious to you, and he's broken it. Are you shocked?" He didn't wait for Fisher's reply. "You will either come and try to save her, even though doing so would be futile, or else you'll come for vengeance's sake. Either way, he knows you'll come. He doesn't care why. Only that you do." Vengeance? I didn't like the sound of this. How the fuck had Everlane wound up in Malcolm's hands anyway? I had so many more questions, but now wasn't the time to ask them. I waited to see how Fisher would respond to this, but his chin dipped down, the quicksilver in his eyes spinning so fast that it formed a solid, shining ring around his iris, and he said nothing. It seemed as though he was waiting. A moment later, I figured out why. Breathless, Loreth skidded down the slope, joining us. Just like the rest of us, he was covered in ichor and dirt. His expression bore a fury that promised to end worlds. When he saw Taladeus standing on the other side of the river, holding Everlane's chain like she was some kind of animal, his face darkened. "Motherfucker!" "Evening, Loreth." Taladeus grinned menacingly at the warrior. "Fuck. Is that—" His face paled. "Is that Everlane?" Fisher was frozen still, staring across the river at his sister. It was Wren who answered. "Yes, it's her. Malcolm's already tagged her." "But—" He glanced around wildly. "But that— Where is he?" Fisher growled at last. His words were quiet, cast at Taladeus. The vampire chose to shout back his answer with a laugh, so all could hear. "He's waiting for you, my friend." "Where?" "At the place where the two of you brokered your last deal. Honestly, I think he's hoping for a repeat performance." There won't be any more deals, Fisher snarled. I suppose we'll see about that, won't we? Taladeus considered his fingernails. Your darling Everlane was bitten 12 hours ago. You can do the math. As we speak, my father rides north with the better part of his horde. If you aren't there to meet him when he arrives at his destination, he'll see that she makes it through the change and then spends the rest of eternity on her back, being fucked raw by Amon Triath's most depraved residents. One after another, after another. Or you give him what he wants. It's that simple. And what the hell does he want? Loreth demanded. Fisher flinched as if he wished the warrior hadn't even asked. He wants me, he whispered. Taladeus's bark of amusement was as harsh as cracking ice. Yes, it's true you're on his wish list. Always, my friend. But he doesn't just want you this time. You might have been a valuable player in this game before, but a lot's changed of late. There are far more interesting pieces on the board. He doesn't get anyone else. You, of all people, know that Malcolm gets what Malcolm wants, Taladeus chided. He'll have his prize, and you know it. Well, he can't have her. Fisher's declaration boomed over the darn. It could probably be heard in the bowels of Amon Traith. The terror that rolled off him hit me like a slap to the face. I felt it deep in my bones. And I felt something else, too. Taladeus. His attention shifted to me, though his dark eyes, brimming over with merriment, remained locked on Fisher. You can kick and scream all you like, he said. But he wants the alchemist, Fisher. If he has to burn down all of Evalia to claim her, you know perfectly well that he'll do it. Chapter 33. Blood in Thanks. I can't believe we let him just drag her away like that. Loreth paced up and down in front of the map table, balling his hands into fists. Every time he spun around, he hit something with Aviciet's scabbard, clearly unused to carrying the weapon. We should have fucking done something! Like what? I'd never heard Ren sound so defeated. He sat at the head of the table, chewing on his thumbnail. Since we'd made our way back here, numb and soaked to our skin, the general had crafted the beginnings of a number of plans, speaking out loud to himself, only to hit a stumbling block and start over again. Now it seemed as though he'd officially given up. Fisher hadn't said one word since he'd stalked inside and planted himself at the seat opposite me. He just stared at me, a sea of green and silver locked onto my face, the muscles in his throat working. To be the subject of such intense focus was disconcerting at first, but I'd gotten used to it over the past hour and had resorted to staring back at him, nudging him inside my head, trying to cajole him into saying something. Come on, talk to me. Tell me something, anything, I said silently. You can't just shut down. But still not a word. Clearly, he thought sinking into a catatonic state was a perfectly acceptable coping mechanism in light of the situation. There has to be a way. Loreth kicked angrily at the pile of chopped wood by the fire. One of the pieces splintered and fell apart. He didn't even acknowledge the mess he'd made as he spun around, clouding Ren's shin with Avicieth, and stormed toward the exit. Right before barging out of the tent, he turned around and marched back again. Fisher, there are thousands of texts in the library back at Kalish. There must be something in one of them about this. Your father studied the blood curse for decades. I bet he made a note about this. How to cleanse a thrall's blood. How to burn away the enchantment between master and thrall before the conversion begins. Fisher's brow furrowed. He stared at me harder. Fisher? Loreth prodded. He can't hear you, Ren said wearily. He pinched the bridge of his nose, sagging back into his chair. Just give him some time. He's thinking. Could there be information back at Kalish about that? I asked him. But Fisher showed no sign of having heard me.
Well, shit. If he wasn't going to give me answers, then the other two males were going to have to fill me in, because my brain was about to implode. Why is Malcolm's bite so different from the other vampires? I demanded, glowering at Ren, daring him to try and brush off the question. Thankfully, he answered. Malcolm was the first to be affected by the blood curse, the very first. When Rurik Dianthus, the last Evelian king, discovered the cure, Malcolm was one of the few who chose to remain vampires. Over the centuries, the others who had accepted their curse were systematically killed off until only Malcolm remained. There were whispers that Malcolm ingested their power somehow. He is millennia old, undying, never aging. Every year he survives, he grows in strength and capability. His venom is potent beyond imagination. When one of his lords bites a victim, they can drink and sate their thirst without killing. If they bite the same human a number of times, eventually they become enthralled. There, that word. What does that mean? The victim becomes bound to the vampire who bit them, Loreth said, stepping in. Mindlessly devoted to their needs. They'll feed and fuck their master without a single thought for themselves. Inevitably, their masters grow bored and drain them, and then their victim dies. 3 days later, they rise from wherever they've been discarded and become the feeders you've seen on the river. But Everlane... I couldn't say anything else. The thought of that bastard sinking his teeth into her neck made me want to vomit. Malcolm only needs to bite once to create a thrall. Everlane is now completely under his control. Even if we broke into Amon-Triath and managed to break her free, she wouldn't come. She'd fight so she could stay and please her master. And in a little less than 56 hours, she's going to die. Don't say that. We can't know that for sure. He might decide not to drain her. He might just use her as a bargaining chip for... Malcolm's venom is lethal, Saris. All it takes is one drop. He doesn't need to drain her to kill her now. The work is done. Only 2 possible paths lay before Everlane. If Malcolm permits her to drink from him, and she actually does it, then she'll return and become something like Malcolm's lords. If she refuses to drink from Malcolm, or he refuses his blood to her, then she'll die and return as a feeder. A part of Fisher heard that. Deep down, he registered the information, and it shattered the wall he was trying to hide behind. He stood from the table, inhaling sharply, dragging his hands through his hair. "Welcome back," Ren whispered. Fisher was about to say something, but the tent flap flew back, and in came Danya, still dressed in her armor from the skirmish. Her eyes blazed with anger. She growled, lips peeled back, showing teeth, as she charged across the tent, straight for Loreth. "Danya," Ren warned, but it was too late. The female warrior had pulled back her fist and launched it into Loreth's face. He'd seen her coming, had adjusted his stance and folded his arms over his chest, but he hadn't done a thing to block her from hitting him. His nose exploded with blood when her blow landed. "Asshole! Give it to me! Give me my fucking sword!" "It isn't your sword anymore, Danya," Fisher said. "Like hell it isn't. I've carried that weapon for 313 years. I earned it." "Your father passed it down to you," Fisher corrected dryly. "The sword you once carried was unmade and reforged. This blade is new. It chose Loreth." "It's mine," Danya seethed. "We all saw her lunge for Aviciath. I couldn't have stopped her from taking such an ill-advised course of action, but Fisher, Ren, and Loreth could have. None of them did. Some lessons had to be learned the hard way. The sword she'd carried had already been silent when it had been given to her. Not even an echo of magic had remained inside it. She'd probably heard tales about what would happen to someone if they touched a god sword that didn't belong to them, but her pride was such that she really did believe the weapon hanging at Loreth's hip was hers. He let her take it. The second her hand closed around its grip, she unleashed a blood-curdling scream, and her hand detonated into a cloud of pink mist. A shockwave of blinding white light surged from Avicieth's pommel, and Danya was thrown across the map room. She crashed down onto a chair, reducing it to kindling in an instant. "Holy fucking gods," Ren uttered. "It took her fucking hand." "Maybe she'll stop punching people in the face now." There wasn't a scrap of sympathy in Fisher's voice. He went and stood over Danya, his eyes glittering and cold as ice. Meanwhile, Danya awoke from an apparent faint and realized what had happened to her hand. Her sword hand. I braced for another scream, but she choked out a sob instead. "Oh, gods, no, 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 no!" "There's a chance it can be regrown. If I take you back to Kalish and get you looked at by a healer, will you stop all of this bullshit and calm the fuck down?" Fisher demanded. Danya didn't deserve her hand to be regrown. Her theatrics had reached a point where she deserved to live with the consequences of her shitty temper. That wasn't a charitable thought on my part, but I was well and truly over her attitude. She'd been a bitch ever since Kingfisher had shown up back at the camp. We had more important things to worry about than a petulant warrior who threw a temper tantrum every time she showed up in this fucking tent. Lucky for her, Fisher was more forgiving than me. "Yes," Danya moaned. She clutched the bleeding stump left at her wrist, tears streaking over her cheeks. "I will. I swear." "So that's it? You're heading back to Kalish?" Ren asked. "We all are. 3 out of the 5 of us need to see Telena. And then we're going to tear that library apart until we find a way to help Everlane. We have time. Not much of it, but some. We need to use it wisely." Renfis was white as a sheet. If I wasn't mistaken, his hands shook with relief rather than anxiety now. Fisher had taken charge of the situation, which meant he wasn't responsible for finding a solution to this disastrous situation. He opened his mouth, ready to speak, but Fisher got there first. "Before we can leave this tent, there's something we need to do, though." He looked back at me, resolved. "Our alchemist faced the enemy tonight and stood her ground bravely. We have among us a newly blooded warrior." Oh no. Gods, no. I did not want any of them looking at me like this. Fisher's quiet pride, Ren's warm approval, Loreth's wolfish grin. Under normal circumstances, it might have been nice to be recognized for the feeders I'd taken down, but with Everlane's outlook so bleak, I couldn't bear it. "I don't want to fuss," I said. "You don't want to fuss?" Loreth laughed. "This isn't about you, Saris. This is about us recognizing one of our own and paying due respect. You don't get a say in the matter." I looked to Ren for help, but he shrugged apologetically. "Sorry, he's right." "Look, whatever this is can wait. We're in the middle of a crisis. There'll be time later for... I don't even know what you're planning on doing, but it can wait." Fisher wasn't persuaded by my argument. Not one little bit. He leaned back against the table, folding his arms across his chest. "We don't let things like this wait. We're at war. There's no guarantee any of us wake up tomorrow. We celebrate our wins as they come, and we damn well make sure our warriors know their worth." Loreth was first to step forward, He drew Avicieth and sank to his knees, running his palm along the blade. A stream of crimson blood ran in its wake. He pressed his hand against my chest, right between my breasts. The contact wasn't sexual, but Kingfisher still huffed a little. "My blood in thanks, sister," Lorith said softly. He got up, still grinning at me like an idiot, and moved out of the way so that Renfis could take his place. The general sank to his knees, then nodded as he sliced open his own hand with a dagger and placed it over the bloody print that Lorith had made. "It was my honor to fight alongside you," he said. "My blood in thanks, sister." My cheeks were burning, 1,000 degrees and climbing, when Fisher quietly came forward and knelt at my feet. His halo of dark hair was all over the place, his skin pale in the flickering torchlight. His eyes were steady, though. They ran me through as he withdrew Nimmerelle and closed his fist around her edge. When he placed his hand against my chest, he tapped his index finger and middle finger against my sternum, in time with my racing heart. Giving me a very tired, very sad smile, he said, "I give you my blood in thanks, Cerys Fane."
Chapter 34. A Secret. Human had come first, then Oshalith, or Osha, said with a hefty amount of disdain. Then Little Osha, which had first been mocking but had then shifted to an endearment. But Fisher had said my name. Finally. And it was weird. Loreth rubbed his knuckles up and down his sternum, frowning. Ren laughed under his breath, ducking his head. Danya said something in Old Fey and spat on the ground, still cradling the smoking stump at the end of her right arm. But fuck Danya. Danya was the worst. And me? I just stood there like an idiot, not sure what to do or say, as the shock sank into my bones. Fisher was immediately all business, opening up a shadow gate. I passed through first and found myself transported into the dining room, where I had first encountered the feeders. I sat at the table, impatiently rapping my fingernails against the wood as I waited for the others. Danya came next. She scowled when she saw me. Her thick blonde war braid was spattered with blood. "Well, look at you, the jumped-up little alchemist, sitting in pride of place at the family table. You'd better move before the others arrive, or you're gonna find yourself very embarrassed." I was sitting where I always sat now, to the right of Fisher's chair. But the way Danya sneered at me made me think I'd made a very grave social error. It wasn't the first time someone had reacted to me sitting here. First, there had been the fire sprites. Archer had burst into flames when he'd seen me sitting in this seat. Then there had been Ren, choking on his food. I looked up at the ceiling, leaning back into my seat. What's the big deal? It's just a chair. I said it oh so flippantly. If she knew I was really interested in the answer, she probably wouldn't tell me just to be difficult. Danya kicked the legs of the chair opposite me, shoving it back so she could sit down. "That seat is reserved for the lady of the house, you stupid girl." Etiquette dictates that only Fisher's wife is permitted to sit there. It's a position of high honor meant for a fey female born into one of the old houses. And you're just sprawled out there like you own the damn seat. It's offensive that he even lets a human sit at the same table as him. But this... She waved at me with her remaining hand. "This is just too much. Like I said, you should move." While she spoke, Ren stepped through the swirling gate carrying a pile of books, leather bags, and 6 or 7 long rolled-up scrolls under his arm. Danya smirked, as if I was in for it now, and she couldn't wait to watch me get dressed down. But Ren assessed the scene, shot me a wink, and said, "Don't you worry, Cerys. You're perfect right where you are." Danya's mouth fell open. "What the fuck? You all treat her like some important foreign emissary. She's just a human. What other rules will she be allowed to break?" I hadn't heard Fisher come through the gate.
I felt his presence, though, a pleasant warmth in the back of my mind. The scent of the forest enveloped me as strong, tattooed hands rested on top of my shoulders. No rules have been broken, Danya, and even if they had, that wouldn't be any of your business. Aghast, the female took him in, standing there behind me, his hands on my body. You can't be serious, Fisher. We all know you fucked her. The whole camp can smell it on the two of you. But she's a human. And? Ren dumped everything he was carrying down onto the ground with a snarl. She's honorable and brave, not to mention the most powerful alchemist ever documented. She disarmed you in half a fucking second, if you recall. Who the fuck are you to say she and Fisher don't belong together? Whoa. Belong together? Behind me, I felt Fisher stiffen. Any moment now, he'd spit out some scathing remark, telling them not to be so fucking stupid. I would laugh off the sting of his contempt at Ren's suggestion, and we'd all go back to worrying about the truly important matter at hand, Everlane. But Fisher said in a very calm tone, "My personal life isn't up for public discussion." Holy fuck! Why is it so cold in here? Carrion was carrying a sword and the potted plant under his arm, still wearing his thick coat with the coarse fur over its wide collar. I found him up at the forge, Lorith said, stepping through the gate behind him. He was still asleep. Hey, don't say it like that! Swift shot him a wounded look. We had a very long night, you know. You slept through a battle, Lorith said. And I'm a very heavy sleeper. What's with the plant? Ren asked. Carrion shrugged. I don't know. I liked the look of it. It was the only green thing for a mile amongst all that white. I figured it deserved an easy life if it had made it this far growing out of a snowbank. Plus, my tent was so bare. It needed a little cheering up. For fuck's sake, this is ridiculous. Danya rose from her chair. I can't spend another minute in here with scatterbrained humans. Just because they're pretty. She wobbled, her eyes glazing over. Tucking her chin, she reached for the edge of the table, but her fingers found nothing but air. Lorith, Fisher said quietly. Fuck. Do I have to? Please? Lorith grumbled as he crossed the dining room in 4 long strides and caught Danya right as she fainted. He did not look pleased to be holding the female in his arms, and I couldn't say I blamed him. She's lost a lot of blood, Fisher sighed. Come on, we'll take her to the healer. And what about us? I asked. We can't just sit here. I need to do something. Fisher reached for me. I lifted my hand, just enough so that he could hook the tip of his index finger around mine for a second. Go to the forge. Get to work on the relics. Make as many as you can, Saris. I have a feeling we're going to need them. Ren left with the others, saying he needed to check the grounds and let the guards know we were here. As soon as we were alone, Carrion threw off his coat and pointed emphatically at the door, after the Fae who had just exited through it. Did you hear that? He said. What? That smoking hot blonde said I was pretty. God's alive, Carrion. Do not tell me you have a thing for Danya. She's fucking awful. He shot me a rakish grin. I love a girl with a sharp tongue and a bad attitude. Kinda makes my dick hard. The rain had stopped, thank the gods. Onyx snuffled into the forge, his nose glued to the ground, following a trail. He squealed when he saw me, his whole body wiggling with excitement. I spent half an hour giving him pets and treats from the plate of food a timid fire sprite delivered for us, and then he happily headed out into the courtyard to sit in the dark, his little fluffy head tipped up towards the stars. It was already well past midnight. Had this been a normal day, we should have been thinking about going to bed.
but we'd slept from dawn until dusk when Wren had come to tell us the horde were at the river. And after fighting and ending so many feeders, and then the awful news of Everlane's capture, I was officially awake. Good thing I had a mountain of work to keep me occupied. The tiny orb of quicksilver rolled around in the bottom of the crucible in a languid, anti-clockwise direction. Negotiating with this quicksilver had turned out to be tricker than when I'd forged a Visieth. It insisted it didn't want anything, that it had no interest in being a relic. It was bored of me poking and prodding at it, and it didn't want to be bothered anymore. We're wasting time, and I'm confused. You have the ability to command the stuff to do what you want it to do. Why don't you just force it to comply? Carrion asked. I'm not forcing it to do anything. It's sentient, Carrion. It has a mind of its own. It thinks. It talks. I really wished it didn't. And I'm not going to make it do something it doesn't want to do. Carrion knew about the bargain Fisher had tricked me into. He knew how I felt about being stripped of my free will. It was surprising that he'd even suggest this. He plucked one of the fey rings out of the wooden trunk by the hearth and flicked it up into the air. A flare of silver flashed in an arc as it spun. Distractedly, he said, I take it you've forgiven our benevolent kidnapper for his crimes, then. You and he seem very close. I'm not talking about Fisher with you. I set down the crucible so I could stoke the coals in the hearth. Why not? As you so forcefully reminded me recently, we're not exes. We only slept together once. I assure you, you're not going to hurt my feelings. He leaned against the bench, waiting. I don't want to talk to you about him because you'll use whatever I say to taunt me. Come here and pump these bellows. He looked affronted. What, am I your slave now? If you insist on staying in here and annoying me, then you're going to make yourself useful at the same time. Those are the rules. He made a face but still came, took hold of the bellows handles and began to pump them. Come on. We're going to be stuck in here for hours. You might as well tell me. I won't taunt you, I promise. I snorted. Carrion's promises weren't worth the paper they were written on. He was notorious for swearing things left, right, and center, and then not honoring his word. It would be very stupid of me to expect him to keep this promise. But I found myself starting to speak. I've forgiven him, I suppose. Yes. He didn't make me do anything that hurt me or anyone else. He compelled me because he thought it would keep me safe. And he knows what'll happen if he ever does it again. This would earn a snide remark from Carrion, surely. But no. All 5 hells must have frozen over. He just nodded. You know, I thought it was weird when he bribed me to take a bath with those boots. I asked one of the sprites who came to bathe me. You know, one of the water sprites with the giant... He mimed cupping a pair of sizable breasts on his own chest. I asked her why they were trying to flay 3 layers of my skin off with that weird moss, and they said it was special. They said fae who liked to bed hop were fond of it, 'cause it eradicated the scents of their other partners. I couldn't think of why Fisher would care if I smelled like those triplets who just started working at Kala's. Gods, you're incorrigible. He waggled his eyebrows. But then, I realized that it was you. He didn't want me smelling like you. I refrained from commenting. I had suspected that was why Fisher had made Carrion take that bath, but I'd never said it out loud. Not even to give him shit. I didn't know how it made me feel back then, and I was too much of a coward to admit how it made me feel now. I went and collected the crucible with a pair of tongs. On my way over to the hearth, Carrion flicked the ring he was fiddling with into the air again, and I snatched it mid-spin before he could, dropping it into the iron pot with the quicksilver. "What, you have nothing to say about that?" he asked. "Not really. Who knows why he did it? Maybe he just thought you stank. Hey, look, Fisher has his secrets. I don't stick my nose where—" A secret. I stopped talking, canting my head to one side. I had heard that, right? The quicksilver had just spoken? "What?" I asked out loud. "I said," Carrion began, but I held my finger to my lips, glaring at him, then pointed to the crucible. He got it immediately and shut his mouth. "A secret," the quicksilver whispered. "We like secrets. We'll change for you if you tell us one." Huh. So that's what this quicksilver wanted. One secret? That I could manage. I'd learned my lesson after giving that song to the quicksilver in Avicieth, and it had ceased to exist, though. I was going to be smarter this time. "If I tell you a secret, will I still remember it afterward?" I asked aloud. "Of course," the voice replied. "And will it still be a secret?" "You will know, and so will I. But I won't tell, I swear it." All right. So it wouldn't erase any information from my mind, nor would it spread the information around so that everybody knew it. Then there was nothing to worry about, I supposed. I didn't say it out loud this time. I spoke only for the quicksilver. I don't want to go back to Zilvarin anymore. Not forever, anyway. I want to go home, get Hayden and Elroy, and then bring them back here to Avelia. This wasn't the most scintillating, realm-shattering gossip imaginable, but to admit to it was massive for me. I had spent every waking moment in this place fighting to get home so I could save my brother and my friend. But then I'd found out that they didn't need saving, not the way I'd thought they would. And I'd made friends here, friends I cared about, who I had the ability to help win a war that had taken over their lives for hundreds of years. And there was Fisher. Things were uncertain on that front. Maybe I was fooling myself, and he would discard me after he'd had his fun. But either way, I didn't want to leave him. The quicksilver rippled in the crucible, geometric patterns forming and reforming over its surface. It was beautiful to look at, but strange. I hadn't seen it behave like this before. Yes, a good secret. Very good. You want to stay. You want to save him. You must. You must. I frowned, watching the quicksilver closely as it vibrated next to the ring in the bowl of the crucible. Save him? I thought. Hayden? Yes, I want to bring him here. Not the brother. The Kingfisher. The quicksilver buzzed. Save him. Save the gates. Save Ivalia. I just love it when you disappear into tense conversations with creepy portal metal, Carrion quipped, hoisting himself up to sit on the bench. It's fascinating watching you do all of those facial gymnastics. Just a moment, Carrion, I whispered. Then to the quicksilver I said, What do you mean, save Kingfisher? He's here. He's okay. I watched the quicksilver roll over the ring, enveloping its surface, coating it, sinking inside it. It said, We are token, key, relic, shield. The words overlapped like layers of cloth, one on top of the other, but I still heard each one perfectly. Seal us with blood, alchemist, the relic demanded. Blood. It always came down to blood in the end. Sighing, I took out the dagger that Fisher had given me back in the Winter Palace and used it to prick the tip of my index finger. A tiny bead of glossy red blood welled there. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick, Carrion groaned, looking up at the ceiling. I am not good with blood.
I rolled my eyes, squeezing my finger and holding it over the crucible. The tiny bead formed a teardrop, wobbling, and then it fell, hitting the ring. Wild. My blood didn't roll off the band of the ring. It was absorbed into it, just like the quicksilver was. Complete. We are complete. Picking up the ring, I held it up to the light, and I felt that it was indeed complete. Both the key and the lock. Whole. I couldn't explain how I knew the process had worked, but I was sure. The silver band was beautiful, still marked with its original engravings. Whoever this ring belonged to would be pleased that it still bore their family's crest. "But what did you mean about saving Fisher?" I pressed. "He's safe here. Why does he need saving?" The ring said nothing. Nothing at all. Frustration welled up in me, and I didn't know why I did it, but I was compelled to act. I wasn't even aware of what I was doing as I slipped the newly made relic onto my middle finger.
The forge went dark. An icy wind lanced through me, whipping my soul. And the sound. Gods, the sound. A million different voices chanting with a deafening might. Anarath Moor, Anarath Moor, Anarath Moor, Anarath Moor, Anarath Moor, Anarath Moor. Saris? The roaring cut off dead. The candles in the forge strengthened, the flames leaping up the back of the hearth, licking over the blackened brickwork. And then, just had it been only moments before, everything was normal again. I tore the ring off my finger, panting. My heart pounded, a terrible sense of hopelessness solidifying in my gut. I wouldn't be doing that again. Telena was at the open doorway, technically standing inside Kalish. Wren's magic still overlaid the doorway to one of the guest bedrooms back in the manor house, with the entrance to the forge outside, located by the stable, ensuring the house would be safe should I accidentally blow myself up. The healer wrung her hands, eyeing the doorway with surprising suspicion. As always, her jet-black hair was tied into long braids that went all the way down to the small of her back. The tips of her pointed ears poked out between them. Complementing her flawless umber bronze skin, she wore a gown made of iridescent blue material that flowed around her as she shifted from one foot to the other. "I just wanted to come and see how you were. I heard you fought earlier," she said. "Do you have any cuts or scrapes that need attention?" I didn't get a chance to reply. Carrion, dog that he was, jumped in before I could get a word out. He hopped off the bench, crossed the forge, and leaned against the wall by the doorway in that practiced, careless way of his. "You look stunning this evening, Telena. You're literally the only good thing about being back here." She laughed. "Aside from the running hot water, you mean? And the soft feather beds? And the endless supply of delicious hot food?" "No. I hate every single one of those things," he said theatrically. "You remain the only bright star in a sea of darkness here. Tell me you've changed your mind about having dinner with me." She gave him a chastising look, holding up both of her hands and showing him their backs. "I regret to inform you that I am still happily mated and married, Carrion Swift, and my husband isn't the type to share." "Is he handsome?" Carrion arched his eyebrows suggestively. "I do love a husband and wife team. Maybe he'll let me join you both if he—" A high-pitched ringing sound filled my ears. It blocked out Carrion's overt attempts at seduction and Telena's very polite rebuff. The Fey healer had lowered her hands again, but I was staring at them, eyes fixed on them. They were marked with runes. Some of her fingers bore 1 or 2 runes, others had none. There was an elegant design on the back of her right hand, but the other was bare. Louder, the ringing in my ears intensified. I hadn't even realized that I was crossing the forge until I was standing in front of Telena, and I was gesturing to her hands. I'm sorry, I've never seen such pretty tattoos before. Would you mind showing them to me? You sound weird, Carrion said, and I'm trying to help her forget the tattoos, not make a big deal out of them. Gods, you sure know how to ruin a guy's chance of getting laid. Telena laughed again. Carrion, let me put this as plainly as I possibly can. So long as the sun still rises and sets every night, I am never going to sleep with you. To me, she said, Of course. Thank you, Saris. I think they're pretty too. My husband and I designed them together. She had beautiful hands, graceful and slender with long fingers. 3 out of the 5 fingers on her left hand bore runes. 2 on her index finger, 2 on her middle finger, and only 1 on her little finger. On her right hand, there was a single rune on her index finger and another on her ring finger. And that was it. She traced her fingers over the ink on the back of her right hand, beaming as she extended it out for me to see properly. It's a Fae custom to mark our skin on our 5th wedding anniversaries. We tattoo the blessings we pray for onto our hands in the hopes that they become manifest. Yaz and I decided on a harmony mark, a longevity mark, and 2 child marks. Greedy, I know, to wish for 2 children. 1 would be blessing enough, but she shrugged. No point in holding back when it comes to these things, right? I'm sorry, Fuck. Why was it so hard to breathe? I'm not sure I understand. So you design these tattoos yourselves? And someone inks them into your skin? Telena nodded. Yes. We wait until the 5th anniversary to do it, because some marriages fail in the early years. It can happen. We're advised to be cautious and wait until we're sure of each other before binding our skin. Yaz and I wanted to get our marks after just 2 years, but the elders said we should wait. My mind was racing, 1,000,000 miles a minute. So they don't just show up on their own? The marks? Like, out of the blue? Overnight? Or, well, you're having sex with someone? Telena laughed brightly. Of course not. Don't be silly. The edge of panic rising inside me settled just a little. But then Telena spoke again. Once upon a time, that was the case, back when true mating bonds existed. Unions between true mates were blessed with marks from the fates. That's where the tradition of inking our hands originated from. But there's no such thing as true mates anymore. When the gods left Avelia, certain elements of our magic either died or waned over time. The god swords, for example. They were very slowly cut off from the source of the magic they channeled. Our ability to form mating bonds also died out over thousands of years, until it disappeared altogether. Right. Oh, gods. I needed to sit down. So it's just a tradition now. People cover their hands in runes. For luck. I wouldn't say we cover ourselves in them, Telena answered. I knew a couple who decided on 7 runes once. 7 is an auspicious number, after all. But there are those who considered that a little greedy. From the tone of her voice, Telena herself was amongst that number. 7? 7 runes. My mind scrambled to try and remember how many runes had marked my fingers. How many runes had interlocked on the back of my right hand? I had no idea, but there had been a lot of them. So many. And what about script? Writing? I could only get a few words out at a time. Do people get that sometimes? Going around their wrists? Oh, no. Definitely not. You only see that kind of thing in storybooks, Telena scoffed. They called it a god binding, a blessing from the gods themselves. They weren't real, of course. The most important couples in Avalian history were said to have had them, but it was all romantic rubbish. Just something storytellers embellished to make their tales more tragic. Plus, they looked impressive in the illuminated books. I met her eyes, but I was looking right through her. Tragic. The lovers in those stories always suffered terribly. One of them always died. They were beautiful tales, but they ended with heartbreak. Sounds awful. I tried to laugh but couldn't find the breath for it. Worry flitted across Telena's face at last. Are you okay? You're looking a little pale. Yes. Yeah, I'm fine. Do you happen to know where Fisher is? He asked me to tell you that he'd be waiting for you in his room. Oh, great. Thanks. I think I might go and find him, actually. There's something I want to talk to him about. Chapter 35. Oracle. Onyx followed me out of the forge and trotted along beside me as I hurried through the halls of Kalish. He scooted into the bedroom as soon as I threw open the door, leaping up onto the bed, where Fisher was sitting up against the pillows, shirtless, scanning the pages of a book. He smiled when the little fox leaped into his lap and began licking his chin. Actually smiled. That smile faded when he turned his attention to me and saw the state I was in. Fuck me, little Osha. Did you get attacked on the way over here? You're sweating. I slammed the door closed behind me. Why wouldn't you say my name? Before, I panted. What? Weeks and weeks I've been here now, and up until today you refused to say my name. Why? He set down the book on the bed, gently removing Onyx from his lap as well. I've just had a really interesting conversation with Telena. I was too sick to notice before, when she used to come and heal me after that run-in I had with that feeder. But she has these crazy tattoos all over her hands. I held up my own for effect. She was telling me all about where they came from and why, and then, haha, imagine my surprise when she told me about god bindings, Fisher. Fuck, he whispered. That's so funny. That's exactly what I said. Look, tell me why you wouldn't say my name, I growled. My heart hammered like a piston in my chest. If I didn't sit down soon, I was going to fall down, but I wanted to hear him say it first. I wanted his fucking confession. I know you can't lie to me, so come on. Tell me why. He sat there, his bare inked chest not moving, his black waves tumbling into his face. So perfect, so handsome. And that curse fucking thing deep down in the basement of my soul ached and said mine. You know why, he said into my mind. No, Fisher. Out loud. All right, fine. Have it your way. At first, I didn't say it because I fucking hated you, he said. Hated what you represented. My blood was cold as ice in my veins, but I had to hear it. And what was that? Weakness. Vulnerability. I am not weak, Fisher. I'm not like those butterflies, pathetic, hatching and dying in the cold. Not you. Me. He thumped himself in his chest, suddenly furious. My weakness. My vulnerability. I've known for centuries that you were coming. That you were just going to show up one day and change everything. You're the chink in my armor, Saris. The soft spot where the knife slides in. You are the thing that Malcolm will hurt to hurt me. And I couldn't fucking bear it. I bit the end of my tongue until I tasted blood. And yes, I told you once about the Oshalith. Yes, I told you that they hatched and died in a day. But I was being cruel, Saris. I didn't tell you about them properly. Nothing inside the bedroom changed. Nothing moved. but the air seemed to still. The figures in the paintings on the walls, with their faces slashed to ribbons, seemed to all hold their breath. "What do you mean?" I whispered. "The Oshalith hatch once in most Fae lifetimes. Up north, in the wastelands, far beyond Ajin's sky, where the dragons used to live. The air's so cold there that it'll freeze in your lungs if you breathe it in without a mask. No life exists there for long. But once in 1,000 years, the howling winds drop, signaling the coming of the Oshalith. News of that event travels quickly. That's when the bravest of our kind set out. They go on foot where no horse can go. When they reach the valley where the Oshalith hatch, they find the butterflies' cocoons, and they shield them with their bodies. They give them whatever heat they can, for as long as they can. It can take up to 12 hours for them to break out of those cocoons. But when they do..." Kingfisher swallowed, shaking his head. "It's the most beautiful thing a person can experience in this lifetime. They glow blue and pink and silver with an ethereal light. They have music, though no one knows how. A sweet, soft song that's capable of healing. The Oshalith mate and lay their eggs, but once that's done, they fill the air and they dance. Protecting them while they live is considered a sacred rite that many die in order to perform. That's what Oshalith means in Old Fae, Saris. Most sacred." He closed his eyes for a moment, his expression pained. His breath came ragged and uneven. "All names hold power in this place. Every name means something. We have true names that we don't share with anyone. Not our friends, not our families. Our mothers are often the only people who actually know it. And even a mother might use her child's name to her own advantage in the pursuit of power. This place, it's fucked, okay? And you show up, and you have one fucking name, and everybody knows it. And I couldn't say it because I was scared of what it would do to me when I did. It would be like acknowledging you were here after all this time. So I called you Osha instead. But it meant more, Saris. To me, it meant more." He wasn't being serious. There was no way. "All of this time," I whispered. "But you called me that from the very start." Kingfisher nodded slowly, eyes shining bright. "Most sacred," he repeated, whispering the words. I covered my face, and I gave in. I sobbed. The name he gave me, the name I hated, was a declaration of what I meant to him even then. For a long, long time, all I could do was cry through this monumental revelation. Eventually, a kind of stillness settled inside me, though. "How did you know? That I was coming? You said that you knew." Fisher set his jaw. "I was told, a long time ago, by my mother. She was an oracle. I didn't believe her, but then, when I was taken..." He swallowed hard, his eyes watering. Quickly, he scooted to the edge of the bed, planting his bare feet against the floor. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. I stepped forward, but his hand shot out, gesturing for me to stay where I was. Screwing his eyes shut, he leaned forward, gripping hold of the edge of the bed until his tattooed knuckles turned white. After way too long, he drew in a shallow breath. He was all right. He was breathing. I staggered back, letting out a sob as I hit the chest of drawers behind me and slowly sank to the floor. "I have to be careful," he gasped. "I can't..." Trailing off, he sent me a sidelong look that begged me to understand what he was telling me, that there were things he couldn't say without suffering dire consequences, that I had to fill in the gaps for myself. "She wrote about you,"
he whispered. My mother. Pages and pages. She knew that she'd die soon, and so she wrote me a book. A mother is always there for her son, she told me. It doesn't matter that he grows and steps into his power. Even the strongest warrior's heart can break. His soul can still be crushed. Since I won't be able to comfort you when the challenges before you feel too great, take this book and keep it as a guide. Above all, know this. There will be times when the world seeks to destroy you, Kingfisher. But you are stronger than you can ever know. You will not falter, and you will not face it all alone. My anger was a powerful thing, but in the face of this revelation, it wavered. I didn't know how to feel. This was a lot to take in. Fisher hung his head, a bitter smile at his mouth. She said, "When I needed you most, you'd come blazing into my life like a meteorite, riding on a wave of chaos that would turn my whole world upside down. That you'd shine so brilliantly that you'd light up hell itself and guide me out of the darkness. She had no idea what your name would be, just that you'd have dark hair and a beautiful smile, and that I'd love you with a fierceness despite myself." My heart squeezed, my throat burning with emotion. Centuries ago, a mother had looked into her son's future, seeking comfort, to assure herself that he would live a good life, and she had seen the pain and suffering the fates had in store for her boy, and then she had seen me and known that he would be okay. The weight of that. Fuck, I couldn't breathe. She said she felt like she knew you, that you and she were friends, even though 1,000 years stood between you. She drew you. Fisher's voice grew tighter as he fought to speak. Balancing on the edge of tears, he forced himself to laugh instead of cry. And she captured you almost perfectly, too. I wasn't as strong as Fisher. I let my tears fall. Almost? I whispered. Fisher swallowed, looking down at his hands. He looked half broken when he met my gaze again. She was wrong, sometimes. About little things, small details with big consequences. He pointed to his ear. In all of her drawings of you, your ears were like mine. You were Fae. And when I saw, he sucked in a deep breath, sat up a little straighter. When I felt solace calling to me, and I stepped into that pool, I saw that you were human. And I knew in an instant how easily this place would destroy you. So I made the decision to leave you there. But I couldn't leave you, could I? He continued. Your stomach was torn wide open. You were dying. I had no choice but to bring you back. So I decided to be awful to you so you'd fucking hate me and want nothing to do with me. Stellar plan, I whispered. That really panned out. His crooked smile nearly broke my heart. Be honest, I think it worked a little bit. Ruefully, I shook my head. Would those marks have shown up on my hands if it had? No, he admitted. I don't think they would. What do they mean, Fisher? For us? Didn't Telena tell you? He asked. I want you to tell me. The room was thick with quiet. Fisher stared down at the rug, picking at his thumbnail. My mother never said anything about a mating bond. They haven't existed for so long. The thought never even crossed my mind. But when I found you lying in that pool of blood, I felt it, like a band snapping into place. I smelled it on you, too, and I was so fucking angry. He clenched his jaw. Angry that the fates had sealed us that way, when no one else in living memory had been affected by a bond. Angry that it had happened before either of us had even had a chance to get to know each other. I had no idea the marks would show up like that, without any fucking warning, without us being married or even deciding for ourselves that we wanted to be together. I saw them appear while you slept the other night. I watched them growing darker, one after the other, more marks than I'd ever heard of, and it scared the hell out of me, Saris." He nodded sadly to himself. "Historically, marks like that come at a cost. They're the kind of marks that people will want to write stories about, and not happy ones." So it was true then. Telena's was right. Tragic, she'd said. The word echoed through the empty halls of my mind, growing louder with each repetition. "I'm not well," Fisher whispered. "I can't sleep. I'm haunted, constantly. I see things, I hear things, and it's getting worse." He hooked his pendant around his finger, closing his hand around it. "This won't help for much longer." "I can make you another relic. I just made one." "This isn't just a relic, Saris. It's warded with spell work, too. My mother went to the witches and had it, along with a number of other items made for me before she died. Things she knew I'd need. But this thing inside me is getting stronger. There isn't a spell in existence strong enough to keep it at bay forever. Soon enough, the pendant won't work at all, and I'll be lost. But you don't need to worry. I refuse to bond you to me with that on the horizon. I won't accept it."
"I won't have you chained to me when things get really bad."
"You rejected our bond?" My throat throbbed when I spoke. The words cut like blades. I walked an emotional tightrope, torn straight down the middle by what I was learning. Fisher sighed. "I'm not sure how it works exactly. I scoured the library at Kalish. For 2 weeks I read everything I could lay my hands on that referred to the mating bond. I wanted to find a way to prevent it from forming in the first place, even though I knew it was already too late for that." He shrugged. "I did read that if marks appeared, a waiting period could be initiated, though, where either party could choose to accept or reject a bond. I initiated the waiting period for us back in Ballard." The pieces were beginning to fall into place now. "So that's what all of those books were for? In your tent back in Anir?" The thought of it made me want to curl into a ball and stop breathing. "That's what you were doing all that time you were gone? After I was bitten by the feeder? You were looking for a way to free yourself." Fisher's eyes were hollow. Slowly, he shook his head. "I was looking for a way to save you." "So you evoked the waiting period. For me. For my own good. Because it was the right thing to do," I snapped. Fisher laughed, the sound bitter. "Rejecting the bond altogether would have been the right thing to do." "Then why didn't you?" I've asked myself that question a lot. I'd decided that's what I was going to do when I watched them darken on your skin, especially when I saw the god bindings appear. But then, when it came down to it, I couldn't do it. I don't know why. I just couldn't. But don't worry. The month will pass and nothing will change. First, we're going to get Everlane back. Then you'll finish making the relics. Once that's done, you'll go back to Zilvarin and your brother." I was drowning by the second, dragged deeper into misery, further from hope and happiness. "Oh, great. You've got it all figured out then. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you." Fisher looked stung by my tone. Good. He fucking should be. "Saris." No, really. I'm thrilled that you've had so long to think about all of this, that you've known for hundreds of years that I was going to show up in your life, that you knew what those tattoos meant, and you got to decide that you were going to reject me for my own good and send me packing back to Zilvarin. I'm ecstatic that you've made all of these awful, difficult decisions on my behalf, Kingfisher." "Oh, come on. Be realistic." Fisher stood, dragging his hands through his hair. He towered over me, a wall of muscle and ink and despair. Does it change anything? Now that you know all of this, do we suddenly have more options available to us? Ones that don't completely fucking suck? I don't know if it changes anything. You're the one with all the answers. What does your mother's book say happens next? Fisher's jaw worked. It says nothing. You were right at the end of the book. She wrote only that I'd find you, and the fates would guide our path from there. Well, wasn't that just wonderful? I let my head fall back against the chest of drawers and closed my eyes. Fuck the fates. They don't get to decide shit for me. I decide what my future is going to be. You have to go home, Saris. You can go back and work to free your people. You can still be happy. I'm going to die and... My eyes snapped open. What do you mean you're going to die? You aren't dying. You're... He let out the heaviest sigh I'd ever heard. He came and stood in front of me and dropped down into a crouch. When he reached for my hand, I pulled it away, slamming my elbow against the chest of drawers in the process. He tutted, reaching for my hand the second time. This time I let him have it. He threaded his fingers with mine and looked down at our joined hands for a very long time.
You're right, he said at last, looking up at me. Being driven to the point of madness by pain and horrific hallucinations won't kill me, no. But it's no life. At least not one that I want to live. And I won't be safe. I'll end up hurting the people I care about. In the very least, I'll be a burden. And I won't saddle you or anyone else with the burden of caring for me. That's just not happening. So you're just gonna fucking kill yourself? He was tensed, a bowstring ready to snap. Renfis will help. I shoved him as hard as I could, pushing him away. He toppled back, landing on his ass, the move taking him by surprise. I jumped up and stepped over him, putting space between us. Don't you dare finish that fucking sentence, I seethed. You're so fucking selfish. The silver in his right eye swallowed the green. Righting himself, he sat up, hooking his elbows around his knees. And gods, the expression on his face. He was ruined. I know, he choked out. I don't want this. I want... But whatever he would say after those words was too painful. He bounced his legs, letting out a shaky breath. Suddenly, it hit me. You can't just give up. If you die, so does Loreth. What? You saved him. You gave him part of your soul. If you die, you'll be trapped, waiting for your soul to be made whole again before you can move on. Fisher arched an eyebrow, displeased. That was private. I suppose he's just going around telling everyone that now. Look, I've made my peace with whatever happens to me after. If I'm stuck, floating around the ether for 1,000 years, then so be it. That will be infinitely better than the alternative. Loreth said he'd die himself before he let that happen. Are you really going to cut his life short, too? Loreth won't even know I'm gone, he growled. Of course he will. You seriously think he just won't notice you're gone? Are you going to tell him you're moving to another realm to live a better life or something? Something like that, he mumbled. You're such a fucking idiot, Fisher. These people are your friends. They love you. You're really going to ask Ren to help kill you? Then keep it a secret from everyone else who cares about you? You'd really put that on him? And Loreth is smart. He isn't going to accept that you're abandoning Evalia and you won't be coming back. He's going to have to, isn't he? Like hell he will. I headed for the door. Where are you going, Saris? He called after me. To sleep. And in the morning,
I'm going to the library, and I'm going to research how to save Everlane and you. Because I don't just throw my hands up and accept defeat when things get hard. I'm honestly shocked to learn that you do.
Chapter 36. I See Bale. I tried to fall asleep in the room we slept in when we first arrived at Kalish, but Carrion's snoring was so bad that I dragged a duvet into one of the formal living rooms and passed out on one of the overstuffed couches. I woke from a fitful sleep sometime after dawn and found Fisher in the high-backed armchair beside me, staring at Omnimarin's jagged peak out of the window. The beautiful scent of wild mint made me want to burst into tears, but I managed to stay calm as I folded the duvet and fluffed the imprint of my body out of the couch cushions. I wanted nothing more than to walk away without interacting with Fisher at all. But he caught my hand as I passed him, and I didn't have the energy or the will to pull away. He rested his forehead against my arm, closing his eyes, and a tiny piece of me cracked and broke. I ran my free hand gently through his hair, screaming inside, so fucking angry at him, and at myself, and at the gods, and the whole fucking universe for doing this to us. This wasn't fair. None of it was. He didn't fight me when I let go of his hand and walked away. I paused in the doorway, glancing back at him over my shoulder, and immediately wished I hadn't. He'd gone back to staring out of the window, but he'd covered his mouth with one hand, his fingers digging into his cheek. The pronounced shadows under his eyes told of countless sleepless nights. Even the defeated set of his shoulders showed how exhausted he was. I couldn't walk away from him when he looked like that. I just fucking couldn't. I dropped the duvet there in the doorway. Fisher closed his eyes when he realized that I was coming back to him. All of the nerves and trepidation I used to feel over touching him were gone. He leaned into me, resting his head against my stomach, wrapping his arms around my legs, placing his hands lightly on the backs of my thighs, and I held him. Seconds passed. Long minutes. I rubbed a hand between his shoulder blades in circles, hurting and aching and wishing. Eventually, he sat upright and sank back into the chair, his cheeks flushed. He refused to look at me, but he nodded, as if to say, "It's okay. I'm okay." And so I left. The last of the witches abandoned Avelia 100 years ago, Lorith said. No one's seen a member of the Balku-Hitter clan in twice as long. We don't even know where they went. We have less than 36 hours before we need to be in Galethrai, and we can't spend those hours looking under rocks and shouting into holes in the ground, looking for a bunch of flatulent old hags who don't want to be found. Danya snorted. No one else in the library laughed, not even Carrion. But that was probably because he didn't realize that flatulent meant gassy. From behind the huge mountain of books piled on the table in front of me, I watched Ren massage his temples, his face drawn. "Without a witch, we're screwed," he said. "They're the only ones with powerful enough blood magic to break an enthrallment. They're also the only ones powerful enough to keep Malcolm's venom at bay, while Telena draws it out of Lane's system." "It'll take weeks to flush it out of her, and that's if we're lucky," Telena said, standing by the window. She hugged herself as she turned around and faced us all. "It's more likely that it'll take months. I can call on other healers to help, but Malcolm's venom is like acid. It eats away at everything it touches. The injury to Everlane's body will be catastrophic by the time we reach her. It's a formidable witch indeed that can hold a body in stasis, long enough for us to heal it from that kind of damage." "Fantastic. So we don't just need a witch, we need the most powerful witch of all time," Ren said in a distant voice. He hadn't seemed at all like himself since Everlane had shown up by the river. Normally he was ready to brainstorm a way out of a corner, no matter how tight it was. But this situation had knocked him for 6. Over the past hour, I'd found him staring at the table 4 times, unblinking, as if he were in shock. Fisher had shown up shortly after breakfast had been served. He'd picked over his food, but at some point, he'd rallied and started pulling books from the library shelves like a madman. Hands flecked with ink, he twisted the quill he'd been making notes furiously with, then set it down, tapping the spot on the table where Wren was staring to get his friend's attention. "There are still some half-witches at Fulton's Gap. That's about as far as I can travel by Shadowgate without Bellicon sensing the magic and showing up to the party. You and I will go there and see if any of them are strong enough and willing to help us this afternoon." Wren perked up a little at that. I saw the hope kindle in his eyes, and I had to look away. "A solid plan," he said. "I'll go and get ready." "I don't suppose you'd let me come?" Carrion asked. "I've always wanted to see a witch in real life." "No," Fisher said blandly. "I would not. You'll only try and fuck one of them, and we're trying to petition them for help, not spark a war with them because you can't keep your cock in your pants." Lorith pretended to swallow down vomit. Ugh, he would not try and fuck a witch. "No, he's right," Carrion said with a sigh. "I would, just to say that I'd done it." "I'll go with you," Danya declared. She hadn't said much since she'd shown up at the library. Mostly she'd sat and flexed her new hand, inspecting it closely like she was looking for imperfections. Telena had done a remarkable job, working some pretty heavy-hitting magic to replace it, more than Danya deserved. And yet I hadn't heard the warrior thank the healer once. "I'm not sitting here flicking through stuffy books with these idiots when I could actually be doing something useful." Scouring the books for ways to help Lane was useful. There could be something in here that solved our problems in the blink of an eye, but Danya wouldn't care. She thought problems could only be resolved by hitting something very hard, or else by stabbing someone repeatedly until they were dead, and she had no interest in being proven wrong. "We vote she goes with you as well," Carrion said, holding up his hand. "We don't want a dark cloud hanging over the library while we're trying to work, either." Danya bared her teeth, her canines elongating, earning her an intrigued grin from Carrion, but Fisher stepped in before Danya could say anything truly vile. "All right, you can come with us. The rest of you will keep looking through the texts in case something pops up, yes?" Loreth, Carrion, Telena, and I all nodded. The healer placed a hand on Fisher's arm as he began closing the books he'd been searching through. "Make sure you come and see me before you leave, and when you get back." I hadn't wanted to own it, but I'd been jealous of Telena. I'd been so sure something was going on between her and Fisher, but now I knew better. After listening to her talk about her husband and seeing how happy she was when she showed me her marks, there was no doubt in my mind that she wasn't interested in him. This left only one option. She was helping him somehow with the quicksilver in his head. And if he had to go and see her before he left, and when he got back, then it really must be getting bad. Hours later, the world beyond the library windows had turned a peculiar shade of blue-gray, and it was snowing hard. The temperature inside Kalish was warm as always, but the wintry scene outside made me shiver uncontrollably. We still hadn't found anything to help either Lane or Kingfisher, and I was beginning to grow frustrated. In a land full of magical or supernatural threats, how was it that there were no books on how to deal with them when problems inevitably arose? It made no sense. I was familiar with all of the books Fisher had on Quicksilver, and I already knew they held no information about what to do if it got inside someone. We'd made absolutely no progress whatsoever by the time the library doors swung open and Wren stormed in, swearing fitfully under his breath. His sandy hair was windswept, his leather armor gone. He was covered in mud and looked like he was going to put his fist through something. "What the hell happened to you?" Lorith demanded. "Fucking Danya,"
he spat.
We found them. We explained what's happened to Everlane and why we came. They weren't happy about it, but they were going to help. And then Danya made some shitty comment about how it was the least they could do since the witches left the Fae to clean up their mess, and how they'd turned their back on Yvalia, and that was it. All hell broke loose.
That female is feral, Lorith growled. Next time she tries to hit me, I'm gonna put her over my knee and spank her. And not in a fun way. Fisher isn't bringing her back here, is he?
No.
Ren threw himself into a chair and then got right back up again, gnawing on his lip.
He's taking her back to Erin, and then returning to Fulton's Gap by himself to try and smooth things over with the witches.
There was someone there who was strong enough to help Everlane? I asked.
One witch, yes.
Ren blew out a frustrated breath.
And she was possibly the most irritating, foul-mouthed creature I've ever met. She's barely old enough to curse, but she had some very choice things to say about us. Said we were warmongering heretics. She used some energy hex to knock me on my backside, and I wound up flailing in a mud pit like a pig.
Lorith was on the verge of smirking. I shook my head frantically, eyes wide, and he stopped himself.
Clearing his throat, he said, "But Fisher thinks he can convince her?"
Yes.
It'll be a God-scursed miracle if he does, though, considering the mood in their camp when we left.
Fisher returned 3 hours later with a female in tow. She looked roughly my age, but that meant nothing in Yvalia. She was probably 900 years old. Her hair was a fiery red and wavy, her eyes a vivid, bright blue. Freckles dominated her face, even scattered across her forehead. Her clothes were practical, a loose cream shirt with billowing sleeves, a velvet waistcoat in hunter green with gold buttons down the front, and fitted black pants.
"Everyone, this is Isabel."
Fisher pronounced it Ishabal, the name flowing nicely off his tongue, like he'd known 20 other females with the same name.
"She's the granddaughter of the Balcuhitter High Witch, Melina. She's kindly agreed to help us break Lane's enthrallment once we bring her back here tomorrow night."
The Balcuhitter clan heir surveyed us all gathered around the table, poring over our books, and wrinkled her gently upturned nose. "This is it?" she said in a lilting accent. "You're planning to take on Malcolm and kidnap his newest thrall with just 3 Fae males and 2 humans?" Fisher moved around her and came to stand by the fireplace, holding his hands out to warm them against the flames.
"No, of course not. The humans are staying here," he said.
Had he purposefully turned his back to me so he wouldn't have to see my reaction? I was sure he had. He probably thought that I wouldn't argue with him in front of everyone if he didn't make eye contact with me. But he was deluding himself. "Of course we're coming," I said. "Everlane's our friend." "I've actually never met Everlane," Carrion chipped in, "but I'm still coming. Solidarity and all that." Fisher put his back to the fire, resignation already carved into every line of his face.
"You're sure you're ready?"
"I fought perfectly well at the river, didn't I?"
"Yes, but those were feeders. Mindless and stupid. We won't be facing feeders at Galethri, Saris. We'll be facing Malcolm and his lords. Monsters, all. Not one of them knows the meaning of mercy. They'll fill you full of venom and watch you scream yourself to death for sport. If you come, are you ready to face that possibility?"
He was trying to scare me with the truth. A thrill of fear did tiptoe down the ladder of my spine, but he knew me better now than to think I would let my fear stop me from rescuing my friend. "Yes, I'm ready," I told him. Fisher's face was unreadable.
"And you?" he said to Carrion. "You're ready for that?" "Sure, why not? I'm too pretty to die old anyway." Fisher hung his head, folding his arms over his chest so that his shirt pulled taut, highlighting just about every muscle in his body. When he looked up again, he shrugged and said, "Okay, fine. Who am I to stop you?"
Chapter 37. Much sharper. My eyes were strained all to hell when I made my bed on the couch again that night. The bare branches of the trees outside the window tapped and scraped at the glass, the snow coming down harder than ever. It seemed that it wanted to bury Kalish under its mantle, entombing those of us inside within the walls of the house so that nothing could harm us. Unfortunately for us, we couldn't stay in our warm, comfortable sanctuary, protected from the dread things that lurked in the dark much longer. Tomorrow night, we would venture out into the world and face them. I was still preparing to try and sleep when Fisher came for me. He padded barefoot and shirtless into the living room, his ink swirling across his skin as he crossed the room. "You really think I'm going to let you sleep out here again?" he asked. "I didn't know if you'd want me in your bed," I told him. "If it were up to me, we wouldn't spend another night without each other again." Gently, he reached for the end of my braid and drew it over my shoulder toward him. He slowly unfastened it, working my hair loose with his fingers. His eyes were cautious when they sought out mine. "Does that scare you?" he murmured. "No, Gods." His hands felt amazing. It was so intimate to have him run his fingers through my hair like this. "It doesn't scare me," I whispered. "I want that too." It would have been easy to let my thoughts run away with me. There were so many angry, hurt, frightened words I could hurl at him, but I'd done enough of that last night, and I really didn't want to do it again. As if he were thinking along similar lines, he cupped my face in his hands and said softly, "Let's have tonight. You and me. Tomorrow night, we'll bring Everlane home. And once Isabel and Telena have her fixed up and good as new, then we can worry about me, okay?" My relief hit hard. He was no longer talking about how futile it was to try and find a way through all of this. He was saying, "Let's deal with what's right in front of us and see what the lay of the land is like after that." It was a much more positive approach than the hard line he'd taken last night. I looked up at him, my ribs cinching tight. "Yes, let's do that, please." He grinned, his expression turning wicked as a shadow gate opened up behind him. He picked me up, fast as hell, and stepped back into the twisting smoke before I could even think about calling him lazy for not walking back to his bedroom. But when we emerged through the gate, we weren't in his room. We were back at the apartment in Ballard, standing in the living room above the bakery, surrounded by candles. They rested on the mantelpiece and the bookshelves. They covered the little dining table where we'd eaten breakfast and filled the windowsills of the huge bay windows with flickering light. Everywhere I looked, there were candles. Fisher smiled, his mouth pulled to one side, a dimple marking his cheek as he watched me taking it all in. I spun around, holding my hands over my mouth. "It's beautiful," I breathed. He came and stood close behind me, folding me into his arms. "It's not finished yet." His breath stirred my hair, and something else, too, deep inside of me. I felt his power rush across my stomach as black smoke plumed from his hands, filling the room. Soon it was everywhere, cloaking everything from sight. Everything except the flickering flames of the candles. They lit up the darkness, 1,000 burning points of light as brilliant as the stars. It felt as though we were up there with them, suspended in the void, where nothing could touch us, and no one could hurt us, and we had all the time we could possibly need. "You did this for me?" It felt wrong to speak out loud. I didn't want my voice to ruin the illusion he'd created for us, so I asked him in my mind.
"Yes," he answered simply. "And for me, too. I am selfish, Saris. I wanted something quiet and small and special for the both of us. Something we could keep."
He buried his face into the crook of my neck and kissed me there, where my shoulder became my neck. The heat of his mouth seared my skin, and I couldn't help but tremble. Closing my eyes, I leaned back into him, letting my weight rest against his solid mass, feeling safe and so desperately, heartbreakingly sad. My heartbreak couldn't have me tonight, though. Fisher was right. It was stupid to spend the night before we all stepped into our worst nightmares, arguing or in tears. I bit back the burn in my throat and spun around, wrapping my arms around his neck. "Make me forget that I've ever suffered," I commanded. "Make me forget that I will again." He fell upon me like a tidal wave. His mouth found mine in the dark, and the kiss blotted out the world. Hot and demanding, his lips slid over mine, urging them to open, and then he was tasting me, exploring my mouth, his tongue claiming me. I moaned when the tips of his canines pierced my bottom lip. The copper-bright tang of blood flooded my mouth, and Fisher huffed out a hard breath, letting out a moan of his own. It coated both our tongues as he kissed me deeper, his hands working their way into my hair, his breath quickening. I felt him, hard against my hip bone, his cock already rock solid. My stomach bottomed out. Gods, I wanted him. I wanted all of him. My soul was on fire, and I didn't care if I burned for all eternity. So long as I was burning with him, then so be it. His teeth caught on my lip again, on the tip of my tongue. The taste of my blood intensified, but I didn't pull away. Fisher's hands slid down my body, cupping my backside, his fingers digging into my ass cheeks. His breath came even faster, each exhale punctuated with a ragged groan.
Pulling me closer, he kissed me even harder, grinding his cock against my stomach so that I could feel his desperate need. "When I get you out of these clothes, you're in trouble," he snarled in my head. "I'm going to fuck you so hard, you won't be able to sit down for a week."
"Fisher!" I clung to him, panting, already anticipating the surge of heat I would feel the moment he thrust himself inside of me, wanting it, craving it so badly that I could have screamed. Godbound. We were godbound. Mates. I could feel it now, a bright thread of energy drawing us together as he wrapped himself around me. If I wanted it, all I needed to do was reach out and claim it. Fisher growled as another fresh wave of blood flooded our mouths, and he lost all patience. With a rough jerk of his hands, he tore my pants open and thrust his hand down the front of them, his fingers deftly working their way between my folds. Holy hell. So fucking wet. His satisfied, hungry snarl sent a shiver racing through me. It turned into a body-wide shudder as he wasted no time, driving his fingers up inside me. I stiffened in his arms, letting go of a strangled cry that caused the candle flames to gutter and flare in response. "Oh, gods! Oh, my gods!" The air quaked with energy. Fisher's shadows rippled over my skin like water. I breathed it in, welcomed it inside me, feeling it become a part of me. He was a part of me. I sensed that in my bones. If I wanted him to be, he would be the axis around which I revolved. I would be his. Two counterparts, independent of one another, already whole, but together stronger than we could ever be apart. It was my choice. The backs of my hands tingled as I ran my palms over the smooth, strong planes of his chest, and I knew that the ink was back. Each finger prickled with the power of the runes that emerged upon them.
The back of my left hand buzzed with warmth, but the right throbbed with energy as I felt rune after rune stacking on top of my skin there. The god bindings were last to arrive. Fine strands of fire lashed around my wrist, trailing up my arms. More ink followed. It skated over my stomach and caressed my thighs. Columns of it rose up my back, wrapping around my spine. I felt it everywhere. Was this why he'd thrown us into darkness? Was he hiding the evidence of our connection, so I wouldn't be intimidated by the strength of it made manifest on my body? The answer to that question was probably yes. He didn't want to deal with this until Everlane was safe and well, back at Kalish, and I understood that. I let the marks move over me, focusing on the heat of Fisher's hands and mouth for now. We still had time. "Your scent drives me crazy," Fisher rumbled. "You're like a fucking drug. You light me up." I knew exactly what he meant. It had been there even back at the Winter Palace. Whenever I caught the smell of him in the air, it made my heart race. Empty rooms were dangerous places. At Kalish, I'd enter the living room or the forge, find myself walking down a hallway, and it was as though the ghost of him was there too, walking alongside me. The smell of winter pine and cold mountain air set my heart pounding. His fingers worked inside me, the pressure of his hand cupping my sex, kindling the beginnings of madness in me. He would be my end, this male. He would claim my better days and carry me during my worst. He would show me the meaning of ecstasy and drown me in it until I fucking died. "Please, Fisher. Gods, I want you." His low, rumbling chuckle skimming over the surface of my mind was pure sin. "You've got me, little Osha, and I've got you." His fingers withdrew from inside me and moved back to find my clit, dedicating his full attention to the swollen bundle of nerves at the apex of my thighs. He rubbed his fingertips over me in tight, small circles, designed to push me toward orgasm, and fast. I sighed as his mouth traveled from mine, along my jaw, hovering over the shell of my ear. Goosebumps exploded down the backs of my arms and legs, the hair at the back of my neck standing to attention as his hot breath bloomed over my skin. "Nobody will ever fuck you the way I'm about to fuck you, Saris Fane. I'm about to introduce you to all 7 gods. When you meet them, don't forget to tell them I'm the one you worship on your knees. Out fucking loud." It was hot as hell when he told me what he was going to do to me in my head, but hearing his voice, full of gravel and raw desire, there was nothing else I could do. I lost my mind. My shirt came off first. I didn't even give Fisher the opportunity to magic it away. The cloth binding my breasts went next. Boots? Pants. Fisher helped tear them down my legs, making an impatient sound as he ripped them from each leg. I was frantic as I grabbed the waistband of his pants, quickly unfastening them, but he took over, speeding up the process by kicking out of them himself. "You want me to worship you? I'll worship you," I thought. Fisher might have big plans for me, but I had some of my own. Dropping to my knees, I took hold of him, wrapping my hand around his solid, hard shaft. He hadn't given me the chance to do this the last couple of times we'd had sex. It had all been about me. Fisher had spent an ungodly amount of time between my thighs, bringing me to screaming climax with his mouth, but now it was my turn. Nerves chased adrenaline as I extended my tongue and slowly, teasingly, licked the swollen head of Fisher's cock. Oh, holy shit. He was beaded with pre-cum. The slightly salty taste of him coated my tongue as I swirled it around his rigid flesh. Energy rushed over me, and Fisher's shadows withdrew. The darkness peeled back. The room still only dimly lit, but I could see him now, his powerful thigh muscles,
that glorious V that cut over the line of his groin, his impressive, defined abs, and the solid wall of his chest covered in shifting ink. And his face. His breathtaking face. His lips were parted, his eyes wide and alive with hunger. My pulse kicked up, working double time, when I saw the thin trickle of blood trailing down his chin. My blood. Now that I could see him, I could also see my hands. It was as I'd suspected. The marks were back, bolder and brighter than before, filling my fingers, the backs of my hands, and my forearms. I arched an eyebrow up at Fisher, trailing the tip of my tongue ever so slowly around the straining head of his erection. "I thought you were hiding these from me," I said. "Maybe I was, but I'll be damned all the way to hell and back if you use that sweet mouth on me, and I don't get to watch." He gazed at the ink staining my skin, taking it all in. When his eyes met mine again, they were full of fire. "And anyway, I'm not afraid of them, little Osha. Are you?" And there it was, a question I'd been asking myself over and over again. I still didn't understand the implications of these marks. I was very worried about what they meant for any future Fisher and I had, if we chose this. But they were beautiful, a representation of what he was beginning to mean to me. I sucked the head of his cock into my mouth, deeply pleased when Fisher trembled in response. My mouth made a wet popping sound when I let him spring free of my lips again. "I haven't made up my mind," I said carefully. "I'm not afraid of them tonight. And that's all that matters right now." I sank back down onto him, done with the teasing, closing my mouth around him, and Fisher's eyes rolled straight back into his skull. "Holy fucking shit," he groaned. When he'd recovered himself enough to look at me again, a small wave of panic notched at the back of my throat. He was going to eat me alive. I was going to let him. But that didn't stop the thrill of nerves from shooting up my spine as I considered all that would entail. I bobbed up and down on his cock, working my tongue around him, relishing the velvet-smooth texture of his skin as my lips moved over it. His twitched, straining, and I took him deeper. "God's alive, you're so pretty with your mouth wrapped around me like that." Fisher traced the line of my cheek, my jawbone, then rubbed the pad of his thumb over my lips, stretched around him. He sucked his own bottom lip into his mouth, biting down on it as he growled possessively. "My lips to kiss, my mouth to fuck." His canines pierced his lip, twin glossy beads of his own blood staining his mouth, and, as if throwing caution to the wind, he rocked himself forward, pushing himself deeper into my mouth. I whimpered, the tip of his cock butting against the back of my throat, and Fisher immediately jerked back, pulling himself out of my mouth with a feral hiss. "Fuck!" He fell on me in a wave of black shadows and smoke. No time to make it to bed. The couch was so close, but he took me where I was, right there on the floor. I cried out when he sank himself into me. It was all I could do to stop myself from coming on the spot. He filled me so deliciously, the weight of him on top of me so perfectly satisfying. He went still. We both panted, staring at each other. "Tell me to fuck you, Saris," he ground out. "Tell me that you want this." I clawed at his back, desperate for him to move, to fill me again and again and again. Please, gods, please fuck me. I want you. I want—" That's all I needed to hear. Fisher drove himself into me hard, his jaw clenched tight. Energy flickered between us like tiny filaments of lightning, dancing all over our skin, connecting us as he drove himself home. I took panting, gasping breaths, fighting to stay calm as a storm began to build in my chest. It would wreck me when it broke, and I wasn't ready. It was sweeping Fisher away, too. He held on to me so damn tight as he rocked into me, as if he was afraid that I'd disappear if he loosened his grip. I came first, my orgasm obliterating my ability to think. Like one of the avalanches that I'd seen racing down the face of Omnimarin, it slammed into me and swept me away. My back arched up from the rug, my body contorting as pure, unadulterated pleasure rocked me to my core. Fisher followed after me. When he came, the sound of his breathless, furious cry made the panes of glass in the window frames shake. I watched, unable to tear my gaze from him, and an array of new tattoos bloomed like black flowers across his skin. They climbed up the side of his throat. Fresh runes chained his collarbone, interlocking and bold. The design on his neck looked like feathers at first, and yes, they were feathers, the outstretched wings of a majestic bird, flashing metallic blue and green, fanned around either side of his neck, unique and stunning. He roared, burying himself deep one last time, and sank down on top of me, covering me with his body. For a time, it was all we could do to exist in the aftermath. Gods, that... I swallowed thickly, trying to catch my breath. That was... Fisher propped himself up on his elbow, and my heart backflipped at the sight of him. His hair was messy, his waves on the brink of actually curling for once. His cheeks were flushed, the shadows beneath his eyes nowhere to be seen. For once, he looked at ease, content, and wicked. A slow smile spread across his face. That was just the beginning, Saris. He bumped my nose with the end of his.
Didn't think I'd be done with you that easily, did you?
Over the next 3 hours, Fisher proceeded to fuck me in every room of the apartment. Just when he seemed to finally reach his limit, he was hard again and growling into my neck, ready for round 3, and then 4, and then 5. He made me food when we were both eventually spent, and we sat on the floor in the middle of the living room, wrapped in dust sheets while we ate. Fisher rubbed his fingers over the column of his throat, frowning playfully at me once we were done with our meal. Did I imagine it, or did I feel something new slipping into place here earlier? He asked. I popped a grape into my mouth, bouncing my brows at him. You sure did. His smile turned a little sad. He dropped his hand from his throat and asked, What is it? Wings. Really beautiful wings. They have the same metallic sheen as this, I said, holding up the layered, complicated rune on my right hand. Fisher nodded slowly, angling his head down so that the line of the tendons in his neck beneath his new tattoo stood proud. He was as mesmerizing as a painting like this, with his hair obscuring his face, his strong, dexterous hands resting in his lap. I wished I could sketch him, so I could save the sight of him like this forever. Unlike his mother, I was no artist, though, and sometimes that's just how things were supposed to be. There were moments that were gifts, meant to be cherished only for as long as you could remember them. Luckily for me, I had an excellent memory. What does it mean? I asked quietly, gesturing to his neck. Why did you get new tattoos this time? We had spent a long time between rounds 3 and 4, thoroughly investigating my body, and had confirmed that I hadn't developed any new artwork. Fisher shrugged non-committally, lying down on the rug. He reached out a hand for me, gesturing for me to come to him. I set aside our plates and did as he'd requested, snuggling into his side and resting my head against his chest. But I didn't let him off the hook that easily. You can't just shrug off a question when you don't want to answer, I said, poking him lightly in the ribs. Tell me why they showed up tonight, and not the other nights. I turned my head and closed one eye, squinting at him. His throat filled my field of vision, half of his new wing tattoo all I could see. When we Fae are little, he said softly, our parents teach us the art of distraction so we can protect the things we don't want to confess.
Will you forget you asked that question if I find the energy to make you scream my name again? Absolutely not. I pinched his nipple between my teeth in rebuke, and Fisher yelped, cursing in Old Fey. Careful, Osha, he chided. My teeth are much sharper than yours. He hadn't bitten me at all tonight, aside from the little nicks to my lips and the tip of my tongue when we'd kissed so roughly. It hadn't escaped me that his canines had stayed well away from me during sex. It hadn't mattered. The night had been incredible. More than incredible. I wouldn't have changed any of it. I already know how sharp your teeth are. What I don't know is why you have a new tattoo, I pressed. Drawing me closer, he rested his chin on top of my head and sighed heavily. All right, fine. I'll tell you. In the past, one party always got the mating marks first. When the other party accepted the bond, sometimes marks showed up on their bodies too. It didn't happen all of the time, but sometimes. He trailed off in a hushed voice. I pushed away from him, sitting up too fast. My head spun like a top, but I ignored the pitching room, narrowing my eyes at him. You did... what? I accepted the bond, earlier, when I was inside you, when my soul was wrapped around yours. He was so calm, not a hint of uncertainty or nerves at all. Meanwhile, I felt like I was about to pass out. You accepted it, I said. I did. How? It's easy. You make the decision, you claim the bond claims you. No! How could you accept it? I shook my head, trying to get my thoughts in order. I'm human. Aside from all of the things we have to iron out once Everlane is safe, you're nearly immortal, and my lifespan is inconvenient, Fisher said. You're right. That part sucks, but... He frowned, snaking his arm around my waist and pulled me back down to lie on his chest. Once I was settled, he slowly stroked his fingers through my hair and spoke again. I'll be grateful for every second that I can say that I belong to you, Saris Fane. 80 years or 18 hours. It doesn't matter to me. It'll still be the highest honor of my life. But don't... Are you about to have a heart attack? Your pulse is flying. The bastard laughed, and I nearly burst into tears. Don't freak out. Here, look. He took my hand and lifted it, showing it to me. I watched as the inked runes gradually faded until my hands and forearms were unmarked again. Just because I've accepted it doesn't mean you have to. You still have weeks to decide. And if you reject the bond, then it won't matter. My new wings will disappear, and that'll be that. He'd accepted me as his mate, in spite of all the blockades that stood in our way and all of the very good reasons we shouldn't be mated. He'd done it. I'm in love with you, Saris Fane, he whispered quietly into my hair. And I'm already half mad anyway. What's a little complicated thrown into the mix? Please, for the love of the gods, don't say anything. Just let me have my fantasy. Just for tonight. I was going to have a heart attack, or my heart was going to break in two. Either way, my heart was in trouble, and there was no protecting it now. Fisher's hand swept up and down my side, and slowly, the room grew dark until once again, it felt as though we were floating in a sea of stars. He didn't want me to respond to his declaration. I understood that, and I could give him his peace for tonight. The sun would rise again soon, though, and we wouldn't be able to avoid the conversation. In the meantime, sleep made my bones heavy, weighing down my eyelids. Tomorrow, we were going to save Everlane. As my exhaustion promised to sweep my consciousness away, something occurred to me out of the blue. When we were here last time, you said that the people of Ballard had something you needed. But you never got it, I whispered. Fisher gently kissed my forehead, and all around us the flickering candle flame started to blink out. Yes, I did, he said.
I barely heard his next words as I drifted away. I came for a little hope.
Chapter 38. Martyrs for Friends. I woke to a soft mattress, the smell of sugar, and honey-warm sunlight pouring into the bedroom. Outside, tiny birds jumped from branch to branch on the tree beyond the bedroom window. I smiled as I stretched my arms over my head, delighting in the way my body ached from last night's adventures. And then my smile slowly slipped away. At some point, Fisher had carried me to bed. Not back into the small room where he'd slept as a child. He'd put me in his mother's bed. And he wasn't lying next to me under the duvet. The bedroom door was open, and through it, I could see the ominous black shape of a spiraling shadow gate. No, 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 no! I rocketed out of the bed, hissing when I stood on my boots. My heart sank at the sight of the pile of fresh clothes laid out for me on the chair by the window. Bypassing them, I ran into the living room, going from room to room, naked, trying to quell my rising panic. Fisher? Fisher! He wasn't in the kitchen, wasn't in the other bedroom either. The apartment was empty. Rivers of candle wax covered the furniture and ran down the shelves. The remnants of our dinner still sat on the counter by the sink in the kitchen. And in the center of the living room, where we'd spent most of our night tangled up in each other, was the God's cursed shadow gate. I stared at it, my eyes flooding with tears. It swam in my vision, but there it remained, hovering an inch above the rug, making a dull rushing sound. I clapped my hands over my mouth, but they didn't keep the loud sob I let out from ringing loudly around the apartment. What have you done, Fisher? What have you done? I found the note underneath the clothes he'd left for me. This may seem dramatic now, but it'll make sense in time, Saris. Go through the gate. It'll take you back to Kalish. Wait there with the others. I'll send Lane back as soon as I can. Tell Isabel to sedate her the second she comes through the gate. She'll be close to transitioning. There won't be much time. She'll want to go back through the gate before I close it, so you'll have to be ready for that. You have to stop her. This will all be for nothing if she jumps back through. Tell Loreth to live his life. Tell him not to worry about me. I have endless patience and no interest in having martyrs for friends. Tell Renfis that I'm sorry. That he was the standard that I always held myself to, and Ivalia would have been a better place if I was half as good as him. And you, Osha, I release you from your oath. You know how to make the relics now. A selfish part of me wants to beg you to make as many as you can, so that my friends and their families can escape Ivalia before this realm falls. But I understand if you need to go. Find Hayden and Elroy. Help your friends. Then go exploring. There are countless realms out there, waiting to be found. Make one of them yours. I've never been one to trust in the gods, but I choose to believe that all things come from the same place when life begins. I have hope that they return to the same place when it ends. I'll be waiting for you there, Saris Fane. I sank to my knees and sobbed. The last time I'd cried like this, my mother had been blowing away on the reckoning wind. I'd vowed I'd never care about anyone enough to experience this kind of pain again. But here I was, shattering. I well and truly broke when I saw what rested on the mantelpiece above the fire. Nimmerel. The tarnished black sword sat amidst melted puddles of wax, and the jars full of paintbrushes, sunlight flaring in a starburst at its tip. He hadn't taken it with him. I knew why. If Malcolm killed Fisher and laid his hand on a god sword, there was a chance he might find a way to convince it to channel. If that happened, there were no limits to the destruction he might wreak. And he could still the Quicksilver. There would be no escape for me, or for any of Fisher's friends.
So Kingfisher had gone to Gillithry to save Everlane and everyone else he cared about. And he had gone there alone and unarmed. Carrion squawked, fumbling the book in his hands. He came dangerously close to falling off his chair as I stormed through the shadow gate and into Fisher's bedroom.
"God's a fucking live!"
he gasped, clutching his chest.
"A little warning?"
"Where is everyone?" I demanded.
"I don't know. In the library? Everyone's going cross-eyed, trying to find a way to make sure they break this enthrallment thing. What are you doing with Fisher's sword?"
I tossed Nimmerell onto the bed, along with the old shirt I'd found to wrap the grip so I could pick it up. "Never mind the sword. Why aren't you with everybody else?" I snapped. The back alley thief shrugged shamelessly.
"I came looking for Onyx. I couldn't find him anywhere, so I guessed he was sleeping in here. Crazy bedroom. Have you seen the artwork?"
He gestured to the slashed paintings that still hung on the walls, their canvases torn to ribbons. He carried on, not giving me room to speak.
"I was going to leave, but then I figured maybe Fisher kept a diary. And guess what? He doesn't. But he does have something even better."
I crossed the room. "What time is it?"
"Wait. Don't you want to know what I'm reading?"
"Let me guess. It's a book of prophecies, and there are a ton of drawings of me in it with pointed ears." Carrion's disappointment stole his grin.
"How did you know?"
"Carrion, I can't do this right now. What time is it?"
"Nearly 2, I suppose. We had lunch a while ago. I wasn't expecting anyone to step through that thing until much later. Wren said Fisher left a note for him, saying you'd be back before dusk."
"Oh, yeah," I fumed. "Fisher just loves leaving notes." By the bed, the shadow gate Fisher had left open for me snapped shut, somehow aware that it had served its purpose. I watched it vanish, my insides glowing white-hot with rage.
"I'm sensing a little tension in the air,"
Carrion quipped.
"Have you two fallen out already?"
If by fallen out you mean, am I going to kill him? Then the answer is yes. Loreth, Wren, Telena, and Isabel were in the library. Of the 4, only Isabel didn't have her head buried in a book. She stood by the window, watching the snow come down, looking bored. Surprise shuddered across Wren's face when he saw me enter.
"Saris, is everything—"
He course-corrected himself mid-question.
"What's wrong? What's happened?"
I was fit to fucking scream. Tossing the letter Fisher had written for me down onto the table in front of the general, I gripped the back of the chair the bastard had sat in yesterday, going along with all of our plan-making while he secretly made plans of his own, and I waited for Wren to scan the sloping handwriting on the paper. His mouth hung open as he dropped the letter. Loreth didn't even ask to read it. He leaned across the table and took it, his expression darkening as his eyes flitted over the text.
"Stupid bastard," he hissed.
Looking up at me, he asked in an incredulous tone,
"What the fuck does he think he's doing?"
Like I had an answer to that question. 1,000 curses hovered on the tip of my tongue, but I trapped them behind my teeth. Only one question mattered right now, and everything hinged on its answer. Is there a quicksilver pool at Gillithry? Wren hadn't said a word. He was visibly still in shock from the contents of the letter. He blinked when he realized that everyone was looking at him.
"No, not that I know of," he said in a cracked voice. "There was one a long time ago, but Belicon took it when he came into power. He merged it with the pool at the Winter Palace so it would be large enough to transport an army."
There it was then. I had my answer. There was no pool at Gillithry. Every scrap of hope I'd been clinging onto dematerialized in a puff of smoke. There had been a chance. The smallest chance, but still a chance. Fisher had said there was more quicksilver here at Kalish. A pool, most likely. He'd said I could have access to it once I'd figured out how to create the relics, which meant it was probably close by somewhere. If I'd found it, I could have made more relics, and then we could have gone and kicked Fisher's ass for being so fucking stupid. But without a pool on the other end at Gilithry, it was hopeless. We were fucked. I let my head hang, numbness spreading through me like ice. Bastard. I half expected him to answer me, but my mind remained stubbornly silent. How could he do this? To his friends? To me? He wasn't alone in this, but he'd decided to take on this burden all by himself. It wasn't heroic or brave. It was fucking stupid. Lorith ran a hand over his mouth, his rough stubble making a scraping sound against his palm. "I think I'm going to throw up," he said matter-of-factly. Ren pushed his chair away from the table but just sat there with his hands on his knees. I didn't think he had the strength to stand. "You and me both, brother. You and me both," he murmured. It was Carrion who broke the silence next. "Cereris?" I looked up and saw that he had Fisher's letter now. He held up the piece of parchment, a questioning look on his face. "How long was that shadow gate open just now? The one in Fisher's bedroom?" "I don't know. Hours, probably. I have no idea when he opened it. It was there when I woke up." No. Carrion shook his head impatiently. "How long did it stay open for after you came through it? I wasn't paying attention, but we spoke before it closed, right?" "Yes, I suppose. It took maybe 10 seconds? 12? Does it always take that long?" I hadn't paid much attention the other times I'd traveled through a gate with Fisher. There'd always been something else on my mind. Loreth stepped in with an answer. "Yes, I don't know if it's always that long, but there's always a delay. Fisher's commented on it before." "Great. And here, he says in the letter that he wants you to be ready for Everlane when he sends her through a gate back to Kalish. That she'll try and use it to get back to Malcolm, which means that the gate isn't one way. If Everlane can use it to come here, then we can also use it to go there." I nearly sank to the floor. The relief. Hells. I'd never known anything like it. My body started to shake. Ren got to his feet, letting out a long exhale. "I could kiss you, Carrion Swift." Carrion seemed taken aback by this, and then somewhat interested. After thinking for a second, he said, "I wouldn't be opposed, but maybe later. First, Ceres has work to do, and I plan on giving her a hand." "What work?" It was a miracle that I managed to ask the question. I was so full of adrenaline now that the library was spinning. I was definitely going to throw up. Carrion grinned, all teeth and mischief. "I'm coming with you through that portal. I'm gonna help you save your asshole boyfriend. But first, I want one of those fancy swords. Have you heard about the fire at the circus?" I paused for dramatic effect. "It was intense. Get it? Intense?" Carrion winced. "That was terrible." "Shut up. It asked for a joke. It didn't specify that it had to be a good one. I was a metal worker and a thief in Zilvarin, not a comedian." "I was a smuggler and I've still got way better jokes than that." "You tell it a joke then." I held out the crucible containing the quicksilver, and Carrion huffed, peering at the roiling liquid metal. "All right, fine." A husband turns to his wife one day and says, "You know, I bet you can't think of something to tell me that will make me both happy and sad at the same time." The wife doesn't even need to think about it. She turns to her husband and says, "Your cock is way bigger than your brother's." The Quicksilver, which hadn't made a peep over my joke, started to chuckle.
"What's it doing?"
Carrion asked. It's laughing, isn't it? I rolled my eyes and ran the Quicksilver along the edge of the heated blade I had clamped over the fire in the forge's hearth. There hadn't been time to make a new sword from scratch, but Wren had found a very nice-looking double-hander in Kalish's modest armory that Carrion had agreed would do. The Quicksilver, which Wren had also brought from the armory, apparently it had been in there all along, also thought the blade was reasonable enough to bind with, and had consented to be forged into the sword, providing I told it a joke. If it hadn't approved of mine, it had clearly accepted Carrion's as payment, because the Quicksilver absorbed into the blade as soon as it made contact, casting a brilliant, iridescent sheen along the weapon's edge. The sky darkened as I sharpened that edge against a wheel, and Carrion told a slew of additional jokes that grew bawdier as he went.
"Gods and martyrs, will you please stop?" I begged. "I'm just trying to lighten the mood. You look like someone pissed in your water ration." "More jokes! Give us more jokes!"
I glowered at the sword, unable to comprehend its bad taste. If ever there was a weapon so perfectly suited to its owner, it was this one. Carrion delighted in telling it the filthiest jokes imaginable. And when I was finished, and Carrion pressed his fingertip against its point, giving it the tiniest taste of his blood, the blade responded immediately.
"Yes, yes, our friend. Ours. He will name us."
Carrion's eyes rounded out of his head.
"I heard that."
"Good."
I flipped the sword and handed it to him. "Then give it a name, and let's go."
The evening was almost here, and the others were waiting for us. Carrion held the sword, turning it this way and that. After much consideration, he said,
"It looks like a Simon."
"Simon?"
"Yeah, Simon. Don't blame me. That's what it looks."
He stopped talking and listened.
"See? It likes the name. It wants to be Simon."
Fair enough. The sword was done talking with me, apparently, so I asked, "Has it decided if it wants to gift you with magic in spite of your frail human blood?"
Carrion smirked. "It says that's for me to know, and you to find out."
"Hope that means yes," I grumbled. Back in the library, Wren was pacing nervously, chewing on the inside of his cheek. Loreth stared into the fire. "Where's Telena and Isabel?" I asked.
"They're setting up a space to treat Lane," Wren said. "Isabel brought everything with her that she thinks she'll need for her sedation spell to work. Telena's confident that she can suppress the venom in Lane's blood long enough to start healing her body. But this has never been done before, that we know of, anyway. The cure for the blood curse was lost over 1,000 years ago, and that only helped the Fae who had been cursed, not turned. Turned vampires need to die before they transition, and witch magic can't affect the dead. There's a chance Malcolm's venom will kill Lane before she can be healed, even if she is frozen by Isabel's magic." Loreth fidgeted in his seat. "I don't trust her. The witch," he clarified before I could ask who he was referring to. "Dragon lovers. They're the reason we're in this mess in the first place. If it weren't for them, there wouldn't even be any vampires."
"Come now, don't tell me you still believe that," a soft, lilting voice asked from the doorway. It was Isabel, of course. Her thick red hair flowed down her back, the top section clasped back in a clip. Her aquamarine eyes bored into Loreth, sharp as daggers. "My people have been persecuted my whole life, thanks to those vicious rumors. We proved centuries ago that we had nothing to do with the curse that afflicted your kind. The Balku-Hitter clan was one of the 5 families charged by your dead king Dianthus with finding a cure for the Fey curse. We were instrumental in breaking it. I've come here of my own free will to help you heal the daughter of a tyrant who has a bounty on my family's heads. Anyone would think you'd be grateful, warrior. She squinted at him. What was your name again? You know damned well what my name is, Loreth rumbled. We've met before, witch. Oh, Isabel shot Loreth a feline smirk. Really? I must have forgotten. Ren brought his fist down onto the table, startling all of us. Enough! We're already on edge and stressed. We don't need to be bickering amongst ourselves as well. Loreth, Isabel's right. She came here to help us, and she didn't have to. Loreth's eyes burned with surprising hatred, but he ducked his head and did the right thing. He only sounded slightly insincere when he apologized. I'm sorry. We're all very grateful to you for coming. The redhead looked as if she enjoyed watching the warrior squirm. You could have cut the mounting tension in the room with a knife. I didn't have it in me to repeat any of the terrible jokes Carrion had told back in the forge, though, so I was going to have to diffuse the prickly energy another way. I stepped toward the table, glancing back at Carrion over my shoulder. Come on, why don't you tell everyone what you named your new A hole opened in the air, black and angry. A streak of dark blue hurtled from it and crashed onto the table. Books flew everywhere. The wood shattered. Fuck! It was Ren. He was ahead of everyone else in the library, rushing forward to help Everlane. She'd fallen from the fucking ceiling. The Shadowgate wasn't a vertical doorway this time. It was horizontal and 10 feet up in the air. And Everlane had just smashed our only means of reaching it with her body. Fuck! Carrion cried. Quickly! Loreth raced around the shattered table and roughly grabbed my arm. There was no time for pleasantries. I saw what he was going to do written on his face, and I was okay with it. But... Wait! My sword! Idiot. I was such a fucking idiot. Solace wasn't strapped to my waist. It was still light outside. Taladeus had said Malcolm would meet Fisher at dusk, but it was still very light outside. I wasn't ready. Carrion first! I hollered. The sword was on the reading stand by the far window. I sprinted for it, grabbed it, turned. Loreth and Ren were lifting Carrion through the gate. His torso had already disappeared. As if he suddenly pulled himself up from the other side, Carrion's legs whipped upwards and he was gone. Ceres! Everlane croaked. She wasn't dead. Even as I flew across the library toward Loreth's outstretched arms, I had enough time to thank the gods that she was fucking alive. I couldn't stop to comfort her, though. I'll be back soon, Lane. Loreth's hands closed around my waist. Renfis grabbed my legs. Everlane's frantic cry pierced through me as the fighters below thrust me up into the Shadowgate. Ceres, wait! The water! But it was too late to panic. No time to ask her what she meant. The gate took hold of me, a frozen wind tearing at my clothes, tearing me inside out. I reached blindly for whatever handhold Carrion had used to pull himself up. But there was no handhold. There was a swift, disorienting shift in gravity, and suddenly I was upside down. Suddenly, I was falling. Chapter 39. Anarath More. The wind brought tears to my eyes. I fought to open them and then wished I hadn't. 80 feet of open air stretched out in front of me. Below, a shimmering and vast pool of black silk. No, not silk. Water. A lake. I opened my mouth to shout and hit the surface like a meteor striking ground. Pain. Everywhere. I couldn't. Pain. Oh, gods. I couldn't breathe. My ribs screamed. Agony rippled up and down my spine. My head pounded. Ice cold. The water filled my ears and stung my eyes. It was so black that I couldn't tell which way was up. My body reacted, my legs kicking and thrashing, panic immediate, absolute. My hands clasped, desperate to find something to grab hold of, but there was nothing, just water. Everywhere, fucking water. My lungs burned, desperate for oxygen. I had to breathe. I had to. I needed to get to the surface. I had to breathe. I had to. My body was buffeted by movement in the water. I was shoved sideways. Suddenly there were hands on me. Someone had found me in the dark. I still couldn't see, but I twisted, kicking, reaching, fingers numb from the cold. I latched onto something, fabric, and held on tight. My heart was thunder in my ears as I was dragged upwards through the water. My head breached the surface, and I dragged down a terrified breath, shock relaying around my nervous system. I wasn't safe. There was no ground beneath my feet. I was going to die. Shh, Saris. It's all right. It's all right. Just breathe. 2 seconds and we'll be on the shore. Loreth. Loreth had me. Facing away from him, I shook violently in his arms, my teeth chattering as he kicked like a pack of hellcats were on his heels. It took longer than 2 seconds to reach solid ground, but not much longer. I sobbed as I tried to sit up in the gentle waves that lapped at the lake's shore. My body felt broken. Some of my ribs were shattered for sure. When I tried to expand my lungs, it was as though I was being lanced in the side with a dagger. "Where's Carrion?" I wheezed. Mercifully, Loreth didn't seem to be injured at all. Soaked to the skin, his hair plastered to his back, the fighter stood at the water's edge, his eyes scanning the dark. I couldn't see anything at all, but that was probably because my head was splintering apart. "There! I see him!" Loreth panted. "Wait here. I'm going back for him." Ha! Where the fuck did he think I was going? I fell back against the shore, tiny sharp rocks biting into my skin. The sky was choked with clouds so thick that they cast the world into darkness. I could make out very little at first. And then, as the pain in my chest lessened a little, and my eyes adjusted to my new surroundings, I made out the looming cliff face that punched up toward the sky behind me. The rock was black obsidian, slick as glass, and it was at least 100 feet tall. "Fuck," I panted. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." A lot had happened in the last 3 minutes. I'd been standing in the library, and out of nowhere, my friend had crashed through a table. Then, I'd been launched up into a shadow gate, fallen 80 feet into an ice-cold body of water, and nearly drowned. None of it had been fun. I was slowly sitting up when Loreth reemerged from the lake, dragging Carrion behind him. The thief wasn't standing on his own 2 feet, which wasn't a good sign. My worry intensified when Loreth dumped him onto the rocks, and I realized his eyes were closed, and his lips were blue. Pain forgotten, I shoved myself up onto my knees. "Why isn't he waking up?" "He's swallowed a lot of water," Loreth said tightly. The warrior dropped down and knelt beside Carrion, too. I flinched when he struck Carrion in the center of his chest. The blow would have knocked the wind out of even the biggest fighter's sails, but it didn't stir a response from Carrion. "Come on," Loreth muttered. He hit him again. Still nothing. I was too scared to blink. "Carrion Swift, if you don't wake up right now, I'm going to tell all of your asshole friends back in the Third that you were a shitty lay." Moreth dealt another blow to his solar plexus. "I mean it!" I cried. Carrion jolted like he'd been struck by lightning. He rolled toward Loreth and vomited up a lungful of lake water, hacking and sputtering. Oh, thank the gods. I fell back, landing heavily on my ass, trading a relieved look with Loreth. When he was done puking, Carrion flopped onto his back and fixed me with narrowed eyes. "You wouldn't fucking dare." It was just the 3 of us. Renfis hadn't made it. The general had boosted Loreth up into the Shadowgate and yelled at him to go.
I felt it suck me in as it was closing, he said as we gathered ourselves. If I'd jumped a second later, I think the damn thing would have cut me in half. He'd had a split second longer than me to process Lane's warning about the water. When he'd started to fall, he'd quickly realized what was happening and tucked himself in tight to prepare for the impact. Carrion had had no warning at all. He said he thought he'd hit the water chest first, and I kind of thought I had too. It would explain why neither of us could fucking breathe without hissing. Loreth fished around in his sodden pockets and took out a small leather bag, cinched shut with a drawstring. While Carrion and I struggled to our feet, he dug around inside the bag and produced a bundle of leaves, which he shook dry as best he could, and then offered us each 2 of them. Chew them a bit, and then put them under your tongues, he advised. Whatever you do, don't fucking swallow them, though. You'll be shitting yourselves within 5 minutes. What is it? Carrion asked. Widow's Bane. It'll deaden your pain for a couple of hours. Completely deaden it, mind you. We carry it on us at all times in case we need it in battle. Why the cheery name? I made a face when I bit down on the leaves. They were bitter as hell. Because they're highly addictive and make you feel like you can take on an army of feeders. Plenty of warriors take them once to dull the pain of an injury, but then they keep on taking them, and then they die. Ah, good to know. I was very careful not to swallow once I'd chewed the leaves. Popping the mash I made of them under my tongue, I could already feel the plant's numbing properties taking effect. My mind started to clear a little, and then it started to sharpen. Where the hell were we? I looked around and did not like what I saw. We were on a beach of sorts, inside a small cove. To our backs, cliffs rose up like a line of jagged teeth. They buttressed the beach, enclosing it so that there was no way around them on either side. There were 2 ways off the beach. The first, re-entering the lake and swimming around the cliffs, was obviously impossible since neither Carrion nor I could fucking swim, which left us with only one other option. Up. The 3 of us stared up at the wall of obsidian, and each of us blanched. Falling out of a shadow gate and hitting water had been bad enough, but falling from a cliff face and being impaled on a bunch of sharp rocks? That sounded like a great way to punch a one-way ticket to the afterlife, and I wasn't ready to go just yet. Luckily, Carrion and I had one thing in common. We were both very good at climbing. We'd spent most of our lives scaling the walls of the third, walls which were, unbelievably, even taller than this cliff face and far more dangerous to boot. And the Widow's Bane was kicking like a mule. Are we doing this, then? Carrion asked, craning his neck to peer up at the very tops of the cliffs. Fisher was up there. I knew he was. I could feel him. I blinked up at the cliffs, too, and was taken aback when I saw that it had started to snow. The air was full of fat snowflakes, drifting and swirling down from the sky in lazy circles. One of them landed on my cheek. It was only when I brushed it aside, and my fingertips came away marked with a fine gray powder, that I realized it wasn't snow at all. The sky over Gilithrai was raining ash. As I placed my first handhold on the cliff face, an explosion of sound boomed out into the night. It was so loud, so many crazed voices bellowing and screaming all at once, that it made the pebbles beneath our feet rattle and quake. Anorath more! Anorath more! Anorath more! Climb! I shouted. Climb! We made it in minutes. Somehow, by the grace of the gods, in one piece, too. Our hands were full of deep cuts and slick with blood, but that didn't matter. When we hauled ourselves up over the edge of the cliff, the scene that spread out before us was like something out of a nightmare. A huge amphitheater, open toward the lake, rose up around us. Tiers and tiers of seating stretched up forever, the structure so overwhelmingly massive that my mind couldn't grasp the sheer size of it. The building,
if it could even be called that, was some kind of megastructure. Hundreds of thousands of people sat in the stands, roaring at the top of their lungs. "Honorath more! Honorath more! Honorath more!" The terrible chant rocked me to my bones. These were the first words that the Quicksilver had hissed at me back in the forge at the Winter Palace. The words that had affected Fisher in a way I hadn't expected. He'd seemed afraid, and now I knew why. This wasn't just an amphitheater. It was a slaughterhouse, and we were standing on the killing floor. "What are they screaming?" Carrion breathed. Lorith answered in a horrified tone. "Release us. Release us. Release us. Release us." I heard it now, as if the words had been translated in my mind. Hundreds of thousands of people begging to be released. I couldn't bear to look at them. I focused on the deep pit that had been dug into the ground before us instead. At the sprawling labyrinth within it. On the other side of the labyrinth, I could make out a raised dais, but barely. There were people sitting atop it, and at the foot of the dais, at the top of a set of stone steps that led down into the labyrinth, was Fisher. He was just a smudge of black, tiny in comparison to the colossal structure surrounding us, but I knew it was him. Oh yes, it was him all right. "What in all five hells am I looking at?" Lorith whispered. The voice that came from behind us made my blood run cold. The last time I'd heard it, it had been screaming for mercy back in the Hall of Mirrors in Madra's palace. Now it said, "Actually, this is only the first circle of hell, Lorith of the Broken Spires. But I'd be very happy to introduce you to all five." The captain of Madra's guard, Heron, stood inches from Lorith's back. His eyes were orbs of scuffed metal, pure quicksilver, gleaming inside the sockets of his gaunt skull. His lips were thin and peeling, his skin wrinkled and translucent. He broke into a wide grin, displaying shattered teeth, when I noticed the dagger he was pressing against Lorith's throat. "I'd slit your throat right here and now, just to get to the girl." He wheezed into Lorith's ear, those freakish eyeballs swiveling around in his head. I could only tell he was looking at me by the way his face was angled toward me. His smile took on a sinister twist. "You've caused all kinds of trouble lately, Ceres. You were supposed to die for me like a good little pet. But never mind, never mind. Perhaps this will be better." Heron. How could it be Heron? Here, in Evalia. The sight of him just made no sense. Lorith could have easily taken him. He was a full-blooded Fey warrior, and the captain was human. A very unwell human by the looks of things, but still. It would have been nothing for the warrior to spin around and disarm him. I was sure that's exactly what he would have done, too. If it hadn't been for the hundreds of feeders crawling up over the cliff face behind him. They scuttled along the ground toward us on all fours, thick strings of venom-tainted saliva hanging from their mouths. These feeders looked fresh, which made them all the more terrifying. Their clothes were a little dirty, but they were mostly intact. The flush of life still clung to their skin. It would fade soon enough, but for now, they still looked like Fae. And they wanted to eat us. They crept forward in an encroaching tide, but a twitch from Heron's hand kept them at bay. What power could Heron have over these monsters? The captain held out his free hand. It trembled with effort as the air beside Carrion appeared to harden and then fracture like glass. The fractures turned to fissures, and then the air shattered and fell in on itself, creating a spinning vortex. A sound came out of it, like layers of agonized screaming. "The walk would take far too long," Heron said, "and we don't want you to miss out on the beginning of the games now, do we?" He jerked his head toward the vortex.
"In, now. If you hurry, there might still be time for you to say goodbye to your friend."
This was nothing like Fisher's Shadowgate. Heron's vortex wasn't right. It felt like a perversion of nature, and my gut told me firmly and in no uncertain terms that I should not step inside it. But what choice did I have? At least 300 feeders were crowded on the cliff's edge now. Their eyes were blank voids, showing no signs of the fae they used to be. Only hunger, only death. I would rather have jumped back into the middle of that lake than enter the shimmering distortion in the air. But I caught Loreth's eye, and my friend nodded.
"It's fine, Ceres. Go. We'll be right behind you."
I hope to the gods this doesn't go horribly wrong. I looked back over my shoulder at the dais and that small black smudge standing at the top of the stairs, and my stomach rolled with nerves. We're here, Fisher. For what it's worth, we're coming. I didn't expect a reply, but as I entered Heron's gate, I got one. "Ceres?" Fisher's voice was full of panic in my mind. "Ceres, do not come here." But it was already too late. Heron's vortex was ripping me to pieces.
Chapter 40. Introductions.
He was the first thing I saw. Always. My heart and my soul knew exactly where to find him. On his knees, covered in blood, Fisher knelt at the foot of a small series of steps that led up to the dais. He was covered in cuts and scrapes, his hair damp with sweat. The wolf-head gorget still shone at his throat, but it was splattered with blood, both red and black, and his leather armor was destroyed. Huge slashes cut across his chest protector. The bracers at his wrists were caked with gore. He looked exhausted, breathing raggedly through his mouth. He didn't turn his head, but he looked at me out of the corner of his eye, and I saw the fear and devastation there. "You shouldn't be here, little Osha," he said in my mind. His words rang with defeat. His shoulders sagged, his eyes closing when Loreth and Carrion emerged from the gate beside me, Heron close on our heels. "I wanted to save you from this. I didn't want you to suffer with me." As if a bolt of energy suddenly ripped right through him, Fisher threw his head back, his teeth bared, the muscles in his neck straining. "No!" I tried to run to him, but my feet wouldn't move. I was frozen in place. "Greetings, friends. Welcome. We haven't been formally introduced." Cold as ice, the voice cut through the air like a scythe. "God's alive," Loreth hissed. I didn't want to look away from Fisher, but I had to. I needed to know who... Holy fucking hell. The widow's bane was making me hallucinate. There was no other explanation for what I was seeing. There, sitting in the center of the dais, was Malcolm. His fine features and long silver hair made him instantly recognizable. It was he who had spoken. It could only have been him, because I had met the other figures who sat on either side of him. They knew perfectly well who I was. To the right of the dais sat Belicon. To the left, Madra.
Both were dressed in regal finery, the Avelian king in hunter green velvet, the Zilvaran queen bedecked in a high-necked, sparkling golden gown. I tried to blink them away, but there they remained, impossibly, sitting beside the vampire king. Carrion had blanched, his usual arrogance gone. He assessed the three figures up on the dais with open hatred in his eyes.
"I assume," Malcolm said, "since no one appears willing to perform introductions, that you are Ceres, and from your stature and the wolf emblazoned across your chest, that you are one of Kingfisher's Lupo Proelia. Not the general who's caused so much trouble for me, though. No, I've met Renfis. So that must make you Loreth. Loreth, who shattered the towers at Berylliath and murdered thousands of my children. His cool gray eyes flashed with rage. His anger stalled when his gaze landed on Carrion. You? I don't know. Carrion dipped into a low bow, but the gesture was not one of deference. It was designed to mock. Carrion Malcolm nodded to Heron, and the guard brought the hilt of his dagger crashing down onto the back of Carrion's head. The blow cut Carrion off and sent him crashing to his knees. Fisher growled, still straining against the pain that was clearly still racking his body. Loreth and I both reached for our swords, but Belicon let out a rumbling laugh, holding up his hand. I caution all of you against foolishness. Your swords won't do you any good here. Can't you feel it in the air? He grinned, gesturing up at the sky and the flakes of ash that still floated down on the air. This place is a graveyard. The air itself is full of death. The ground beneath us is bones and ash. Your magic cannot reach you here. Madra, with her fair hair bound into a beautiful braid beneath her glittering crown, made a disgruntled sound. You should have at least let them try, brother. I was looking forward to seeing the look on their faces when they realized how much trouble they were in. Brother? But how could Belicon be her brother? Human, fae, vampire. The three regions all adopted similar expressions of satisfaction as they took in our confusion. I couldn't hold my tongue. You really think she's your ally? You're wrong. She's the one who stilled the quicksilver and closed the gates between all of the realms. Belicon snorted. Of course she was. We've always known it was Madra. And yes, we were angry at first. But it's amazing how unimportant these little tiffs seem after centuries. Indeed, Madra agreed. And after all, I did only close the gate because you sent that beast through to assassinate me. So there was much to forgive on my end, too. Belicon inclined his head, accepting this velvet-gloved accusation. It's true. You're perfectly right, sister. Mistakes were made on all sides. Lucky for us, we have the opportunity to make past wrongs right. And now that our triumvirate is reunited, all three of us are more powerful than we've been in an age. Belicon had known? All these years, he'd known that Madra was the one who had closed the gates, and he'd blamed Fisher's father. He had sent Finwë to Zilvarin, to his death, and then had blamed him for the closing of the portals between the realms. He had named him traitor and cast shame on the house of Kalish because of it. Edina had paid. Fisher had paid. Over and over and over again. A fury like no other churned in my gut as I stared at the king. It seemed Loreth shared my rage. You're a fucking disgrace, he seethed. How can you sit up there next to him? Our people have been at war with Malcolm for... War? Belicon sneered. We haven't been at war, you fool. I've simply been feeding my brother's army. There was that word again. Brother. I still didn't fully understand, but some pieces of this puzzle were snapping into place. Belicon had refused to send supplies and food down to Erin. He'd embargoed silver, the only thing capable of permanently killing Malcolm's kind, and had refused to send any of it south. And why would he waste supplies on warriors he didn't intend to survive? Why would he arm warriors with deadly weapons if he didn't actually want them to kill their enemy? Hadn't you better give your plaything a break, Malcolm? Madra purred. She eyed Fisher with keen interest. Be a shame if he died before he could play your little game. I'd love to see if he beats you again. I missed out the first time. Malcolm started, chuckling softly. Oh, of course. I promised you a little sport, didn't I? My apologies, sister. He made no gesture to release Fisher from whatever invisible torture he was exacting upon him. Fisher just collapsed forward onto his hands and knees, gasping for air, suddenly free. Malcolm lifted a cut glass chalice to his mouth, and the thick, viscous liquid inside stained his pale lips red. His bloody smile was full of glee as he said, You know, it does bring me such joy to be reunited, the three of us. You've missed much, Madra. We've been having a wonderful time, especially lately. The fall of Gilithry was a sight to behold, wasn't it, brother? Spectacular, Belacan agreed. You were there, weren't you, dog? You got to witness the whole thing from start to finish. You had a front row seat. Fuck you, Fisher rasped. I'm going to fucking destroy you. My heart slammed in my chest, my blood racing. Everlane's father got to his feet, his face contorted with hatred as he descended the steps toward Fisher. Just like Finran, foul-mouthed and arrogant, so superior, so self-righteous. But you are less than the dirt beneath my feet, Kingfisher. He spat his name like it was a curse. Why don't you tell your precious friends what you did here, He grabbed a fistful of Fisher's hair and wrenched his head back. What's the matter, boy? Cat got your tongue? Oh, wait, that's right. You can't tell them what you did here, can you? Belacan moved faster than he should have been able to. His knee whipped forward, connecting with Fisher's jaw. The blow landed hard, sending Fisher sprawling back onto the stone. In the stands, the crowd roared out their approval. No! I stepped forward, but hands closed around my arms. Guards. From the Winter Palace. There were normal fae here? My mind reeled. I met the eyes of the male who held tight to my right arm, and I saw his shame. He knew this was wrong, and yet he was still here, obeying the orders of a psychopath. Let me go! Belacan opened his arms wide, spinning around, ever the showman. He laughed, his voice booming over the dais. What do you think, Malcolm? Should I tell them what he did, or should I release him from his oath and make him tell them? Malcolm took another swig from the blood in his glass goblet and shrugged one of his shoulders, considering the thousands of people sitting in the amphitheater stands. I think we should ask them, he said in an airy tone. After all, they're the ones he killed. Liar! Loreth looked as though he was about to launch himself up onto the dais and rip Malcolm's head from his shoulders. It wasn't his fault. The ones he killed? What was Malcolm talking about? I looked up at the stands, at last forcing myself to look upon the people there. Row after row, the seats were packed with fae, their clothes black, their skin... Wait. Their skin was burned. Their clothes weren't just black, they were smoldering. Their mouths were fixed into terrible screams. And their eyes, gods, their eyes. They were either missing or melted to gelatin and running out of their eye sockets. Females, children, males, all dead, all burned alive, and yet somehow still animated, trapped in their misery. Carrion strained against the fae guards who held him, taking in the nightmare that surrounded us. Fuck me, he whispered. Belacan clapped his hands together, thoroughly enjoying our horror. You're right. We should ask them, he said. When he shouted his question, his voice carried to every corner of the amphitheater, supernaturally loud. What say you, Fae of Gilethry? Should I remove the dog's gag?
Should he confess his crimes at last?
The crescendo of shouts that followed was ferocious. I couldn't make out whether they were in favor or against Belicon freeing Fisher from the oath that had prevented him from talking about this for so long. It was all just noise. Belicon seemed delighted with the response.
Wonderful, wonderful! The Fae of Galethri have spoken.
He turned back to Fisher. Slapping his hands down on his shoulders, the king gave Fisher a rough shake.
I release you from your oath to us, Kingfisher, Bane of Galethri. Now go on. Tell your friends all about the deal you struck with us all those years ago.
Chapter 41. Galethri Fisher wiped blood from his mouth, fighting to get to his feet. It looked as though the effort of it cost him the last of his strength, but slowly he managed it. My heart nearly shattered when he staggered towards us, and I registered the true extent of his injuries. "You can barely walk!" There was so much pain in his eyes. It wasn't caused by the lacerations that crisscrossed his body. It was because of this place.
I'll be fine, Osha.
Inside my head, his voice was a whisper. Lorith reached for Fisher to help him stand, but Heron snarled, shoving him back.
What have they done to you?
The warrior demanded. Fisher smiled, his teeth stained with blood.
I believe you called it payback, right, Heron? Less than you deserve for what you did to me, the guard spat. I would have killed you myself if— Shut your mouth, human,
Belicon snapped.
Kingfisher has a story to share. Tell them how you thought you could trick me, dog.
Wearily, Fisher spoke at last.
The horde had gathered at the gates of Galethri. Tens of thousands of vampires. Our armies in the south had been drawn into a battle with a much smaller force, but it had been a distraction. We found out that the better part of Malcolm's feeders had marched on Galethri too late. I couldn't move enough warriors through my shadow gate, so I brought Wren and some of the other wolves to try and save as many as we could.
The arrogance, Belicon hissed.
7 warriors against 20,000. He truly thought he could hold them back.
Fisher continued on, ignoring the king.
We didn't get here in time. The horde was already inside the city when we arrived. The Fae had all been out in the streets, celebrating the festival of the first song, which only made the horde's job easier. They were swept through the city like locusts, feeding on anything they came across, either draining their victims or consigning them to an agonizing death.
Lorith hung his head, nodding as if he knew all of this, and the retelling of it hurt his soul. But his eyes snapped up when Fisher said, I left Wren and the others, and I went to find Malcolm. I'd decided I was going to try and kill him by myself, but it wasn't Malcolm that I found. At least, not at first. It was the bastard who murdered my mother. Belicon ran his tongue over his teeth.
You think you can shame me by airing my sins? Think again. Your bitch of a mother was supposed to be the greatest oracle of our time, but she was useless.
He cackled.
I admit it. As soon as she was done pushing out the brat I forced upon her, I slit the bitch's throat. I was sick of her fucking lies.
She never lied to you, Fisher said flatly. Her life could have depended on it, and she would only have been able to tell you the truth. Belicon brushed Fisher's words aside.
Just get on with it. Tell them about the deal we made.
Malcolm arrived at the head of his host, and that's when I learned that he and Belicon weren't adversaries at all. They were allies, and had been working together since before the blood curse. I didn't know that Madra was also in league with them until today. I wanted to bargain for the few citizens of Galethri who were still alive, and Belicon proposed a deal. He found a coin, one used only in Galethri, the smallest denomination of currency the Fae had here. He said if the coin hit the ground and landed leaf side up,
Malcolm would call off his horde and leave the city without hurting another living thing. But if the coin hit the ground and landed fish side up, he would take the city as his own and destroy it, and I would have to leave those still alive to their deaths and meet him on the field of battle at a later date. "You're leaving out all of the best parts," Belicon interjected. "He also wasn't allowed to touch the coin or influence the way it fell. While the coin toss was being decided, he wasn't allowed to harm me or my brother, not a hair on either of our pretty heads. And, until the outcome of the coin toss had been decided, he wasn't allowed to speak of the deal or of the fact that Malcolm and I were brothers." And he agreed. He was so desperate to save a handful of peasants that he made the blood oath with me. Malcolm called from the dais, "Pay attention now. This is my favorite part." Belicon paused before Fisher. He stood with the bulb of his nose an inch away from his cheek, his presence meant to intimidate, I thought. But Fisher stared straight at me. He didn't acknowledge the evil piece of shit. "I tossed the coin," he said. "And I caught it." Malcolm held his glass aloft, toasting himself. "The coin never hit the ground," I whispered. "The coin never hit the ground," Belicon jeered. A bottomless sadness flickered in Fisher's beautiful eyes. The quicksilver was fine as lace, threaded all through his right iris, completely still. "Malcolm's children feasted, didn't they, dog?" Belicon leered, shoving his face closer to Fisher's so that his forehead butted against the side of Fisher's skull. Still, he got no reaction out of him. It was amazing how controlled he was. My eyes swam with unshed tears as I focused on the wings that spread out from underneath the silver plate at his throat. "I torched the city then," Fisher said. He didn't sugarcoat it, didn't dress it up. "I barricaded it and trapped everyone inside. Malcolm's horde had either bitten or killed everyone. They were transitioning right before our eyes. Gilithry was home to nearly 200,000 high fae and lesser fae. If they were allowed to join Malcolm's horde, they would have swallowed the entire realm. So I gave the order. I did what had to be done." "A cunt of a move," Malcolm said, pouting coquettishly. He'd come down from the dais and was in the process of helping Madra descend the stone steps. The fine hairs on my arms bristled as the two of them approached. I love bending the rules in my favor. I don't love it so much when they're bent against me. So I decided to torment poor little kingfishers some more. I have to admit, it was a little cruel, but... "You've always had such an affinity for turning cruelty into an art form, brother." Madra simpered. She let go of Malcolm's hand and slowly walked a circle around Fisher, her eyes lit up with intrigue. "He is unbearably handsome, isn't he? I can see why you wanted to keep him as a pet. I can't wait to hear what happened next." "Well, I created the most diabolically lethal labyrinth I could conjure in my mind, dear sister," Malcolm said, as if this should have been obvious. "I hid Belicon's coin at its center, and then I created this coliseum around it, and filled the stands with the perpetually burning bodies of all the creatures our poor little bleeding heart here had wanted to save. All he had to do to end their suffering was find the coin and make it fall to the ground. Obviously, it would be too late to save the Fae from death, but at least it would end their suffering. And then," he added with a dramatic flourish, "he would be free to seek his vengeance by calling me out onto the battlefield." Madra ran her fingers along Fisher's jaw, wetting her bottom lip. "Don't fucking touch him," I thrashed, trying to tear myself free of the guards, but the hold they had on me tightened. The queen smirked, moving even closer to Fisher so that her peaked nipples, poking through the sheer material of her dress, brushed his arm as she circled him. Fisher growled,
low and menacing. He turned hate-filled eyes on the Queen of Zilvarin. "Remove yourself from me, or you won't like what happens next." "Oh, please." Madra waved away his threat. "I hate to tell you this, but I can do anything to you that I want. Malcolm has always let me play with his toys." "I play back," Fisher spat. "It might not be today, but oh, I am coming to find you, Madra. Fear the shadows, bitch. I'm made of them. One night soon, I'll climb out of one and slit your fucking throat. What a lucky girl I am." Madra feigned nonchalance, but I could see it, even from here, plain as day. Fisher's venom had shaken her a little. "And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such special attention from the likes of you?" "You spayed my mate when she was a fucking child," he seethed. "For that alone, I'll make your undying existence an unending agony. An eternity of suffering the likes of which even your evil mind cannot comprehend. You'll know no peace at my hands. I will destroy your empire and erase your name from the annals of time. When I am done with your legacy, Madra the Undying will never have existed, and you'll live on at my behest, suffering for all of eternity. And no one will know, and no one will care." His words rocked me, the pure, unadulterated hatred in them. I had no idea that it had affected him this badly. When I'd told him about what had been done to me, he'd reacted strangely, yes, but to provoke a response from him like this? Kingfisher of the Ajin Gate was on his knees in the dirt. He was broken and bleeding, but his promise of retribution was still terrifying enough to make a queen tremble. Madra staggered back, her smile sliding from her face. "I see what you mean, brother," she said shakily, looking to Belicon. "He is quite foul-tempered, isn't he?" "Do you mind? You're ruining my story," Malcolm huffed. Madra attempted to marshal herself, but she couldn't quite look at Fisher now. "You're right, darling. I apologize. And what did our wayward hero do then?" "He entered my labyrinth and entertained us all for such a very long time." Malcolm clapped Fisher on the back. "I sent some of my other friends to play with him sometimes. From time to time, I would visit him myself. We always had such scintillating conversations. And then, one day, he made it to the center of the labyrinth. I have to say, I was shocked. I thought it would take him a lot longer than it did. What was it, Fisher? 50 years? 55. His eyes were back on me now, locked fast, as if I were an anchor in a storm, the only thing capable of grounding him. That's right, 55. He spent the next 8 years trying to find the coin once he reached the center. Didn't you, my love? For the first time since the 3 regents had started toying with him, Fisher flinched. I did too. My love. Of all the things Malcolm could have called him, Fisher. He gave me the smallest shake of his head. Don't give them anything. It'll only make them worse." Malcolm chuckled. Then, one day, Taladeus was checking in on our Kingfisher, and he said that the ground shook so violently that the stone cracked beneath his feet, and a hole appeared. And lo and behold, a secret. "Let me guess," Madra said. "There was a quicksilver pool below your lovely labyrinth, and it had been awakened." "Exactly. Very astute." Belicon narrowed roomy eyes at me accusingly. "The very same vibrations rocked my palace." Malcolm tutted. "Such mayhem, such chaos." Our Kingfisher took one look at the quicksilver pool, and Taladeus said he dropped down into the hole and waded into it without a second thought. Disappeared and didn't come back. I was surprised, Fisher. I gave you the opportunity to leave my labyrinth so many times, but you never accepted. And then you just upped and left out of the blue? With all of these poor creatures waiting on you to end their suffering? It seemed highly out of character. Tell me, Malcolm said, spinning on the balls of his feet. I've been dying to know.
After 110 years in that labyrinth, what made you finally leave? You bored him to fucking tears, and he couldn't take it anymore, Carrion sniped. Up until now, he'd held his tongue, but it was a miracle that he'd lasted this long. Carrion wasn't the type to let an opportunity to offend someone pass him by, regardless of how dire the situation was. Malcolm stalked forward and closed his hand around Carrion's throat. The Vampire King bared his fangs as he leaned in close to Carrion's neck. I don't like you, human. Something about you smells off. That's probably the weird moss these water sprites rubbed all over me, Carrion croaked. It had a strange funk to it. Gods alive, he didn't know when to quit. Smart mouth, Malcolm sneered. I'll enjoy draining you once all of this is done. You want to know why I went into that quicksilver? Fisher asked. It was a distraction, something to divert attention away from Carrion. If we ever got out of this alive, I was going to wring the smuggler's neck for his stupidity, and I thought Fisher might too. Fisher's ploy worked, though. Malcolm let go of Carrion, disgust playing over his features as he turned back to Fisher. He left because the madness in his veins broke him at last, Bellicon ventured. We all knew it would eventually. He was afflicted with it long before he showed up at the gates of Galethri. Is that true, my love? Malcolm asked. Has that quicksilver in your head finally pushed you beyond the bounds of sanity? Fisher rubbed his forehead. I've felt better, but no, that isn't the reason why I left. He angled his shoulders a little, shifting his weight into the balls of his feet. I was watching him so intently that I saw it happen. I'd seen him fight enough times to know that Fisher didn't just shift his weight for no reason. I stiffened, eyes widening. What are you doing, Fisher? His brows twitched, barely noticeable. Just don't move. To Malcolm he said, I went into that quicksilver because I felt my father's sword calling to me, and I knew I'd need it for this. He became smoke. He was hurt and tired, but I'd never witnessed him move this fast. He came for me. One hand closed on my hip. The other reached to the other hip, for the sword there, sitting in its scabbard. He drew solace, the blade becoming a flare of brilliant light in the ash-choked air, and then Fisher was spinning. He moved like liquid, like lightning, like vengeance. Ducking low, he spun, reversing the weapon so the tip of the blade pointed down. Dropping to one knee, he clasped the hilt in both hands and drove the sword in an arc, back and up, into Bellicone's stomach. It happened fast, really fast. I was barely able to track the movement. Bellicone hadn't expected it, that was for sure. A wet gurgle came out of the Avalian king's mouth as Fisher ripped his father's sword free, spun again, and drove the tip straight into Bellicone's throat. He gritted his teeth as he leaned his weight on the weapon, and the gleaming blade pushed all the way out the back of Bellicone's neck. I don't need magic to mess you up, you fuck, he growled. This is for me. But mostly, it's for my parents. Madra, undying queen of the shining Silver City, the banner in the north, unleashed a blood-curdling scream. And all hell broke loose. Chapter 42. That'll cost you. A river of blood spewed down Bellicone's chin. It flowed from the gaping hole in his stomach, too, thick and steaming hot in the cold night air. Malcolm's eyes narrowed to vertical slits, black veins creeping down his cheeks. That was ill-advised. The vampire lunged, launching at Fisher, but sharp silver slashed through the air, bringing him up short. A Vizzieth nicked his neck, the very end of Loreth's sword barely kissing the vampire's skin, but it was enough to make the bastard screech. Black smoke hissed from the tiny wound. "Run!" Fisher bellowed. Chaos exploded on the amphitheater floor. Heron darted for me. The guards restraining me, idiots that they were, let me go as the silver-eyed monster flew in our direction. With my hands free, I palmed the daggers strapped to my thighs and moved. Heron's run-in with the quicksilver had definitely taken its toll. The captain still moved with lethal determination, but he was nowhere near as fast as he had been, and my hands weren't tied behind my back this time. Adopting an offensive stance, I sprung into his guard, surprising him. He must have thought I would do nothing but defend, but the dagger I thrust up into his gut none too politely notified him otherwise. "Bitch!" he roared. Retreating, he stared down at the dagger protruding from his body, then ripped it out. The metal clattered to the stone. 5 feet away, Carrion wielded Simon like he'd been training with the weapon for years. He cut through 3 feeders, slicing their heads from their shoulders in quick order. "Move!" Fisher boomed. "To the labyrinth!" "So eager to run back into your cage, pet," Malcolm called to him. With his head dipped and his shoulders tensed up around his ears, he looked like a dune viper, coiling back, preparing to strike. He knocked aside Madra's guards in their shining golden armor as he prowled, not for Fisher, but for Loreth. The warrior dropped low. Avisieth raised again, ready to take on the vampire, but Fisher's voice cut across the melee. "Loreth, no! Don't engage! I mean it! Get into the labyrinth!" "That'll cost you," Heron said, and he smashed the hilt of his dagger into my nose. I'd let myself lose focus, and it had cost me. Blood exploded out of my nose, spraying Heron's gaunt face, but the pain I braced for didn't come. The widow's bane. Thank fuck for the widow bane. Bellicon was on his knees, teetering like he was about to topple over, but he wasn't dead. I heard the scrape Solace made when Fisher dragged it free. Metal on bone. But I didn't make the same mistake twice. I tore my gaze away from Fisher and gave every bit of my attention to Heron. "You're in way over your head, rat," the captain hissed. "The pieces of this game have been in play for millennia. You can't begin to comprehend." I advanced, my remaining dagger gripped loosely in my hand. Inside Heron's guard again, I slashed his shoulder and drew blood. He was wrong. Yes, the players in this game had been making moves for centuries, but that didn't change the nature of the game. It was kill or be killed, and I knew what I had to do to win. "For pity's sake, end her!" Madra commanded. The queen hadn't entered the fight. She watched from the sidelines, mad with rage, the front of her beautiful dress sprayed with ichor. "How many centuries has she been using you to do her dirty work, Heron?" I panted. Darting back, away from his dagger, I moved out of his reach. "Shouldn't you have been in the ground a long time ago?" "Madra gifted me with eternity, so that you could serve her, so that you could be her fucking slave. Most prisoners' sentences end. They're released, or they—" I dodged a cutting upward sweep of his dagger. "Walk through that black door you spoke of. But you just keep on suffering, don't you? Death has forgotten me, bitch. My name is nowhere on his register." I felt the cold smile unfurling across my face. I'd been haunted by the idea of this moment. Heron had owned me the last time we'd face each other. I should have died at his hand. and that knowledge had made me fear facing him again. But now that the moment had come, I realized that I was better than him. I paused, making my delay look like hesitation, and the captain fell for the bait. He charged, dagger swinging right for my throat, but I dropped to the ground and swept out his legs from underneath him. It was straightforward from there. I twisted and fell on top of him, wrapped my legs around his throat, and squeezed. "Get up! Stop toying with her!" Maudra's petulant cry sounded far away. My ears were full of Harren's labored wheezing. He tried to stab backward and plunge his dagger into my thigh, but I batted away his arm and wrenched his wrist into an unnatural angle. Harren dropped the dagger. Feigning shock, I said, "Wait a minute. I think death just remembered your name, Harren." And then I snapped his neck. "Saris, now!" The cry came from Loreth. Malcolm was on his back at the top of the stairs that led down into the labyrinth. I hadn't seen how he'd gotten there, but he looked like he was rousing himself and seconds from getting up. To my left, Fisher shoved Carrion with one hand, holding back 6 feeders with the other. Carrion stumbled and fell down the stairs. Fisher speared one of the feeders through the stomach, then landed a blow to its neck with the flat of Solace's blade so powerful that it knocked the monster's head off rather than severed it. Eyes wild, he swung his gaze across the platform until he found me. "Go, now!" he commanded. "I'm right behind you." "Harren!" Maudra shook with grief. She broke into a run, heading straight for me. I didn't wait to find out what she would do when she got to me. I snatched the dagger Harren had pulled from his stomach and sprinted toward the stairs. My feet barely touched the ground as I raced down them and reached Loreth and Carrion. Both had their swords in hand, ready. Relief hit me square in my solar plexus when I felt Fisher's hand on my back. He hadn't wasted any time catching up. "Move, move, move!" he shouted. Together, the 4 of us ran. The opening of the labyrinth loomed ahead, foreboding and dark. As I raced into its yawning mouth, I realized that its slick-back walls were made of obsidian, and they were razor-sharp. "Run all you like!" Malcolm shouted after us. "The labyrinth is my domain. It's going to eat you alive." Fisher grabbed my hand as we ran. He didn't let go. "Where the hell are we going?" Loreth panted. Fisher pulled me to the left, down a corridor of obsidian that looked like a dead end. But it wasn't. A narrow opening, barely wide enough to accommodate a body, opened up to the right, and he ushered us through. "The first 10 moves to the labyrinth are always the same. That's where you face the first obstacle. Then the route to the center changes." "What do you mean, the route changes?" Carrion demanded. "I mean it fucking changes. The walls move. Go!" Carrion blanched, but he ran. I wasn't so worried about the walls moving part. I was more concerned about the word obstacle. And the fact that Fisher had been stuck in here for over 100 years. He wouldn't have told us to come in here if he didn't think it was our safest option, though. He guided us right again. Loreth skidded as he rushed through the corner, his feet going out underneath him. He crashed into the wall ahead but scrambled up and kept running. Awesome. It wasn't just the walls that were slick obsidian. The ground was, too. "Left! Go left!" Fisher cried. "Tell me you have a plan." It was a hell of a lot easier speaking into someone's mind when you were sprinting for your life. Fisher replied, "Yes, I have one." "Great. What is it?" He answered right away. "You." "What do you mean, me?" He was joking. If he was, then his sense of humor was almost as bad as Carrion's. "In a minute," he said. I was about to say, "No, now," but then we emerged into an opening, and my stomach bottomed out. There, in the center of the opening,
was the kind of monster that I thought only existed in nightmares. Zilvarin had plenty of spiders. Sand-trap spiders the size of dinner plates that would numb your skin with their saliva while you were sleeping and eat your fingers. But this was... Holy fuck! Carrion skidded and slipped onto his ass, nearly colliding with the thing. It was 3 times the height of a fully grown man, with more legs than I could count. Its hind abdomen was a fleshy bulb, mottled red and black and covered in coarse long hairs. But then, my insides twisted as I took in the rest of it. Its front half was part fey, a male torso with a distended, bloated stomach, thin, emaciated arms, wisps of greasy black hair stuck to its otherwise bald head. It had no ears, no eyes or nose either. Its face comprised nothing but a massive circular mouth with concentric row after row of jagged teeth. It let out a high-pitched whine, its head whipping toward Carrion, and Fisher spat out a curse. "Don't move, Swift." "What the hell are you talking about?" Carrion called back. "I'm 100% going to move." "Stay the fuck where you are," Fisher growled. "It can't see or hear you. It tracks movement." "But..." "You move, you die," Fisher barked. "Okay." Loreth pressed his back to the wall, clutching a Visieth to his chest. "I fucking hate spiders," he said. "That's not a spider. That's Morthill. It's a demon. And it'll stun you with its stinger and eat you alive if it catches you. Slowly. Over a period of days." "Please stop talking and tell me how I'm not getting eaten," Carrion whimpered. Fisher hooked his pinky finger around mine and blew out a shaky breath. "We've got one chance at this," he said. "There are 3 exits to this enclosure. 2 of them lead to other enclosures, and we do not want to go to those. Trust me." Loreth hadn't blinked since he'd laid eyes on the demon. "But you said the walls move. How the hell are we supposed to pick the right one?" Fisher moved his head a fraction, very slowly, and looked to me out of the corner of his eye. "There's a quicksilver pool at the center of this labyrinth, Ceres. You need to find it." "What?" The spider demon snapped its head in my direction, leaning forward. It took a step, its long, spindly legs working in concert, and Carrion moaned. Its front right leg was raised, hovering in the air, right over him. If it brought it down, it would land right on his head. "No rush or anything, Fane, but if you could sniff out that quicksilver pretty quickly, I'd sure appreciate it," he said, his voice 3 octaves higher than usual. My initial surprise over what Fisher wanted me to do dissipated. Now I had a job to do, one I felt fairly confident I could accomplish. "A whole pool of it?" I asked. Fisher squeezed my hand. "A big one." I closed my eyes and concentrated. It didn't take long to feel the quicksilver. It was there, chanting along with the tortured souls of Gilithrai. "Anarath more, Anarath more." I opened my eyes and looked in the direction we had to go. "There," I said. "That way." "Which way?" Carrion called nervously. "The path on the far left," Fisher called. "The one right behind the fucking demon? Just stay still and wait until I tell you to move," Fisher said. Loreth adjusted his grip on Avisieth, scanning all 4 corners of the enclosure. "How are we doing this?" "Feed. I feed." The demon didn't move its bristling mouth. The raspy words came from its throat somehow. It extended its front legs, prodding the air, looking for its prey. Loreth pulled a horrified face. "Ugh, not on us, you're not." If we ever made it out of this, I was going to be traumatized for the rest of my life. Fisher had encountered this thing more than once. He'd faced it without knowing which path to take. Had it caught him? Had it? No, don't think about that. Not now. I exhaled, pulling myself together. Throw a rock and distract it or something, Carrion said. That won't work. It's smarter than it looks. It can gauge the size of objects in motion. It can't differentiate between large objects that are close together, though. If we press back against the wall and move slowly, we can skirt around the perimeter of the enclosure and then make a run for it. And where does that leave me? Carrion asked. That leaves you sliding along the floor very slowly, Fisher said. Try not to lift your arms or legs too far from the ground. Get moving. Lorith went first, creeping along the wall, his throat bobbing every other second. The demon cocked its head in twitchy movements, searching this way and that, trying to detect us. But Fisher was right. It didn't seem to be able to differentiate us from the walls of the labyrinth. Carrion swung his arms out from his body, pressing his palms into the ground, and managed to shunt himself forward. He didn't make much progress with each push, but it was better than nothing. Lorith reached the exit behind the demon first. From my position, flat against the wall, I watched him slump behind the wall, his shoulders sagging with relief. Come on, he motioned with his hands. Let's get the hell out of here. I reached him next. Fisher was only 2 feet from us, when the wall Lorith and I were leaning against groaned, shuddered, and began to move. Shit. Fisher made eye contact with me and then swung around to look at Morthill. The spider demon slowly turned its head toward us, an eerie clicking sound coming from its hideous mouth. And Fisher whispered, "Move." The demon exploded into action. Lorith was there in an instant. He fisted his hands and thrust them at the creature. Lorith was there in an instant. He fisted the front of Carrion's shirt and pulled him to his feet. But Morthill was already on us. Fisher angled Solace and batted away one of the demon's legs. The blade cut clean through it and sent it sailing through the air. Morthill screamed, pain and fury blending together in an ear-splitting cry. Carrion brought up Simon and parried forward, stabbing the demon in its swollen belly, which only enraged it further. It reared back and climbed the wall beside us, frantically thrusting with its curved stinger, seeking flesh. It found polished obsidian instead. Its stinger smashed into the wall with force, punching giant holes into the rock. "Go!" Fisher yelled. "Go!" We ran. All 4 of us made it out of the enclosure, but Morthill followed us, scaling the walls, skittering behind us until it caught up. "It isn't supposed to leave the enclosure!" Fisher shouted. The demon clambered up, using both walls on either side of us, and sprung forward so that its body was right over us. "I feed!" it roared. Its abdomen flexed and thrust down into the path between the walls, its stinger driving through the gap. I reacted on instinct, first darting back against the wall and then spinning my dagger over and plunging it down into the demon's abdomen. I had been aiming for its stinger, but the hit I landed was still decent. Fisher took advantage of the demon's howl of shock and lobbed off another of its legs. Losing its traction on the right wall, Morthill fell back down into the narrow passageway and hit the ground with a thump, nearly crushing Lorith beneath it. The warrior jumped back, raised Avasieth, and drove the sword into the beast's grotesque mouth. He grunted, shoving his weight against the weapon's hilt, and the tip of the blade pushed out of the back of the demon's skull. "Yes!" Carrion cried. "Is it dead?" "Temporarily. It'll respawn soon. It'll come back smaller but also faster," Fisher said. "Then let's get the hell out of here before that happens." Fisher's hand in mine was reassuring, but he was no longer in the lead. I was. I could feel the quicksilver getting closer as we ran, but we had a problem. "Why have we stopped?" Carrion shrieked. "The walls keep shifting," I bit out, "which means the path keeps changing. I need to make sure we're going the right way, but if you want to take the lead, then be my guest."
The thief held up his hands.
"You're right. I apologize. I'm just a little on edge right now. I'm not my best self."
I shut him out, trying to make the decision. It was a simple choice: left, right, or straight. The passageways seemed to stretch forever into the distance, and my nerves got the better of me. "What happens if we stumble into one of those other enclosures?" I asked Fisher in private.
"Very bad things," he replied. "But don't overthink it, Saris. You can do this. Just focus on getting us to the center of the labyrinth. If we run into any other problems on the way, we'll handle it."
Very bad things wasn't what I'd wanted to hear, but I took a deep breath and plunged forward. "It's this way." We went right. 4 seconds later, the walls started moving, the obsidian scraping as it cut off the passage ahead of us. Damn it! I took the next left, following the tugging in the pit of my stomach, and no sooner had we done that, the walls changed again, faster this time, sliding across the path in front of us like a doorway being closed.
"It's never done that before," Fisher said.
"Malcolm's trying to block our way, which means we're on the right path. Keep going, Saris." And as we picked up speed, so did the moving walls.
They started slamming in front of us, barring our way. But it was as if there was a thread connecting me to the quicksilver, drawing me toward it, and every time the thread was cut, a new one formed, showing me a different way. My heart was a hammer, pounding against my ribs. It quit beating when Fisher caught me by the shirt collar, pulling me back just in time to prevent me from being crushed by a huge slab of obsidian. But there was no time to stop and let the adrenaline pass. "We're getting close," Fisher said, gulping down a breath. "I can tell by the collapsed stand. There."
He pointed up into the walls of the amphitheater, which were still visible over the tops of the labyrinth walls. Where he pointed, one of the sections of the stands had indeed collapsed.
"It isn't much further."
The quicksilver was louder in my head, too. Every time we hurled ourselves around a corner and sprinted for the next, I felt the thread connecting me to it strengthening. It wouldn't be much further now. Only a couple more turns.
"Left. No, right."
All 4 of us pushed harder. The quicksilver wasn't chanting along with the crowd anymore. It was whispering. Its interest piqued. "She comes. She comes. This way, alchemist. Come and find us."
"Right."
Glittering black obsidian blocked our way.
"Right again."
We barreled around another corner, my feet slipping on the slick floor, and then, oof! I hit the ground hard. Ground that was no longer black glass, but something silver and cold. I cried out a second time as a heavy weight crashed down on me, and then Carrion landed next to me.
"Sorry,"
he groaned. My ribs were already broken. I was sure of that. I'd hit that water so hard that it was a miracle the impact hadn't liquefied my insides. I should have been screaming in agony, but the widow's bane was still in effect and cycling through my system. Thank the gods. Fisher's justice rune filled my vision.
I took the hand he offered me and let him help me up.
I didn't notice his grim expression right away. I was too shocked by the mountain of coins that loomed before us. Because that's what we had landed on. Coins. They were tiny, the size of my thumbnail. Brilliant silver. They flashed like fish scales. In steep hills that resembled sand dunes, they filled the center of the labyrinth. There must have been millions of them. This was the hell that Fisher had faced when he'd finally reached the center of the labyrinth. For 8 years, he'd existed here, trying to find the specific coin that Bellicon had flipped in their bet. It was no wonder he hadn't found it. His dark hair blew on a cold wind as he surveyed the place, his expression complicated.
"So many years. Trapped here, brother. Where did you sleep?" Lorith whispered. "What did you eat? How did you survive?" Fisher hung his head. Now that he could talk about this place and everything that had happened here, he didn't seem to know how to. He opened his mouth and took a deep, grounding breath. He didn't. Did you, my love?" The voice bounced off the walls, come from every direction. A section of one of the closest dunes started to slide, coins rattling and crashing as they tumbled down to the ground. Malcolm's head appeared over the top of the pile first, then his shoulders, and then the rest of him as he summited the stack. He smiled benevolently down at us like a father, proud of his children's accomplishments. "I may be a vampire, but I was once Fae. The magic I was born with still sings a dark chorus in my veins. I used it to craft this place, especially for our kingfisher, so that he wouldn't be plagued with such tiresome requirements as rest and sustenance. So long as he remained within the bounds of my playground, he needed neither."
Thoughtful of me, no?
More than a century, enduring this shithole without even the escape of sleep as a reprieve? Yeah, very thoughtful, Lorith snapped. Malcolm chuckled humorlessly under his breath. "Oh, but I could have made it so much worse. You have no idea, Lorith of the Broken Spire. Even now, I could have made your journey here infinitely more horrific. I actually thought Morthil had your little group for a second there. I'm pleased that you made it, though. We were getting a little bored." "Motherfucker," Carrion hissed under his breath. Behind Malcolm, golden hair rose into view, and then Madra appeared, dressed in the female version of the golden-plated armor that Zilvarin's city guard wore. Fisher stiffened, his hand closing tight around Solace as Belicon followed after her. The Avelian king no longer had a hole in his stomach. In fact, he looked hale and hearty, dressed in a winter green tunic and black pants. The king's lip curled in disgust. Pointing a furious finger at Fisher, he snarled, "You really think you can kill me with a powerless sword? You can't kill any of us with a mere blade. We are the triumvirate, dog. 3 crowns sharing one source. To kill one of us, you must kill us all. And that is no easy task." "I'm willing to give it a shot," Fisher fired back. "You've never known when to admit that you're beaten, boy. That's always been your problem." "I won't be beaten until I'm dead." "Oh, that moment can't come soon enough for me. I've wanted to put you in the ground from the moment your mother whelped you. But you'll be dead soon enough, and I'll have your father's sword to mount on my wall right beside your skull. I'll also have the alchemist to forge all of the relics I need. Between the 3 of us, we'll bring the old gods to their knees and claim every realm we desire while we're at it. Now, will you die on your knees or face down in the dirt? The choice is yours." I had no idea what Fisher was planning next, but Belicon, Madra, and Malcolm all stood between us and the Quicksilver. I couldn't see it, but I felt the pool pulsing on the other side of the mountain of coins they stood on. We had no magic in this place. Our enemy had plenty of death magic to draw from, and they had the high ground. If we went back, we'd be faced with the other horrors that lived in the labyrinth, and there was no way out. No Quicksilver to call to me beyond the walls of the amphitheater. The only way to reach safety was through that pool, which meant we had to go through the triumvirate, as Belicon had called them. Amazingly, it was Carrion who stepped forward first, Simon held aloft. "We might think Fisher's an arrogant ass, but we're not just going to let you kill him." His tone was confident and devil-may-care, but I saw the way his hand shook as he pointed the tip of his sword at Belicon's head.
We especially aren't going to let him be killed by a bastard who'd hand over his own daughter to be tortured and enthralled by a fucking vampire. What's he doing? Fisher said into my mind. He's going to get himself killed. I don't have a clue, but he should definitely stop. Belicon sucked his teeth, his cloudy eyes full of disregard. Every trap needs a lure, he said. And anyway, Evelyn was born to serve my crown. If I deem it appropriate that she die to aid my cause, then she will fucking die. She won't die. Malcolm's venom is being drained from her as we speak. Soon, the vampire taint will be lifted from her blood, and he will no longer have any control over her. Carrion, stop! I hissed. That blow Harin dealt to the back of his head must have done some serious damage. From where I was standing, it seemed likely that he'd lost his fucking mind. Yes, Carrion, stop, Malcolm said. You know not who you insult. The playful light in his eyes had blinked out. He stepped off the mound of coins and floated down from it, as if carried on some kind of invisible wind. I'd never seen anything like it. We were all so fucked. Saris, listen to me. These coins are fake, Fisher said. They have to be. The original coin that Belicon struck our deal with was made of silver. It burned Malcolm's hand when he caught it. He wouldn't even be able to stand on so many silver coins without them affecting him. I watched Malcolm's boots make contact with the carpet of coins. He sauntered toward Carrion with a self-satisfied smirk on his face. He definitely wasn't in any pain. In fact, he only seemed to flinch a little when he drew closer to Carrion's sword. Okay, so what does that mean? The original coin would have had traces of quicksilver in it too. The people of this city believed it was good luck. They thought it would bring them good fortune and connect them to the gods. Do any of these coins contain quicksilver? I stiffened, realization slowly dawning on me. I was beginning to understand what he was saying to me. No, they don't, I told him. I don't even think they're made of metal. They're an illusion, perhaps? Magic? Okay, then do you understand what you need to do? Malcolm hissed, snake-like, as he pushed Carrion's sword away. He leaned into the thief, baring his fangs. What are you going to do to stop us? We are immortal. We are gods. You are just a human with shaky hands and a pig sticker. What would stop me from ripping your throat out right here where we stand? Saris! There was an urgent hitch in Fisher's voice. Yes, I told him. I know what I have to do. Carrion's eyes flitted to mine for a second. They held all manner of unspoken words. Then he lowered Simon, gave Malcolm his full attention, and said, Nothing's stopping you. Go ahead, leech. Bite me and see where it gets you. Carrion, no! My shock registered like a slap across the face. Malcolm swept around Carrion, face hideous with his hunger. His lips peeled back to reveal narrow, elongated fangs. Not just his canines. All of his teeth were sharpened to vicious points. Carrion didn't even raise his hand to stop Malcolm. Head tipped back, he stared at the vampire defiantly as Malcolm snapped his head forward and sank his teeth into his throat. Gods, we've got to do something, I shrieked. Fisher's hands closed around my arms, Loreth's too. The males held me tight, their expressions hard, and all the while, the king of the vampires drank. This wasn't happening. Carrion was being drained right before our eyes, and we were doing nothing. Nothing! There's nothing we can do. Fisher's voice was so quiet compared to the ringing in my head. We'll all die if we try to pull him off him. Let me go! I have to try, Malcolm snarled, sinking his teeth deeper into Carrion's neck. He was losing control, losing himself to his own bloodlust.
His throat worked as he took down Carrion's blood in great swallows. Frenzied, he withdrew his fangs. He was going to search for a better hold or a better vein. But then a look of surprise chased over his features. Malcolm rocked back on his heels, lips stained red, his chin crinkling in an odd way as he frowned down at Carrion. "You," he said. Carrion was deathly pale, but he grinned up at Malcolm like a lunatic. "You really should have let me finish introducing myself earlier. It's rude to interrupt people." Malcolm let go of him, shoving him away. Miraculously, Carrion managed to stay on his feet. "My name is Carrion Swift, but there was a time when I was known as Carrion Dianthus, firstborn son to Rurik and Amelia Dianthus." Malcolm began to shake. A violent convulsion racked through him, and a thick stream of blood jetted from his mouth. It spattered over the coins at his feet. "You tricked me?" he choked, vomiting up another gush of blood. "You tricked me into drinking Dianthus blood? Holy fucking gods!" Fisher and Lorith muttered the curse in unison. "What the hell is happening?" Dianthus? I'd heard the name, but I couldn't remember when. As if struck with a sudden sense of urgency, Fisher spun and grabbed me by the shoulders. "Can you sense it?" he demanded. "Can you feel where it is?" I don't know, But yes, there it was, a whisper of a voice, faint, tiny, but there. "I've got it." Dirty gray smoke started pouring out of Malcolm's mouth. His perfect porcelain skin was suddenly riddled with pulsing black veins. "What have you done?" Belicon roared. Both he and Madra floated down the slope of the coins, raising their hands. Fisher gave me a shake. "Saris, is it here?" "No, not here." "But inside the labyrinth?" I nodded. Fisher pressed Solace into my palm and closed my hand around its hilt. "Then go. Find it. End this." The widow's bane was wearing off. My ribs spiked with pain as I hurtled through the labyrinth. I pumped my arms, Solace cutting through the air as I ran. The walls weren't moving anymore. Clearly, they needed direction from Malcolm to do that, and the vampire was too busy choking, dying, to pull those kinds of strings. The obsidian passageways had been terrifying enough when I'd been running through them with my friends, but now they were downright petrifying. It was too quiet. It took me a moment to realize why. And then it occurred to me. The smoldering bodies in the stands had fallen silent. What did that mean? Was Fisher dead? Were Lorith and Carrion gone too? I wanted to scream. Fear and panic claimed me bit by bit. I was going to lose my mind. I could barely hear the little whisper now. It seemed to be growing quieter, even though my gut told me that I was getting closer. Saris. Saris. It called to me by name. Suddenly, I wasn't so sure anymore. I had thought I was going the right way, but the whisper seemed to be coming from every direction. "Where are you? Please," I begged. "I need you." "Not need," the whisper said. "Want." "No, I need you. I need to save my friends. I need you to help me. Please, show me where you are." I ran back the way I'd come, my heart climbing up into my throat. It was so dark, so quiet. I felt the lightest tug in my stomach as I ran by a turn and backtracked, sprinting that way instead. The whisper said nothing. "Please, help me." "A bargain, then," the whisper purred. "No, no bargains, no tricks, no deals." "Then why would we help?" I stopped running. Overcome with exhaustion and pain, All I wanted to do was curl into a ball and pretend that none of this was happening. Instead, I said, "Because this is wrong. What they've done here, it's evil, and you can end it." Evil and good are two sides of the same coin. The whisper snickered. If that was supposed to be funny, then... I threw my hands in the air, my eyes pricking with tears. There is always evil. There is always good, the whisper said. Yes, but look how much evil exists here. So much pain and death and suffering. Isn't it time for some good? For balance? I trailed off, not knowing how to win this argument. I love him, I said. I can't bear him to die. The Kingfisher, the whisper buzzed. Yes, your mate. I stared into the dark, feeling hopeless. Yes, I said. My mate. The silence rang in my ears, deafeningly loud. The whisper was gone. The thread guiding me to it was gone. It was over. I was stuck in this awful labyrinth, alone. I would die here. I wouldn't even be able to make it back to him, so that we could die together. A small favor, then, the whisper said. We will do it for a favor, and for a restoration of balance, and for love. I burst into tears. What kind of favor? I choked out. As we said, a small one. A small favor.
That was vague enough to ring all kinds of alarm bells, but it was the best I was going to get. I would deal with the consequences of whatever foolishness this was later. All right, then. Yes, I'll owe you a small favor. This way, then. This way. The thread flared back to life, pulling me forward. I followed it. I ran. I sprinted as fast as my legs could carry me. And I screamed when I rounded a corner and came face to face with Morthill. The demon was still dead, but that wasn't much of a comfort. According to Fisher, it would respawn, whatever that meant, and I had no desire to be around it when it did. Where are you? I hissed. The whisper answered delightedly. Inside. We are inside. What do you mean? I was verging on hysteria now. This was too much, because I already knew what it meant by inside. I could feel it, so close, humming. And I didn't want to admit to myself what I was going to have to do. Inside, the whisper insisted. I crept forward, approaching the spider demon's steaming corpse. It lay in a heap, its abdomen ripped wide open where I'd stabbed it with my dagger. One of its legs lay on the ground 3 feet away. The huge mouth in the center of its face was mangled from the blow Lorith had deft it with Avicieth, which only made it more hideous. I held my breath as I leaned over and peered into the demon's yawning maw. Fuck. Any hopes that I might have been wrong went up in smoke when I saw the gleaming flash of silver at the back of the beast's gullet. A ragged, wordless cry cut through the fixed silence that hung over the labyrinth. Somewhere, Fisher, Lorith, and Carrion were fighting for their lives, and I was wasting time. I had to move. Come on, Saris. You can do this. I would have preferred the encouragement from Fisher, but I was sure he had his hands full right now, so I gave myself a pep talk instead. I lifted my hand and... oh. My skin was stained black with ink. Runes upon runes upon runes. The god bindings flared metallic blue around my wrists, as if consolidating and becoming more real somehow. My whole body rushed with heat. I'd said it out loud, hadn't I? I'd acknowledged that Fisher was my mate. That was too big and too wild to comprehend right now. Gingerly, I reached my inked hand into the demon's mouth. Its teeth glistened, circular rows stacked on top of one another, growing smaller and smaller as they traveled down its throat. This close,
I could see the serrations of each tooth. They were made for ripping and grinding through flesh. Further. I needed to reach further in. My heart seized between beats. The air froze in my lungs. Further. A little further still. The demon's gullet was still warm, not to mention slimy. I grimaced as I plucked the coin from the back of its throat and closed my hand around it. The demon twitched, and I panicked. Yanking my arm out of its mouth, I yelped, staggering back. And a hand closed around my wrist. "You'd better give me that coin, girl," a rough voice said. It was Malcolm.
Chapter 43. Another Way. The coin weighed next to nothing. I clenched my fist around it and fought to wrench my hand free. Malcolm was strong, though. His fingers dug into my wrist, his sharp nails breaking the skin. Malcolm's breath reeked of death. "Interfering in the plans of immortals is never advisable, Ceres Fane. Especially when they've expended so much time and effort into those plans. Open your hand."
"No! Enough is enough. Fisher has suffered enough. These people have suffered enough. This deal you made is over."
"Not yet, it isn't." The Vampire King spun me around, and my breath caught. His skin was melting from his bones, sloughing away in wet, fibrous slabs from his cheeks and his neck. The smell that came off him was putrid, the stench of rotting meat left out in the sun for too long. Even his eyeballs were shrunken and desiccated in their sockets. Whatever Carrion was, whatever Carrion had done, he had dealt Malcolm a tremendous blow. The king was still stronger than I was, though, and the pain in my ribs had become realm-shattering. I breathed in shallow sips, each more excruciating than the last. "I'm very intrigued by you." Malcolm's ruined smile would haunt me from this life into the next. "An alchemist, after so many years. I wasn't surprised to learn that Madra tried to kill you all off centuries ago. She was always so afraid of your kind. I suppose it would have been impossible to track all of you down, though. It's notoriously difficult to detect magic in half-blood fae. She probably allowed one or two of them to slip through her fingers. They must have hidden in her city and started families and bred. Our fae blood must have been diluted over the centuries, reduced to less than a whisper in a bloodline. But then you come along. I have to say, I'm impressed. A genetic throwback with your kind of power is inconceivable. You know, there was a time when I worked very closely with your kind." He considered me. "It was a very talented alchemist who discovered to my blood gift. She was remarkable in many ways, deeply disappointing in others. Perhaps I should keep you alive once this is all done. I seem to be in need of another miracle, thanks to that bastard Dianthus wretch."
"I won't help you," I spat. "I can't. I can only work with the quicksilver."
Malcolm clucked his tongue, a wet, disgusting sound. "Little girl, your ignorance is shocking." He threw me. It was so easy for him. Just a casual flick of his wrist, and he hurled me against the wall. I hit the obsidian hard, the breath rushing out of me. A burst of white light flared behind my eyelids as I sank to the ground. "Do not lose consciousness, Ceres. If you pass out now, you're dead." That didn't sound like my voice. It sounded like Fisher's. So clear, so loud, so close. Malcolm hooked the toe of his boot underneath Solace's hilt and kicked the sword out of my hand. He stooped low beside me, and with cold fingers, he prized open my fist and took the coin I'd fought so hard to find. It burned his skin, but only for a second. He dropped it into a little leather pouch and attached it to the belt at his waist. Then he flipped my hand over, running an ice-cold finger over my marks. Pointing at the runes on my index and middle fingers, he named them one at a time. Earth, air, fire, water, salt, brimstone, quicksilver. The full gamut. More power than any alchemist I've ever encountered. You are capable of restoring me to my power, and a lot more besides. Just kill me and have done with it. I won't help you, I groaned. Really? The vampire cocked his head to one side. He tapped the intricate interlocking rune on the back of my right hand. I tried to pull my hand away, but he shook his head, tutting disapprovingly. Speaking of impressive marks, I haven't seen the likes of this before either. Such pretty artwork. It seems as though you've landed yourself a mate. I wonder who it could be.
Fuck you, I spat. I've spent a lot of time with Fisher over the years. He's quite something to look at, so you'll believe me when I tell you that I noticed his new marks immediately. But I didn't need to see ink on skin to know you were his, did I? I scented you on him the second he showed up here, demanding I let his sister go. I scented your body on him. He forced out the words as if they left a foul taste in his mouth. But the scent of your blood was much stronger. I couldn't believe it. That he'd fed from you. He sneered. He wore that silver plate at his throat every day he was trapped here in this labyrinth. A gift from his mother, I believe. Pure silver imbued with some particularly nasty magic. I couldn't have torn it off him if I'd tried. Adina always was such a thorn in my side. I promised to let Fisher go if only he gave me a taste. I promised to wipe Galethri from his memory, so he'd forget all about this place and what had happened here. If only he fed from me just once. I wanted to know the bliss that would come at the points of his teeth. But he denied me. He chose to stay and suffer. And then you. A pathetic, weak human? His mate? It's offensive. Sorry. It was scary how rattly my lungs felt when I spoke. He's just not into the undead. You have no idea how miserable the rest of your short existence will be, girl. The vampire hissed. Fisher will be mine, one way or another. You will help me heal. You'll help me build an unstoppable army that will sweep across all of Avelia. And he will give himself to. I lunged. The blade strapped to my thigh wasn't as impressive as Solace, but it was sharp. And in the end, that's all that mattered. I plunged the dagger into Malcolm's throat, screaming through the pain in my chest. The vampire's eyes went wide, his pupils contracting to vertical slits. You stupid. I twisted the dagger as I yanked it free, growling with the effort. A flap of Malcolm's flesh came away with the blade, and smoke and blood gushed like a geyser from the wound. The Vampire King's blood wasn't black ichor like that of his feeders. It was arterial, darkest crimson, but still red. Incandescent with rage, Malcolm clutched a hand to his neck and roared. He didn't need a weapon to kill me. His hands were enough. With a rabid snarl, he slammed his fist into my stomach and drove it upwards. Hold on, Saris. I'm coming! It was Fisher's voice, crystal clear and perfect. He was coming for me. He would be too late. A ripple of cold shock rocked my body. There was no pain, not right away. It crept in at the edges of my awareness, like a morning frost stealing over a window pane. And then it shattered me. I was dying. Malcolm made sure of that. His glee was sickening as he pulled his blood-soaked hand from my stomach. They say abdomen wounds are the worst way to go. His voice was a wet rasp. I'd done some serious damage with that blow to his neck, but his head was still attached. More was the pity. I think I'll leave you just like this.
You'll last long enough for him to find you that way. I love our kingfisher the most when his heart is breaking. Our kingfisher? Our kingfisher? This sick piece of shit couldn't claim any part of my mate. Fisher was mine. I'm going to kill you, I groaned. It'll be the last thing I do, but it'll be worth it. Malcolm laughed. Please, girl, die with some dignity. You can't kill me. I'm eternal. When he lowered his hand from his neck, I could see that his throat was already healing. It was slow progress, the fibers of his muscle reattaching one by one, but he would heal. That wasn't important anymore. I hadn't fooled myself into thinking that I would end him with the dagger. I'd just wanted to distract him a little. Malcolm's smile fell when I lifted the little leather pouch he'd placed the coin inside. The very same one I'd unhooked from his belt while he'd torn a hole in my stomach. He held out his hand, his eyes widening a touch. "Give that to me," he demanded. "Give it to me, and I might still save you. There's time." It was my turn to laugh now, my mouth filled with blood, my body seizing from the agony that tore through me, but it was worth it. Does it really matter that much to you? That he has to stay here and suffer? That you get to keep all of these people here, burning and in pain for the rest of time? Is your soul really that black and twisted? Malcolm shrugged apologetically. "I don't have a soul, girl." And he pounced. I couldn't stop him from snatching the pouch from me and darting away, of course. I didn't even try. What little energy I had left, I was saving. The vampire's eyes were bright with victory. That brightness dimmed when he opened the pouch and found nothing inside. His gaze snapped up to me, his jaw falling open. The little coin hummed happily in my hand as I held it up for him to see. What was Belicon's deal again? Leaves or fishes? "Don't!" Malcolm cried. "Don't!" I flipped the coin. Not high. I wouldn't give him the chance to grab it out of the air the way he'd done when Belicon had flipped it. The little coin flashed brilliantly as it spun. It didn't matter which side it landed on anymore, only that it landed. The ground shook when the shining silver struck the obsidian. There was a moment of stillness, and the ruins of Gilithry held its breath. "Stupid little bitch, what have you done?" Malcolm whispered. And then it hit. A fearsome wind slammed into the labyrinth. It came from nowhere, screaming through the passageways that had trapped Fisher for decades. It rose up and out of the labyrinth, tearing along the stands of the amphitheater. "Anorath more, Anorath more, Anorath more." It whipped up the cries of the tortured souls, and as the wind passed by them, they turned to pillars of ash and were swept away in its howling wake. Hundreds of thousands of higher and lesser fae finally allowed to pass, their pain coming to an end. Malcolm stared up at the stands in dismay. "No, this isn't my children. They were to be my army. You took them from me." He rounded on me, but I wasn't where he'd left me. I was on my feet, hunched and losing blood, standing right beside him, and I had solace in my hands. "Only the gods are eternal," I told him. And I cut off Malcolm's head. I was flung backward. I wasn't getting up again. Malcolm's head burst into blue flames before it even hit the ground. His body was engulfed quickly after. A blast of light tore out of Solace and ripped up into the clouds, illuminating them. It rebounded seconds later, crashing back down to the ground in forks of blue-tinged energy that fractured the obsidian and set fire to the amphitheater. More filaments of power snapped from the end of the sword, but I was too weak to lift Solace again.
I had no need to anymore. Malcolm was dead. There was no coming back for him now. The energy sparking from the sword that Fisher's father had once owned, energy that hadn't risen in over 1,000 years, crackled and eventually went out. "Saris! Saris!" Fisher was shouting in my mind. Blearily, I closed my eyes, letting out a shaky breath. "It's fine. I'll be okay. Madra." The coward disappeared into the quicksilver as soon as the wind hit. And Belicon? Loreth's dealing with him, and Carrion. Their swords are channeling again. Where are you? That was a great question. I had no idea how to direct him. "I'm by the demon, Morthil." That information wasn't very useful to him, though. The walls had moved so much after we'd left the spider demon's corpse. There was no chance Fisher would find me from that information alone. Could he feel how weak I was right now? I could tell that his shoulder was injured. I could feel his exhaustion. I didn't understand this connection between us, but it had grown stronger since I'd accepted my marks and acknowledged him as my mate. I knew that he was running. I also knew that he was afraid. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm coming." I must have passed out. When I came to, a figure was standing over me, and it wasn't Fisher. I tensed, reaching for solace, but my arms were numb. My legs, my whole body was numb. I couldn't move. I saw silver hair, and a wave of despair rose up inside me. He'd survived? How? There was no way. But the hair was too short to be Malcolm's. It was Taladeus, the vampire who had held Everlane on the bank of the Darn. "It's okay, Saris. You're going to be all right." Fisher dropped down beside him, his face smeared with soot, ash, and blood. His dark hair, damp with sweat, curled around his ears. I opened my mouth, but I couldn't speak. Thankfully, I had other means of communicating with him. When Telena said that one of the mates marked with a god binding always died, I didn't think it would happen this quickly. "You're not going to die." Fisher brushed my hair out of my face, his hands shaking. "I'm afraid she is," Taladeus said solemnly. "It'll happen soon, no matter what. The damage to her stomach and chest cavity is too great." Fisher's mouth thinned into a line. He raked a hand through his filthy hair, screwing his eyes shut. "If we don't act, she'll pass in the next few minutes," Taladeus said with surprising care. "I'll give her part of my soul," Fisher said. "You can't. You already gave too much to Loreth. You'll decline immediately if you try to." "I don't give a shit. I've lived plenty, Tal. She's barely lived at all. I'm fucking giving it to her." Sniffing, he leaned forward on his knees and set his palms against my mangled belly. "No, Fisher." Devastation twisted his features. Jade eyes, brimming with panic, clashed with mine. "I have to," he said. "I'm not letting you die." "You're not breaking your promise to me," I countered. "You swore you'd never take away my free will again. That's what you'll be doing if you heal me and die in the process. I don't want to take your soul." "I can handle the consequences of breaking a promise if it means you live," he said out loud. "You said in your letter that we'd have time after this life, that there was more for us." "There will be." He nodded, as if he thought he was comforting me, that he would be waiting for me no matter what. But he'd misunderstood. "There won't. I told you I'd never forgive you if you forced me to do something I didn't want to do again. Never is a long time, Fisher. If you sacrifice yourself for me, I'll reject our bond in this life and the next." I hated how bereft he looked, but I meant it. Fisher had spent his whole adult life sacrificing himself for those around him. I would rather die than have him sacrifice himself for me. We're running out of time, Taladeus said. There's another way, and you know it. No, Fisher snapped. Malcolm's silver-haired second huffed in frustration. When will you learn that being stubborn never serves you? Let me help. Fisher stared down at me, the quicksilver in his eye whirling frantically. What is he talking about? Fisher, if you want me to act, it has to be now. Fisher, what does he mean? My beautiful, dark-haired mate swallowed thickly. Tal was second only to Malcolm in power. He hid it from the king so he wouldn't kill him. He can turn you. My mind was so fuzzy. I couldn't process what he was saying. Taladeus wanted to turn me? I can't be a feeder, Fisher. Please. Fisher shook his head. You wouldn't be. You'd be like him. I wouldn't die? No. Would I have to feed? We don't know. Fisher, she's fading. I have seconds. I heard Taladeus speak, but he sounded as if he were underwater. A deep, dark blanket was settling over me. It was so warm and comfortable. It made the pain in my stomach melt away. Tell me she fucking consents, Taladeus yelled. The world faded away. Fisher's voice was the last thing I heard. She consents. Chapter 44. Axis. Move! I was going to throw up. Pain cut through me like a knife. Oh, gods, is she alive? Carrion's face above me, pale and lined with worry. Boom! The sky was falling. Not the sky, the amphitheater. A huge section of stone, shearing from the stand, toppling in slow motion. Boom! I swear to the gods if she doesn't make it through this. Loreth, fisting Carrion's shirt, dragging him back. Fire. Everywhere. Flames roaring up to meet the splintering sky. Flames surging in my veins. In my neck. Gods, my neck. Form a shadow gate! Fisher's voice, full of panic. I'm fucking trying! The world on its side, crumbling apart. All chaos. All pain. All doubt. All fear. All... Everything stopped. I was lying in Fisher's arms. The world went silent, but I could see my mate's face above me and the awful grief there, the tendons in his neck standing proud as he yelled something to Loreth. He'd come for me. Even with the world ending all around us, he had me. The mountain that weathers all storms, a voice said very clearly in my mind. I had no control over my body, no energy or care left to react to the voice. I was aware enough to realize that it was different now, though. Calm, focused, direct. I watched my mate, my vision drifting in and out of darkness as it spoke. He is the storm. You are the peace that must come after it. Tell me, do you believe in the fates, alchemist? I closed my eyes, tears streaming from the corners of my eyes. Fisher was opening a gate. He was taking me home. I would die at Kalish, in the comfort of his bed, perhaps. Do not drift too far from the shore, Ceres Fane. Come back now. Come back. I opened my eyes, my pulse suddenly careening away from me. Adrenaline soaked my blood, an electric current charging through my chest, jump-starting my heart. Fuck! I gasped. Oh, gods, fuck! It's starting. Taladeus's grim announcement came from behind me somewhere. Fisher looked down at me, eyes swimming. It's going to be okay. Hold on, Ceres. The voice came again, clear and concise. You stand before a door. Your hand is poised to knock. Are you ready to walk through it? Will you leave this place and see what lies beyond in the next? The next? Leave? I blinked slowly. "No, I don't want to go. Not yet." The voice sounded gruff, but also curious. "A shadow falls across Evalia. It will alter all it touches. You would rather remain here, knowing that suffering and hardship looms on the horizon, that sacrifices will need to be made." I looked at Fisher, at the broad, beautiful wings that spanned the side of his neck. I felt his heart racing in his chest, thrumming in time with my own as he stretched out his hand, reaching for a shadow gate. I didn't need to consider my answer. Whatever the cost would be for staying with him, I would pay it. "Yes," I said. "As you wish. Then we call in our favor, Ceres Fane. Will you honor your word and grant us our favor?" Of course it was the Quicksilver. And of course it was calling in my debt now, when I was a hair's breadth from death. "What is it you want from me?" The answer came immediately. "We require an audience with you, Ceres Fane." Fisher looked down at me, frowning. "Ceres, will you grant us our favor?" An audience? They wanted to talk to me? That was indeed a small favor, one I could hardly refuse them. "Yes, I'll grant it, as soon as I'm well enough to have a conversation with you." That's what I had been about to say, but the cord that had helped me find the Quicksilver pool at the center of the labyrinth snapped taut out of nowhere. My body tugged, and Fisher nearly dropped me. "What the fuck? Ceres?" Fisher clutched hold of me tight. His shadow gate was open, less than 3 feet away. All he had to do was turn and walk us through it. I grabbed the strap of his chest protector, alarm bells ringing in my head. "I'm sorry," I gasped. I was ripped from his arms. "Ceres!" An invisible rope yanked me through the air, pulling me across the labyrinth. My arms and legs streamed behind me as I was yanked backward. Air rushed past my ears. Lorith and Carrion cried out too. In a split second, my friends were gone, my mate was gone, and I was hurtling through the labyrinth at breakneck speed. "Please!" I cried. "Don't!" Whatever the Quicksilver was doing, it had to stop. My stomach hollowed out, a weightless sense of falling tugging at my belly. And then all I could see were coins, thousands of them, a whole carpet of them, whipping by beneath my feet. True panic claimed me when I understood where I was being drawn. I barely saw the Quicksilver pool underneath me before a wave of the liquid metal rose up and lashed me around my waist. I barely had time to scream as it cinched tight around my ribs and dragged me below its surface. "It's dead." "Don't be ridiculous. Of course it isn't dead." "How can you be so sure?" "Because Father willed it here, stupid. He doesn't want it to be dead. Therefore, it isn't." These voices were female, young and playful. The first who had spoken made a dismissive sound and said, "Well, it looks dead." I opened my eyes and saw bright blue sky. A bird chased across my field of vision, darting and swooping, singing at the top of its lungs. Without thinking, I lifted my hand to shield my eyes from the sun, wanting to get a better look at it. Too late. I braced for the pain, but none came. "Do you think it understands us?" I squinted, turning my head, and blades of grass tickled the side of my face. I was lying in a vast field at the foot of a rolling hill. Atop the hill stood a lone oak tree so magnificent that it took my breath away. Its thick boughs rocked on the gentle breeze, its leaves shimmering, flaring with light when the sun hit them. I dragged myself into a sitting position and immediately spied the 2 young women to my right. They looked 18, perhaps 19, and they were identical in every way. Dressed in loose, dark gray dresses, they wore nothing on their feet. Their black hair flowed in waves down to their waists. 2 pairs of quick, royal blue eyes, shot through with silver threads, watched me with a keen interest as I got to my feet. The girl on the right grabbed her sister's hand, and the 2 of them came forward. "Tell us what it's like," she said in a clear, pleasant voice. I cleared my throat. "Sorry. Tell you what's like." "Sex," the other girl said, tilting her chin. "With that male. Our father's champion." "With Fisher?" In unison, the girls nodded eagerly. We wanted to try him out for ourselves, but father forbade it," the twin on the right said. "He deems no living creature from any realm worthy of our touch. We've been waiting an eon for him to gift us with our own playmate, but thus far, no other of our kind has braved the journey to visit our Corcoran." Corcoran? Holy hells. The Corcoran were... "Which one of us do you worship more fervently?" the twin on the right asked. "Baal?" She gestured to herself. "Or Mithin?" She gestured to her counterpart. "We have such competitions over who is most popular." A lightning storm raging in her eyes now. No sooner had I noticed it than I felt the sharp prickling of static in the air. The fine hairs all over my body stood up. This was really happening? They were gods? I swallowed down my nerves, then bowed my head respectfully, looking down at my feet. How could anyone love Baal more than Mithin? Or treasure Mithin more than Baal? You're worshipped equally by all those who know your names, my ladies. "My ladies!" the sun goddesses cried at the same time. They grinned at each other happily, still holding each other's hands. "She speaks with such lovely manners." The one who gave me their names held out her hand to me. "Come on, we should hurry. Father's waiting for you, and he doesn't have much patience for waiting these days. He'll be annoyed if we delay much longer." I didn't reach out my hand to her. 1 second it was hanging by my side. The next it was already in her cool grip. I took 1 step, and the field surrounding us stretched thin, becoming a green blur. When my heel struck the ground, the sloping hill was no longer in front of us. We were standing on top of it, beneath the boughs of the impressive oak tree. My mind struggled to catch up with the change in location, my thoughts gluey. Amidst the roots of the giant oak tree, a broad 8-foot-wide ribbon of silver formed a moat. So much quicksilver. I started when I noticed beads of the shining metal spilling down the tree's broad trunk, like sap, and rolling into the moat. On a smooth rock 10 feet away, a male sat alone with his back to us. His robe was the same dark gray as the sun goddess's clothes, his long brown hair tied back into war braids. Giggling, Baal and Mithin waved me forward, indicating that I should go to him. A ball of anxiety clenched into a fist at the center of my ribcage. If these 2 giddy girls were indeed goddesses, then I could hazard a guess as to who their father was just from looking at the back of his head. Everlane had barely been able to utter his name without shivering. She'd warned in no uncertain terms that a person should never let this god look upon them, not even a statue of him. And here he was, the physical embodiment of him anyway, sitting on a rock, waiting to have a chat with me. Fuck. "Come forward, alchemist," he commanded. His was the voice that had asked me if I wanted to pass through the door or stay in Avelia with Fisher. I had a feeling that it was his voice I had been speaking to for a long time now. I stepped forward, holding my breath, and moved around the rock. Facing the god, I angled my jaw and met his cool blue eyes. I had expected some terrible visage, a hideous, twisted face with madness in its gaze, but no. If he'd been human, I would have judged him in his middle years. His face was lightly lined and had a kindness and wisdom that took me by surprise. He looked up at me, his hands resting on his knees, and said, "You know who I am?" I bowed my head a little, again looking down at my boots. Zareth, god of chaos.
Zareth grunted. And you are Ceres, sister to Hayden, daughter to no one. He nodded to the inkwork on my hands. Also mate to my champion. I glanced down at the marks, still a little surprised to see them there, staining my skin.
Yes, I said. I am.
Zareth rose from his seat on the rock, and my legs trembled. He was no taller than Fisher, no broader or more godlike in appearance, but the sheer well of power that swelled from him as he took me in made me want to drop to my knees and throw myself at his feet. He could blink and eradicate me from existence. I knew that with certainty. If he wanted me to, I would vanish, never to have even been born in the first place. We must make this quick, or you'll die before you've been of use to me. I will be as concise as I can, given the circumstances. I've spent a great deal of time watching the threads of the universe, waiting for one such as you, he said. An alchemist at last, to reset the balance and clear the way for what is to come. Turning, he went to the edge of the quicksilver pool that surrounded the great tree, and I followed, drawn along by the pull of him. He stepped to the very edge of the quicksilver and looked at me. Here, we stand at the edge of the universe. The roots you see, growing down into the earth, into the quicksilver, are the anchors of fate. He tipped his head back, his eyes traveling upward into the boughs of the tree. The silver leaves above mark all the realms of our domain. My family are the stewards of all you see here. We water the roots of fate. We train the boughs and prune the leaves to prevent rot and decay. You see the bough there? The blackened one? I looked where he was pointing and did notice one particular branch of the tree. Its bark was darker than the rest, shriveled, with fewer silver leaves sprouting from it.
Yes, I see it.
Zareth nodded. Lifting his hand, he swept his fingers through the air, and as I watched, 3 of the bough's leaves dislodged and fell. They floated down, fluttering and spinning, to land on the surface of the quicksilver. There is a rot spreading throughout my domain, Ceres, he said. Realms that are infected with that rot have to be summarily destroyed to protect the rest of the tree and prevent that rot from spreading. Do you understand? Those leaves had been realms, whole worlds. Zareth had just waved his hand and wiped them out. I stared at them as they sank and disappeared below the surface of the quicksilver. Was it possible? Could he really just have done that? How many people? I couldn't get the rest of the question out, but the god standing beside me knew exactly what I was asking him. Billions. He answered without the faintest hint of emotion. Yes, then. I had just witnessed genocide on a scale I couldn't comprehend, and Zareth just smiled. You aren't the only alchemist in the universe, of course, he said. There are millions of you out there, even in your realm, even in the city you once called your home. There are hundreds of elemental magic wielders who can command the quicksilver. But when I consulted the fates long ago, I was very intrigued when I saw you, Ceres Fane. Not just you, Kingfisher too. I saw an axis in the flow of things, a burning knot in the tapestry of all that would come to be. When I focused and saw the strength of the bond that connected the two of you together, I admit, I attempted to sway the fates. What do you mean, sway the fates? I whispered. Zareth glanced down the gently rolling slope to the field where his daughters had returned and were laughing raucously, hands grasped, spinning each other around in the tall grass. You were supposed to have been born, Fae, in the same realm as your Kingfisher, so I separated you. Hundreds of years before you were born, I shifted the events around your birth, moved the pieces on the board, and placed you far away, in a realm that should never have come into contact with his. But I watched as the bows of the universe grew against their nature, and aligned in such a way that you would still meet. I foresaw then that no matter how the boughs and branches of this tree were manipulated, you and he would always collide. There was nothing I could do to stop it. Fisher had said his mother was wrong sometimes, about small things that had big consequences. When she had predicted me rushing into her son's life, she had seen me with sloped ears and canines like her son. It turned out she hadn't been wrong after all. I should have been born Fae. The god of chaos had simply interfered. Why? I asked. Why would you want to keep us apart? What does it matter to you if we love each other and live our lives together? Zareth considered me for a moment. Inhaling sharply, he rushed past me around the tree to a point on the bank of the moat where the grass was pressed flat against the earth, and the boughs of the tree were twisted into bare, blackened knots. I hadn't noticed it from our vantage point just now, but from here, it was plain to see that a huge chunk of the tree was dying. In nature, there is a counterweight to everything, child. Light has darkness. Life has death. Joy has sorrow. And good has evil. That law applies, no matter which realm you exist in, he said with a broad stroke of his arm that encompassed the many, many leaves on the tree. Threads like you and Kingfisher that are drawn together and cross on an axis create a well of power. The energy the two of you draw together attracts an equal and opposite counterweight. Every possible future where the two of you are together ends with the vast majority of this tree dying. None of us can foresee any other way. So, you're saying that Fisher and I are responsible for the end of the entire universe? Zareth shook his head. Not you personally, but the moment where you meet, along with the moment you become mates, is a spark. The flame in the dark that draws the moth. It was incumbent upon me to try and stop that spark from taking place, but as you've already learned, the fates themselves would not be guided down that path. I felt my heart beating all over my body. Does Fisher know any of this? Zareth snorted. No. I orchestrated events so that he would be brought here as a young male. His mother had just died, and his disposition wasn't very polite. Zareth frowned, as if the memory were troubling even now. He made an enemy of my family. He was only allowed to live because I demanded it. I'd spent a great deal of time studying the various outcomes and paths of this universe once you and Kingfisher met, and while I never found a balance that meant good prevailed, there were pathways that led into uncertainty. Uncertainty? Pathways that lead down roads where both the way and the destination are blocked to even my sight. And in all of these veiled futures, where a chance still exists for life, there is one common factor. I didn't want to know. Couldn't hear it. This was way too much pressure. Zareth knew this, I was sure, but he plowed ahead. You and Kingfisher fought at each other's side, and you were God-bound. He pointed to the script writing that wrapped around my wrists. These odes mark you as my ward. They protect both you and Fisher from the unwanted attentions of my brothers and my sister. Protection from them? They would rather kill Fisher and roll the dice on what comes next. They would prefer to weather the storm on the horizon and replant our tree once the slate has been wiped clean. I don't want that to happen. It would break my daughters' hearts. He broke off, watching the girls dance down in the field, mimicking the grasses as they swayed in the wind. Their laughter rose up to us like sweet music. For them, I'm willing to take a chance. If you truly accept Fisher as your mate, then you must agree for the thread of your life to be severed from the tapestry of the universe. Once you do, none of us may affect your future. We won't be able to see you at all, nor will my brothers and my sister be able to interfere with timelines or events that affect you either. You'll be on your own. On my own? What was he talking about? This burden shouldn't be placed on one person's shoulders. It definitely shouldn't be placed at mine. I'm a thief. Just one woman. I can't be held responsible for— You're not responsible for anything. All you need do is live your life. But let me put it this way, child, Zareth said, cutting me off. Do you want your mate to die? No, of course not. Then this is how you save him. What was I supposed to say? If I did this, then Zareth and the other gods wouldn't be able to see ahead or do anything to affect events as they were about to happen. But should they be allowed to do that anyway? Their meddling meant that I'd been born in Zilvarin, not in Evalia. How many times had they swayed the tides of fate, and how many people had suffered because of it? What gave them the right? Zareth narrowed his eyes at me. Fuck the fates. They don't get to decide shit for me. I decide what my future is going to be. Did you not just say that mere days ago? I had said that, and I'd meant it too. Yes, but if you truly wish to be the master of your own life, then this is how you accomplish that goal. I got the feeling that Zareth was desperate, a god who would say anything to bend me to his will. But there was no denying it. He was a god. He could make me do anything he desired, and yet he was giving me this choice. I asked carefully, "How painful are we talking? This thread cutting?" "No more painful than the transition that is already beginning inside your body as we speak, Saris Fane." Why the hell didn't that sound reassuring? "How would you do it, exactly?" "By transforming you into something that has never been seen before," he answered cryptically. "The universe cannot focus on that which it does not recognize." "But how?" "I'm not just the god of chaos, alchemist. I'm also the god of change. I will it, and it is done." Time is running out, Saris. You must make your decision." "Okay, all right. Yes, I'll do it." I blurted it out before I could take it back. If it was a decision between becoming something new and most certainly dying along with the rest of the universe, then it wasn't really a tough call to make. The god bindings at my wrists flared out of nowhere, biting into my skin like burning ropes. "The best of luck to you then, Saris. Give Kingfisher my best." And then he shoved me into the Quicksilver. Chapter 45. Choose wisely. I floated on a sea of darkness. I was surprisingly calm about that, given my last encounter with a large body of water, but apparently you didn't need to be able to swim in the afterlife. Overhead, a canopy of stars bristled in the firmament, prickling with the promise of other realms. I was perfectly happy bobbing along on the nothingness, trying to count them. I kept losing track, but having to start over was no bother. I had nothing to worry about here. I floated for an age and felt civilizations rise and fall. In the dark, I observed the universe, and the universe observed me back. I was born and died 100 times. And then I saw something that shouldn't have been. A bird. It flitted around me in the void, its beautiful wings flashing blue-green. It sang a song so sweet that I remembered what it was like to have a heart, if only so I could feel it ache. And oh, it ached. I remembered more. Jade, the color of new grass,
winter mint and the promise of snow on cold mountain air, a crooked smile, and dark, thick waves of hair. I remembered pieces of him, and all at once, and I remembered how to drown. I needed him like I needed air. I reached for him like I was reaching for the surface of a still, flat lake. Kingfisher. My kingfisher. My mate. Fisher! I sat up, panting, soaked to the skin with sweat. My head spun in the worst way. Oh, gods, I was going to be sick. I leaped out of the bed. I'd been in a bed, and immediately tripped over a bucket that had been strategically placed by the nightstand. Sitting on the floor, legs splayed wide, I grabbed that bucket and puked into it for all I was worth. Once my stomach was empty, I sank back against the side of the bed, panting as I took in my surroundings. The room I found myself in was high-ceilinged. Dark green drapes hung at the windows.
Heavy, dark oak furniture decorated the space. A wardrobe by the door, a chest of drawers, another armoire by the window, and a bookcase full of books. The rug I was splayed out on was a soft, dove gray. Plush. It felt lovely when I buried my fingers into... Oh! I grabbed the bucket and heaved into it again. My stomach muscles throbbed uncomfortably when I set it aside. "They call it the Great Purge," a male voice said. Taladeus had opened the door while I was vomiting and was now leaning against the door jamb with his arms folded over his chest, watching me with an amused smile on his face. Vampire. Malcolm's second. I cast around the room looking for a weapon and realized for the first time that I was dressed in a pair of scandalously tiny black silk shorts and a sheer camisole made of the same material that didn't leave much to the imagination. Gasping, I gave up my search for something to defend myself with and looked for something to cover myself with instead. Taladeus chuckled as he crossed the room and fetched a robe from the ornate privacy screen by the window. He made a point of looking away as he came toward the bed and held it out for me. "Your body has undergone some stark changes of late," he said. "The general consensus is that you'll be able to eat normal food again soon, but it might take a day or two. When I transitioned, it took me 6 months before I didn't hack up anything I tried to eat like it was a hairball." Snatching the robe from him, I threw it around my shoulders. I flared my nostrils, hating the strange, overpowering burn at the back of my nose. "What do you mean, transitioned?" I asked sharply. Taladeus let his head fall to one side. He gazed at me pityingly. "You know exactly what I mean by that word, don't you?" Vampire, vampire, vampire. I glared back at him, refusing to accept it. "I'm nothing like you," I hissed. Taladeus nodded, scuffing the toe of his beautiful leather shoe against the edge of the rug. With his hands in his pockets, he said, "Oh, I know that, Ceres." "What does that mean? That tone?" I demanded. "Here." The vampire with the immaculately coiffed silver hair and the strangely soft eyes nodded toward the large mirror on the wall. "Come and see for yourself." I was wary as I walked over to the mirror. Wrapping my arms around myself, I prepared for the unknown. I had no idea if I would recognize the person staring back at me in the glass. But I did. Aside from the faint shadows beneath my eyes, I was wholly, entirely myself. Ceres. Same dark hair, same blue eyes, same... I hesitated, turned my head. My ears. The tips of my ears were pointed. They poked up through my mussed hair, as if they had always been this way. I opened my mouth to curse, saw the state of my teeth, and my heart set to racing. Canines. I had very long canines, and they looked sharp. "I'm... Faye?" I asked Taladeus his reflection in the mirror. He smiled politely but shook his head. "As far as we can tell, You're a half vampire, half fae, something none of us have ever seen before. As of now, we're not sure which traits you've adopted from the fae and which you've adopted from the vampires. All our healers are sure of is that you're no longer human. No longer human. Not fully vampire. Not fully fae. My throat did its damnedest to seal itself shut. I tore myself away from the mirror, screwing my eyes closed. I couldn't think about this now. I needed my mate. Where is Fisher? Taladeus gave a shrug and eyed the ornamental plaster on the ceiling rather evasively. Oh, I don't know. He's around here somewhere, I suppose. Is he hurt? Is he— Just relax, Saris. He's fine. He'll be along shortly. I wasn't about to trust the word of a vampire. Looking down, I saw that my marks were still there, declaring for all the world that I was Fisher's mate. I reached out, feeling for him with my mind. Moments later, I was rewarded with a deep sense of concentration. Not mine. Fisher's. He was here, close by, and he was focusing on something very hard. I didn't sense any pain or alarm from him, which allowed me to breathe a little easier. It seemed as though Taladeus was telling the truth. "Where are we?" I asked, skirting around the bed, trying to make sure I kept ample room between us. Where was Solace? I wanted my fucking sword. "Fisher asked me to let him tell you where we are," Taladeus answered. "What? But why?" I narrowed my eyes at him, trying to get a read on him. Taladeus seemed equally relaxed and amused, which told me nothing about why he kept our location a secret. Annoyance flickered in my chest. I crossed the bedroom, clutching the robe tightly around my body, and ripped the curtains open. Pain exploded behind my eyes. It was barely even light outside, the last of the sun's rays vanishing beyond the horizon, but it felt as if I'd just been smashed in the head with a sledgehammer. Ah! Careful to stand in the shadows, Taladeus gently removed my hand from the curtain and drew it closed again. "You'll be able to tolerate that better than most soon enough, too. This will all just take some getting used to. What about your memory? What do you remember about Gillithry, Saris?" The name of that place sent a shiver down my back. We were fighting them. Malcolm, Belicon, and Madra. There was a coin. I flipped it. And then? Then, I stared at him, a strange dread tugging at my lower belly. "He wounded me. I killed him. You and Fisher came, and then—" "And then I bit you," Taladeus said, nodding. He looked away quickly, as if he were suddenly uncomfortable. "I placed a memory block around what happened next. Transitioning is hard, and, well, it is in a sire's power to suppress those memories if—" "Remove it," I demanded. "Remove the block." Taladeus looked like he wanted to refuse, but he said, "If you're certain you want me to, I will. But it can be very traumatic. Remove it," I snarled. "As you wish." He didn't need to touch me. It was simpler than that. 1 minute, I had no recollection of the moment when Taladeus's teeth had sunk into the top of my shoulder. No recollection of the horror show that followed after. And then, the next minute, I did. The bite from Taladeus, Fisher carrying me in his arms, opening a shadow gate, me flying through the air toward the quicksilver pool, the brief but tense conversation with Zareth that followed. Then, Fisher pulling me out of the quicksilver, he and Carrion arguing like they were about to kill each other. Loreth sitting by my bedside, playing some kind of lute and singing softly to me while I thrashed and moaned.
3 days of me lying in this bed, in this room, begging for Fisher to kill me because I couldn't face the pain for another second. And me biting someone. My eyes snapped up to Taladeus's neck. I'd bitten him. He saw my realization and gave me a small smile. Angling his neck, he showed it to me, his smooth, unblemished skin. "No harm done," he said. "You barely broke the skin." Why did I do that? I pressed my hand to my mouth, too afraid to part my lips and accept a truth that I already knew but was too afraid to face. "Fisher should really be here for this," Taladeus said. He started for the door. "No, I didn't know what to say. "A part of me feels like I should thank you for saving my life. And the rest of you wants to kill you for what you've done," I whispered. The vampire nodded, studying his boots. "I felt the same way for a long time. There were whole centuries where I hated what I'd become, and I wanted to destroy Malcolm. I wanted nothing but to die and be gone from this world so badly." "What made you decide to stay?" Taladeus gave me a small, very sad smile. "I didn't. I wasn't given a choice. Malcolm wouldn't let me go. I tried to kill myself once, and he forbade me from ever trying again. His word was law. But now he's dead, and I am free." Taladeus rocked on his heels. "I'm still trying to decide what that means for me, but things have gotten rather interesting recently." He looked me up and down, frowning a little, as if weighing up what he wanted to say. After a moment, he said, "There are 2 kinds of forever, alchemist. One is heaven. The other is hell. It doesn't matter what I do. Make sure you choose your version of immortality wisely." I blinked, trying to force this version of Carrion Swift to make sense in my head. Still the same artfully messy copper-brown hair. Still the same blue eyes and that roguish grin. But also the sloped ears and the pointed canines. And he was so tall. I punched him in the chest. "Ow! What was that for?" I shoved a finger in his face. "Because you're an asshole. I've known you since I was 15. He shook his head, hands palm up in the air. "And I've known you since I was 1,086. Do I win a prize?" "You didn't tell me that you were heir to a fucking Fey throne." "Well, it's hardly something you just tell people, Fane. And anyway, my grandmother made me promise not to." "Except she wasn't your grandmother, was she?" Carrion pulled a face. "No, not really. She was more of a ward, or a playmate when she was little, and then a friend, and then I was her ward. I don't know, it always got very complicated as people aged." I shook my head, still valiantly trying to put all of the pieces together. "So, Fisher's father took you to Zilvarin when you were little to save you from Belicon. He glamoured your ears and your canines so you wouldn't stand out. He brought a bag of books along with you so you could learn about your heritage and return when the time was right. And some woman saved you?" "Her name was Orlena," Carrion said. "Orlena Perry. She was a slave in Madra's palace. But that night, the night she pulled me out of the Quicksilver, she fled the palace and escaped. She went to the Third knowing she could get lost in the crowd there, and that's where she stayed. She found work as a seamstress and secured somewhere for us to live. She raised me like I was her own son." I couldn't believe it. I squinted at him, this Fey version of him, his true form, and almost burst out laughing. "And you were trapped there when Madra closed the gates? And then you spent the next 1,000-odd years just living in Zilvarin?" "That's pretty much the long and short of it," Carrion said. "I had the books that Finrin brought for me. about the Fae and my people. Orlena got married when I was 9 and took the name Swift. She had a daughter not long after, Petra. Petra grew up and had a daughter too. The books were passed down the female line, and so was I. They kept me out of trouble as best they could, and made sure I kept a lookout for signs that the Quicksilver had opened again. They thought it was cruel that I was stuck in the Silver City, and that I should go home and rule my people. The females of the Swift line have always been very bossy, and overly concerned about my love life. So you knew what to expect when the Quicksilver awakened again? He laughed. Nope, not even a little bit, but I felt it. That day when you were taken up to the palace, something shifting in the air, a kind of energy that felt familiar somehow. I recognized it the second time it happened, and somehow, I just knew it had something to do with you. I went to the Mirage to see if you'd escaped, and that's where Fisher found me. I really did say I was Hayden because I thought I was protecting him, Saris. I hope you believe that. It's okay. I know. I really did believe him. Gods, how interlinked this all was. Fisher's father had been the one to secret the true heir to the throne out of Evalia. 1,000 years later, his son had been the one to bring him back. It meant something. What, I couldn't say, but I was sure we were all going to find out soon enough. And all of this time, there had been a Fae royal living in the Third, smuggling goods, starting fights, and generally making a nuisance of himself. I was on the verge of asking Carrion how he preserved his sanity while the people he cared about were born, grew up, lived their lives, and died of old age. But I already knew the answer to that question. And I didn't want to hear him say something lewd about whiskey and women. Speaking of which, I glared at him even harder. You slept with me. He grinned shamelessly. You're welcome. Carrion! What? You've been fucking Fisher for the past gods only knows how long. Yes, but I knew what he was when I decided to sleep with him, and he was my mate. Carrion huffed. Folding his arms over his chest, he rolled his eyes and sighed. All right, I'm sorry I didn't disclose to you that I was a magic-wielding political asylum seeker, posing as a human when I slept with you. Does that make you feel better? No. Come on, Fane. He nudged me with his elbow. I'm Fae now, you're Fae now. Kind of. It's all water under the bridge. You're only grumpy with me because you were worried about me. Go on. Ask me how I survived Malcolm's all-powerful venom. I can tell you're just dying to know. Loreth already told me, actually. So there. Loreth had been the second person to visit me after Taladeus had left my room. He'd laughed when he'd seen my Fae ears. Laughed a little less enthusiastically when he saw just how sharp my teeth were. The first thing he'd told me was that Everlane was alive and Wren was watching over her, though she had fallen into a deep sleep and couldn't be roused. Telena and Isabel were confident that she would wake any day, though. He'd then stayed for over an hour and explained much of what had happened after I'd bolted back into the labyrinth. I'd been sick with guilt when he'd told me how all three of them had nearly died at Belicon's hands while they bought me time to find the coin. He'd called me crazy when I'd apologized for taking so long and said that it had felt like a miracle when the wind had swept away all of the death magic and allowed their swords to channel again. Madra had fled through the Quicksilver immediately. Belicon had put up a prodigious fight, but the second Loret's angel breath had torn out of Avizieth. He too had fled like a fucking coward. Oh, really? Carrion quirked a dubious eyebrow at me. And how did Loreth of the Broken Spire tell it? Let me guess. He said my blood was too rancid to be affected by vampire venom? No. He said that your father's blood was used to create the blood curse that allowed Malcolm to become a vampire, and that a vampire can't drink from the living members of the bloodline that created them, nor can they enthrall them.
He said that drinking from you should have killed Malcolm instantly, but because he had lived for so long, he was too powerful. Carrion grunted. That's pretty accurate, actually. He also said that's why Malcolm had Bellicon kill your parents, that they were the only thing that posed a threat to him. Again, Carrion grunted. He wasn't grinning anymore. I barely remember them. I do. My heart stuttered in my chest. I'd been waiting for him to come for what felt like an age. Fisher stood just inside the door, a stony look on his face as he nodded to Carrion. His expression softened for me. Hey, you, he whispered into my mind. Hey back, I answered. It was unbelievably comforting to know that this remained the same between us. He could still talk to me in my mind, and I could still talk to him. Of all the things that had changed so dramatically in the past few days, the bond between us seemed to be the same as it had been before. The corners of his mouth twitched the tiniest bit, the faintest suggestion of a smile. He kept it as he entered the room properly and placed a light kiss on my forehead. Are you going to tell me about my parents, or are you going to start undressing each other? Because I can leave. I don't have to, but I can, Carrion said. Please leave, Carrion, Fisher said flatly. I'll come and tell you everything I remember about them later, but for now, I want to be alone with my mate. He said it with such pride. My mate. Carrion left, grumbling under his breath, and the room suddenly became much smaller. We were alone. Are you sad you don't get to call me Little Osha anymore? I asked. Gods, what a confusing feeling. I was thrilled that, thanks to Zareth, a part of me was Fae now. I was less thrilled that a part of me was a vampire now, courtesy of Taladeus. Trepidation built inside me, growing more unbearable by the second. But Fisher hung his head in a very boyish way that made my insides squeeze. He looked up at me from beneath his dark brows and smirked. Human, fae, or vampire. It doesn't matter how long you live, Ceres. You will always be most sacred to me. His smirk faded, though. Did I do the right thing? I hadn't been able to answer for myself back in the labyrinth. He'd had to make the decision for me. And what a monumental decision it had been. After I refused to let him heal me with his soul, it was no wonder he was looking at me right now like he was worried I was never going to speak to him again. This was huge. I wasn't myself anymore. I was the ward of a god, and not just any old god. By proxy, Fisher kind of was, too. There was so much I still had to tell him. I had no idea how he would take the news when I explained everything that had happened to him during those brief minutes I spent talking to the god of chaos. But I got the feeling Fisher was going to have questions. 1,000,000 of them. For now, the world was brighter, sharper. There were threads of shining power in Fisher's eyes when I looked at him, and there was a burning ache at the back of my throat that was getting harder to ignore. Wait. There was magic in Fisher's eyes, but less quicksilver. I gasped, stepping out of his arms, and Fisher cleared his throat, looking a little abashed. I was wondering if you'd notice, he said. Wondering if I'd notice? What? How? What happened? Talena found a way to dampen the Quicksilver's effects. I've been seeing her for months, trying to get it under control, but her sessions were growing less and less effective. And then Isabel said that she could help. Those two make a pretty good team. Talena helped to quiet the Quicksilver, and Isabel's been teasing it out of me. I'll have to have 1,000,000 sessions. It'll take a long time, but it should work. That's incredible. That means... I was too nervous to say it. He wasn't going to lose his mind. We still had Bellicon to deal with, and Madra. I still intended to find my brother and Elroy. There were 1,000,000 other issues we had to overcome, but... One foot in front of the other, Fisher rumbled. Just for me. Let's make it through today, and then tomorrow, and then the day after. That one will be particularly interesting. Why? What's happening the day after tomorrow? He looked faintly worried as he took me by the hand. Well, there's this. He took me to the curtain and drew it back slowly. The sunlight that had burned my eyes and my skin earlier was gone now. It was like peering into a black hole, staring out of the window. But then I saw the flickering lights of many, many campfires in the distance, and the pale silver ribbon of a river cutting through the black landscape. The Darn. We were on the wrong side of the Darn. We were inside a Montraith. In the Fey courts, the crown is passed down to a regent's heir. But if the regent is murdered, the crown is claimed by the one who slew them. The vampire court has only ever had one king. Malcolm never named an heir. He planned on living forever. He never conceived of the possibility that someone might kill him. My head was already shaking no. I retreated from the window. Absolutely not. Fisher, I'm not even a full vampire. I'm half Fey. I can't. Tell them that. As far as the vampire court is concerned, you're to be coronated. In 2 days' time, you officially become the new queen of Sonasroth.